just that the Google Drive is not open. This from Dave. Okay, Doc. I can send to Dave.
Oh, maybe we have to wait until we get into the.
Yeah, I just sent to Dave
the
again.
time. Oh, hi Kate. How are you?
Hi, Dave. How are you? I'll let you do your thing.
Oh,
it works.
Yeah, it's there now. A bit of a delay, isn't it?
A bit.
So
shouldn't be too much of a problem.
for the audio.
Maybe for the question.
So we do have this for monitoring audio. So Erwin is going to arrive with an audio capture card, and hopefully for that we can take stuff off the board. Let's see. We had these audio devices, like, that we were just using to, like, get the audio into the laptop, but they weren't working for us.
Yes.
So, Jerome, we should see if we have enough cable to get audio into your, like this audio into your computer.
You want to put the audio on my... Yeah, but how do you do from there to there?
Yeah, let me see what sort of the longest cable he has, I guess.
Oh, sorry.
But you can also use my mic, so it would be enough. No need to move everything.
Oh, do you use your camera mic?
The camera, I have an extra mic, so it is a bit better.
Okay.
So we can take it. So it is not so good, but better than nothing. Because I don't think that we can move everything there.
I don't have slides here. Okay. Or
Yeah, we don't have any slide input
Okay.
until we have an HDMI splitter.
yes, that was the. Okay, sorry.
Clearly speaking French here.
I try not to.
Oh, because it is my microphone.
How are things?
Okay, now it is in there.
Hey. So, what are you trying to do? I just want to check if the video plays, but like all of the stuff is in Dutch, French, or something that Americans do not.
That's where muscle memory comes in, where you just kind of clicking the buttons that you kind of think they're in that location. Do we need to stall a bit for the technical setup, or are we kind of good to start sending people in like as soon as we hit 9 o'clock?
You can bring them in whenever.
Yeah?
Yeah, we don't want people seeing this in the works.
No, but like, you know, if you need 10 minutes, then there's coffee. People are gonna be
yeah, they can come in when they like.
Okay.
We'll start when we're ready.
Let's see how the sausage is made.
How's it going here?
It's okay, we're waiting on a couple of deliveries. Walter Ebert actually had 2 HDMI capture cards, like the same thing we ordered from DHL, so he's like going back to his hotel to grab them. We still would be missing an HDMI splitter though to get the slides in.
So it works.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, okay.
or when it's also grabbing an audio capture card. So it kind of depends on who gets back first, like Walter or Irvine.
Help?
Yeah, just, what are these plugins? What's that
It
label
says
called?
master out, left and right.
Okay, maybe I won't mess with that one.
It says aux output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are empty. I don't know whether you can use those.
That's fine. Okay.
It says here a lot of auxiliaries.
These cables, where do they go? So there's this piece of cable. I'm going to pull it out.
Yeah, if I know and I would bring some, but no, well.
Okay, I thought they would have more. So this cable I'm going to pull out of here.
That says laptop left and laptop right.
These two.
Yes.
Yeah, pull them out.
Hey.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you for helping me untangle this. Okay, so I'm gonna run this to drums. So we're trying to send audio from the board to way back there.
I think you should use these, but now they're the wrong way around. I think because this is input.
Okay.
So I think the cable just needs to be the other way around.
I see. Yeah, of course. Is any helpful here? But this is a headphone jack, so if you connect
Yeah,
it
but
in here, we could get an output.
this is stereo unbalanced, and this is probably mono balanced. The thing is, does that fit over there? Strange. Usually these are for.
I can show you the adapter we had to convert. Yeah, I think when they were giving us the stuff we requested, they imagined they just want audio, more inputs to the board. And we're like, no, we need an output from the board.
It is very high level, this noise.
Strange to capture.
Yeah, we don't have it plugged in on the other end.
So, what should I do with that? Because it is only noise.
We haven't plugged it in on the other side yet.
You say when it is ready so I can test?
Sure.
I can just try, but I don't know whether this will work. You'll get probably get a mono.
trying and see if it works. That sounds wonderful to me.
The thing is, there's nothing on the board now, right now.
So we have this one now.
Right.
So maybe we can rotate.
Well, still won't fit because.
But like if we switch this to the camera, maybe we can change. It's still the same direction. Okay.
Yes. That's the difficult thing here. Because this won't fit in there either, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that would just be equal replacement for what we have. Yeah, so the cable I just handed you is the equivalent of the adapter over there. Jerome, do you have audio in the... Can you see this in the camera? Check, check, check. Yeah.
Hi. Can you do it lower?
Yeah, sure. How much lower, like this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is too high.
Why too high?
Okay, like this?
Also, he's only sending one of these, so we could unplug the one that's not being used if it's interfering.
There is still a lot of noise.
Yeah? It's just that dial right there, I think, is the only control we have.
Well, I think this one, but I don't know. You can try.
Yeah, so the microphone levels are here, I think, like that.
Yeah, I don't have anything. It's not really high here, you see.
I know.
No, but one of them is, has a lot of noise still. It is only noise.
Yeah, the problem is that the input is actually wrong, really. Maybe that's the problem.
If I remove one, it is fine.
Okay.
No.
Well, if you remove one, does it just go to silence? Because we're only plugged in on one side here.
It says USB here. I don't know whether we can work with that. I don't know whether it's input or output, you see. It says on this dial USB.
Yeah, but where is the USB? I would love to have a USB out.
I guess. Okay.
That's not fine.
Okay.
No, both are only noise, so I stop looking.
Okay. Thanks for trying. So, how do we know Erwin?
It's optional, it's not installed.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful.
Yeah, should have brought some gear.
I know. It was kind of devastating when we got that notice that DHL didn't deliver it because we thought the hotel would be like the safest place to
I
make a
wouldn't have
delivery
any HDMI stuff, but I would have. I do have a lot of audio stuff, of course.
Yeah, we have somebody's bringing us HDMI capture cards soon. But yeah, it's frustrating we have this huge audio board and we can't get good audio out of it. Okay. The other option I had was just see. We have these USB adapters. Try to get this tangled. So like this, I can just go in.
Should work, yes.
But when I plug this in, I still don't get any audio input.
No, but where did you plug this end in then?
That end, you switch to the headphone jack.
I'll try this. I don't know what. Oh, that's the wrong end.
Yeah. You know, everything is made to go in the other direction around here. Jerome camera. And video capture device. Jerome camera. Do I need a driver for this?
No, it's UVC.
Oh. I have it plugged in here, and I'm just seeing these two devices.
Does it need power, perhaps?
Oh shit. I did plug this in the wrong direction. Thank you. Okay, maybe I get now. Jerome camera. USB camera, I guess. Jerome, we have your camera here.
Yes.
Has a little bit of oh, that's the screen though. Okay, so now we add in the audio. Jerome camera, audio.
And you have the audio also? I will start the audio.
Yes, please. I don't see any yet. Maybe I picked it.
Also have an extra camera if you need one.
You have you are very kind. Audio input camera. Oh, I picked the wrong one. Okay, Jerome audio. USB digital. Yes. Okay, now we have audio.
Oh, well, you think we have still
Oh, yes, good point. Your, the over display is there.
Maybe not so much looking for.
Okay, I'm going to. So, Walter, we have the YouTube stream up here. I think there's a pretty decent delay from one to the other. So this scene is safe to use just everything from. And we're still actually watching this here.
To write it. Fix the audio?
No, it is fine.
Do I have to delete the audio?
Oh, from the slide? We don't have it yet.
Okay, well, I'll try to do it.
I cannot remove it.
We had to do this before.
Yes.
Good to go? You're all, are we good to go?
Yeah?
Yeah, we have everything is coming off the camera, like audio and videos from the camera.
Oh, okay.
Fabulous. So, back in 2019, Alessandra and I were on stage in Budapest announcing that the next No Time to Wait conference would be held in the Netherlands. And it is going to be in the Netherlands. It was kind of an interesting ride to get here. Last year we had a virtual conference, and now we are back in hybrid mode. No Time to Wait being very famous for being in hybrid mode before it became popular. But first of all, I would like to wish you all a very happy World Day for Audiovisual Heritage. It's the most exciting day of the year for me. Apart, maybe Christmas is next, and my birthday maybe next. Sound&Vision. So my name is Johan Oomen. I'm head of research at Sound&Vision. Maybe you know Sound&Vision from the colorful building in Hilversum. I know that some of you have visited our building in Hilversum. So this is our let's say the museum in The Hague that focuses on media literacy and freedom of press. I think a couple of you went through the building yesterday with our colleague Geert. I hope it was very enjoyable. And yeah, just before handing over to Alessandra, I would just like to say that the program looks really exciting as always, and I also know that there's a secret speaker.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. I was like, oh, the masked speaker, but it's the secret speaker. So have a lot of fun, and there are some social events. So I'm pretty sure that you know, with the group here, you can all get to know each other, and it's like super for an in-person event. So take full advantage of that. And for the online viewers, I take it you also have lots of fun in your living room and engage with everybody online. So with that, I give the floor to Alessandra.
Thank you, Johan, and thank you to Sound&Vision for having us. Welcome everybody to No Time to Waste 6, Transparency, Teaching and Trust. So a big thank you to Sound&Vision, obviously to Raza and Laura, who've really pulled this together twice, I want to say.
Yes. Yes.
So thank you. Yeah, so it's really exciting to be in person. There's also no secret trapdoor like in Gathertown from last year, so no worries. You can mosey about freely. We would also like to thank all our sponsors, which is AV Preservation by Redo, Centre National de l'Audiovisuel in Luxembourg, DPC, FIAF, Media Area, and the National Library of Norway. So thank you very much, because without all of you and without Sound&Vision as a host, we could not do this. I would also like to congratulate all our travel grants recipients. It's really great that we are able to engage with quote-unquote newer members, so very happy to have you all here. Also shout out to the online people. Not sure where you're from, so hopefully you're either getting to bed or coming from bed, I don't know, but we're very happy to have you here, so feel free to join in online as well. So we have a fully packed schedule these next 2 days, very happy about that. As you all know, when you come to No Time to Wait, you sign a code of conduct. For us, it's very important that everybody respects the code of conduct, and we have had to remind people of the code of conduct more than once, and we will do it again. And also regarding questions, please have them as questions. If you have a longer commentary, keep it to yourself or write a blog entry. But try and keep everything very open and jovial and fun and productive. So thank you so much for being here, and with that I'd like to invite our first speaker, Marjolein Steeman from Sound&Vision, on her talk, Preferred File Formats at Sound&Vision. Thank you so much.
My name is Marjolein Steeman. I work for Sound&Vision in Hilversum as a preservation officer. So this topic is really close to my heart. Preferred file formats. Yeah, this is my agenda for the next 20 minutes or so. Feel free to ask questions if you don't understand something, or I'm going too quick, or if you have a question that can raise discussion. After my intro, I'd like to tell you a bit about Sound&Vision and how we created our new policies for file formats, accepted file formats, preferred file formats, like you want to know them. You want to call them, and I'll present some dilemmas in creating these new policies I'd like to share with you. And then we will end my presentation. So, about file format policies, as an intro, together with the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, we created a guide for making policies on file formats, preferred file formats. I keep stumbling on this word. There we, after a lot of discussion, we said, okay, so there are 4 lack of perspectives important before you decide on what file formats for your specific repository are relevant or important or chosen to be accepted or preferred. And these are the 4 perspectives. So you have the designated community that really wants to play or wants to play out or has its own needs that you want to meet. There are maybe strategic reasons, looking from the future, that may not be so evident at the time, but are really important to already keep in mind. There might also be technical support issues from your system that might support specific file formats or does not support others, which is even more complicated. So you might really like a particular file format for some reason, but if your system at the time does not accept it, then yeah, what can you do? You will start looking for an alternative, I guess. And of course there are also obligations to producers. So the people that hand in your new material, and they come with new file formats because they develop and file formats develop. So also there, from that perspective, there's a push to implement other file formats and to support them as a repository. And I made a small drawing to put this in the OAIS from a learning perspective, also nice. So really we have to do with these 4 components. Of course, it's the consumers and the producers that are easily recognized. But then also administration I highlighted, because administration really stands for your ICT procedures, your systems that make possible all the operations that are within ingest or archival storage or metadata management or even access. So there is your ICT component. And of course your management, the strategical views, and in the end management has to approve your new policies. So then about Sound&Vision, you might know that Sound&Vision originally is a radio or broadcast repository, and in its history it had a lot of merges with other repositories, so that's how our collection came to grow and to broaden to different sectors, as you may say, not only broadcast, also film and photo, and well, and that's how we came to be the media repository or archive, as we like to say now. And that also means that our file formats at the start were very specific to this broadcast sector. They were both our producers and our users. So from those 2 sides, they were very important in deciding what file formats for Sound&Vision are the preferred file formats. But the last, let's say, 5 years, maybe even 10 years for people that were up front. But new makers came with new file formats, and Sound&Vision wants to meet those new needs. So this is the file formats, the sheet that we have in place now, till this right day. The new policies have not been accepted yet by management, so this is our actual state. And I'd like to highlight the top ones, because they are really the automated workflows that are in place. We have the broadcast MXF file format for the video, of course, that goes in every day. The audio files are WAV files, and for film, digitized film, we use DPX, and of course, together with a WAV for the audio, and we also make an MXF for the playout and the ordering process. So these files are very much well known within our primary target audience. Thank you, Erin. And at the bottom you see already the web video coming up. Like, yes, we have a lot of web video nowadays. How are we going to save this? Because these are really small files. And are we going to transcode them to MXF as well? No, we don't want that, because they become really big and it doesn't help, and they will not get any better. So that was a start for us to sit together with some working group. And in this working group there were people from Ingest, people from ICT, and people from metadata management. And so we gathered all the knowledge together to talk about this topic, which was really important. What was established at the time was we had a daily ingest for TV, radio, and also for digitization. And within this workflow, there were high standards for quality checks. So this was all very much automated, and we were very proud, actually, on having this done that way together with the broadcast companies. So quality check on as well the building up of the file, so the body and the header and the footer and all that you expect for each file format, the quality of the audio and the video, and also technical properties of the file as well as the codec. So it's also very important that it's not only the file format that you check, like, oh, it's an MXF, great, but that you go into that file and check what kind of profile exactly is this file format and what kind of codec has been used, because within an MXF that can be any codec, and the same counts for the MP4. So those are really important, and that's what made it so time-consuming, really, to create this new policy, because you really have to dig into these details to create the precise test profiles that need to be in place if you are going to extend your policies. So this is an example of our output from test profile, I think it is, for the MXF, where you can see there are lots of details, and that serious reports or errors are shown or pop up as soon as some limits are not in place, or whatever you call it. And this is the same sort of report about the quality of the audio, which quality of audio and video is much harder, of course, to test, because you never know what it should be. Whereas the technical bits are really, once you know them, it's, you meet them or you don't. So here we have the extra, the new file formats that we are going to put in place for Sound&Vision in the next couple of months, I think, if all goes well. So we created a profile to test ProRes in 2 versions, because ProRes has many sort of variants, I should say. And also we are testing still a profile for the MP4. And also we add MP3 in this sheet. Then about dilemmas that in this process we encountered and we tried to solve, or with choices, like the theory as opposed to the real world, policy that you can think of behind your desk versus practical trying it out. And also the term just in case versus just in time, which you might know or might not. But traditionally, what we usually do as a repository is to create a policy that is just in case. So we define our file formats, that we say it must be that file format, and if it's not, we will transcode it to that file format just in case. We never know, just in case we transcode that to that preferred file format, and maybe we hold on to the original, but the transcoded file format, that's our master. Whereas just in time means that you accept the old file format and you keep monitoring all these new entries, so you really need to know a lot about them. You cannot just jump them in, but you really have to analyze them first and register, oh, this is this file format with those specific technical aspects. And you have to monitor whether such new file format or the old one out becomes obsolete, or maybe there's another reason that you, just in time, really need to transcode them after all. Because the reason for this is you really don't like transcoding. Not only because it's work, but also because you always transform your original. So you really don't want that. So for that reason, for the MP4, for instance, we introduced this just-in-time policy because we were hesitant to pick out just one specific profile, because in real work there are so many different varieties. And I'll come to that, back to that later. So the dilemma about theory against practice really is about those four aspects I introduced at the start, like what are the real drivers for choosing a specific file format, as opposed to these factors that are usually named to be important for the durability of your files. It's in Dutch, I'm sorry, but I tried to translate it a little bit into English. And the source of this list is the NARA, the National Archives of Records Management in the United States, that have listed like 300 or even more file formats against all these aspects. So that for us is a really nice source to get to know more about all these file formats and how durable are they according to these factors. But then yet again, you might find a perfect file format that is open and it's transparent and you can read it. It's not transcripted or encrypted, so there are no problems there. What else is there to know about patents, rights? Like you are, they are free to use. But then again, if your system doesn't support them, yeah, okay, you can set them aside. So that's really the dilemma of what I call theory against practice. And even theory is even more precise than you might expect, because in this sheet you see the different scores can even have different outcomes that add up to one single number. Tells you this is durable 26. Whereas, yeah, what does it say really? So, to stress my point. Also, what is important is that these scores often are only about file formats and not about codecs. And especially for, as we already said, for audiovisual material, we have to do with codecs as well for the video as for the audio. And of course, creating the video file, you have to use a codec to make it usable in many ways. A raw file is not very practical. But then for the playout, you really need that codec again, and you're not always sure about quality or other aspects from the original by using this codec. So these durability codes or preservation codes, we also should, I think, extend them to create a bigger theory basis to the codecs and not only to the files. And that's something that we will really have to work on further. Then about the dilemma between making policy behind your desk and doing the right thing in the real world. What we did with this working group was really creating this workflow. So next to the automated workflow, that sort of does the same for our MXF and WAVE and perhaps DPX as well, we created a manual workflow that did just the same, like virus check, MD5 check, and then you had quality control, and within this quality control we were able to really set these specs precisely for the test profile and to vary with those to decide on what goes through in the end to really import into the system, and then also it was tested, does the system really support it? Can we really play out in our system? Going all the way through this workflow was, yeah, that was a really hard work, because when at the end something appears not to work, you go all back to the front. So that was done iteratively many times. I know 3 minutes left now, but yeah, especially for the MP4, and when I'm talking about the just-in-time or just-in-place dilemma, at first we really want to get in everything, but then we found out our system did not support everything. So then we created a test profile that was really exactly what the system would support. So then again, yeah, what are you doing? Are you just in time? Are you just in case? So also there we really had to fine-tune our policies to make it, yeah, not only by word, but yeah, real policies about what we were doing. It's my end, so just in time.
Thank you so much, Marjolein. We have a good 3 minutes for questions. Are there any from the audience? I see 2 hands. Let me come up to you.
David Flugo. In your video list, I didn't see anything above HD. What is your stance on UHD and anything at a higher resolution?
Sorry, what's the UH?
UHD, the 4K video.
Ultra high definition 4K video.
No, we don't actually yet support those in our regular. It's just one of those file formats where we are experimenting. We were doing things like when a creator comes up with that sort of files, and we are talking to the broadcasters because they are also trying to find out what standards are they going to use for those higher definition TV. And really we try to make it joint forces to find out, okay, what standard also from from our perspective, is really nice for future. And because, yeah, the MXF traditionally came from the broadcasters, and we just ate it. Yeah, we ingested, yeah. We took it as something that was, yeah, okay, that's it. But for the 4K or 8K even, we try to make more like a joint discussion about it with our producers.
Sounds good. One more question from the audience?
Kieran O'Leary, National Library of Ireland. Wondering if you could talk about, I saw PDF was crossed out and TIFF is in for documents. Could you just talk about that decision? And is that born digital or just digitized stuff? Thank you.
It's a video conference, Kieran, just mentioning that.
Thank you. Yeah, I left them out on purpose actually, but yeah, the TIFF is all what do you call it, digitized. Only lately there are new demands for born digital TIFF, but it's so there you can actually set the specific technical things. And PDF, I think it's the same. I think it's also the product of a digitization process so far. And only with the new merges with the press collection that was recent, we might in future get more born digital documents that we really want to preserve that way. Yeah. So that's a new next year. Okay.
Amazing, something to look forward to. Thank you, Marjolein, for kickstarting us off on preserving file formats for preservations. Can I have one round of applause? We take the opportunity to welcome you all to the No Time to Wait conference. This is the 6th edition. My name is Erwin. I will be your stage coordinator for this morning, and also apparently a cameraman. So say hi to the camera. Who of you is currently sort of taking notes in the public notes document? Can I see hands? One person. Is there Wi-Fi? There should be a public Wi-Fi?
Yeah, there is.
Shall we, let me read that out loud. Ooh, yeah. I'll put it on the whiteboard just in a sec. Okay, amazing. Next up we have Kate Murray. Hi Kate, good morning.
Hi everyone, I'm Kate Murray, and because I'm 107 years old, I have my notes printed out, so I'll be flipping through those. Also, I have party favors. If anyone is a FADGI fan, I have FADGI bookmarks, so you can come and find me later, or I'll put them out somewhere. It's always great to be at No Time to Wait to see new faces and familiar faces and friends. I'm Kate Murray from FADGI and the Library of Congress, and I'm here to give an update about recent work to increase support for FFV1 in what might be considered an unexpected crossing of the streams of FFV1 into MXF. So a very short introduction to FADGI. FADGI stands for the U.S. Federal Agency's Digitization Guidelines Initiative. Digital Guidelines Initiative. Digitization was our old name, but we're the U.S. Federal Agency's Digital Guidelines Initiative. We are 20 institutional members, all U.S. federal agencies, and mostly from the cultural heritage community, the Library of Congress, the U.S. National Archives and Records Administration, the Smithsonian, the National Library of Medicine, are all typical participants, but we also have more technical and scientific folks like NOAA and NASA for some specific projects. FADGI is led by the Library of Congress, but is a cooperative and collaborative group. We have two working groups. One focused on still images, and many of you may be familiar with the star rating system in the technical guidelines for digitizing cultural heritage materials. And that group is led by my colleague, Tom Rieger. And they have a new edition of the star rating guidelines, which is recently out for public comment, and they'll have a new final version of that in 2023. And I lead the audiovisual working group, which focuses on audio, video, and motion picture film. And today we're here to talk about FADGI support for FFV1 and MXF. And you're also getting a little bit of a preview on this slide of our accessibility work, which Charles Wholesale and I will talk about on Friday. So I checked my notes, and there's actually a mention of FFV1 in MXF at the very first No Time to Wait in Berlin in 2016. But in all honesty, nobody was asking for that, and we didn't really have a use case. Until YASA at Hilversum in 2019, when Bert Lyons and I did a workshop about Embark, the Embark tool, which supports which audits metadata for DPX and MXF files, and there was a suggestion from the audience that a SMPTE mapping of FFV1 to MXF might be helpful. And I'll describe more what I mean about a mapping in a moment, but first I just want to talk about why this pairing is important. So I won't go into the history of SMPTE RDD48 today, but to summarize, it's a vendor-neutral subset of the MXF file format for long-term archiving and preservation of moving image and other audio-visual materials. Among other things, RDD48 defines a means for the carriage and labeling of multiple time codes and audio tracks, the handling of captions, subtitles, and time text, which is also super important for the accessibility work. It's a minimal core metadata set and content integrity. And the encodings that were included up until now were JPEG 2000, lossy and lossless, and uncompressed. But the FFV1 mapping is published as SMPTE RDD48 Amendment 1, and that was published in 2022, just earlier this year. And that's highlighted here in the bold outline. And please note that both of these documents are available free of charge with Creative Commons licenses. This was a very first for SMPTE, but FADGI felt it was really important to do this. I'm going to tempt the gods and play a video for you now. So let's see what happens here. And I apologize in advance for the quality of this video, but I think when you hear the accents, you will appreciate this. So let's see. And this may be just specific to Americans, but, oh, can you guys hear that? I'm a native New Yorker. I was born in Brooklyn, so those accents come home to me, right? We have peanut butter in my chocolate. And of course, when I get together with my family, that's exactly what we all sound like. We all drop our R's and talk like this. But let's see if I can get back to my talk here. So here we go. Okay. Oh, sorry. Staying on this page for a minute. MXF, FFV1 and MXF is certainly an unexpected pairing, or what Shakespeare might say, strange bedfellows if we're being classy, but really it's more like the chocolate in my peanut butter, and it has advantages for multiple communities. The MXF and SMPTE community, who primarily work with large-scale broadcast, media, and entertainment, are really not widely aware of FFV1 for the most part. There are, of course, exceptions to this. In the US, for example, there's certainly FFV1 adoption at public broadcasting stations, but the community doesn't have a lot of experience with open source workflows, tends to prefer COTS products, and often prefers SMPTE rather than IETF or other alternative paths to standardization. I will mention that there's probably others, but Telestream's Vantage obviously does support FFV1, so there is certainly COTS support for it. For the FFV1 and open source communities, MXF is a bit of a legacy product that's too complicated, too cumbersome, and too locked down for their needs. But bringing these two together is helpful for both communities. For the FFV1 folks, the mapping will expand the use of FFV1 to the more commercial world, and for the FFV1 folks, having the SMPTE mapping can add a sense of security and validity for those who still might be cautious about adoption. Will FFV1 and MXF be the next big thing? Honestly, I don't know, but that's really not the point. Our goal here with this work was to lower the barrier and to make the SMPTE crowd more aware of FFV1 so that that user base can expand. And for the FFV1 folks, they no longer have to deal with comments about not being SMPTE aware. So here's a blog post we wrote back in June, and I'll just call out a quote from Carl Fleischauer in a comment, which every time I write a blog post, Carl Fleischauer is the first one to post and say some nice things about it, so I really appreciate that. But for archives who prefer to use SMPTE standards, the widely used MXF wrapper, this makes it possible and quote-unquote legal for them to do so, but also embrace the well-respected and reversible lossless IETF FFV1 video compression encoding, and this gives archivists a new and useful option for their preservation planning. So what do I mean by a SMPTE mapping? A mapping is simply just instructions for encoders and decoders to understand how to interpret the video essence content within the file. RDD48 already spells this out for lossy and lossless JPEG 2000 and uncompressed video in MXF. So RDD48 Amendment 1 now spells this out for FFV1 encodings. An essential element here is the universal label, or UL, which is a unique identifier which describes the expectations and behavior of specific metadata element. SMPTE maintains a metadata registry for these ULs, and the Library of Congress is an institutional member of SMPTE and the SMPTE standards community, which in part means that we have the magic node 13. And this magic node 13 is the ability to add ULs to the SMPTE registry. We added a lot of ULs for the original RDD48 work for JPEG 2000 and uncompressed, and we are able to capitalize on this to add new ULs for the FFV1 on behalf of FADGI. Examples of these labels define the video essence as either frame wrap or clip wrap, and the version of FFV1, and note the ULs are there on the right side, right on that side. I would like to say, I see that this would have to be updated for when FFV1 version 4 is finalized, and I would not be mad if that takes a while, because it really took a long time for these documents to get through the SMPTE process. It took about 18 months just to get this one amendment approved in SMPTE. Although these labels are defined within the RDD48 framework, any flavor of MXF can make use of these ULs to create, validate, or otherwise use the FFV1 encoding within the MXF wrapper. Here are some additional criteria for the picture subdescriptors. This is table K4, which adds the FFV1 encoding, and then table K5 spells them out a bit. There are similar tables for other mappings for JPEG 2000 and uncompressed that are already defined in the RDD48 specification. And finally, this table spells out more details about the subdescriptor elements in cable K5 on the previous slide. Before I wrap up, I just want to say that along with FADGI's ethos of guidelines first and then free open source tools to implement the guidelines, we've added FFV1 and MXF functionality to Embark. Embark, which is short for Metadata Embedded for Archival Content, is a free open source application that enables users to audit and correct embedded metadata to comply with FADGI guidelines for DPX or MXF. Embark's available for both Mac and Windows, as well as a CLI version, although I will say that the source code, which is available on GitHub, has not been gone through security review, so that we do not have the latest version of that yet up yet, but I expect that to happen in the coming weeks. But otherwise, the other new versions that are out now all support FFV1 and MXF. This is an example of the subdescriptor data displayed in Embark for FFV1, and this is what was included on table K6 on a previous slide. So these are all the resources that are available on the FADGI site, which is digitizationguidelines.gov. Again, everything is free, clearly licensed, and applications are open source. One thing I did forget to mention is that we also have a set of FFV1 and MXF sample files for testing. These files may be imperfect, but if you see something, say something, and we'll certainly fix it. And we're happy to take comments on anything that FADGI does, either the files or Amendment 1 or Embark or all things FADGI. So that's it for me, but before I go, I want to thank the Embark team, which is Bert Lyons from AVP, Dan Fisher and Caroline Shea from Portal Media, and Oliver Morgan from Metaglue. Oliver has certainly helped us get through the SMPTE process, including all the UL registrations, and created the sample files. And of course, we'd like to thank all of our FADGI partners and friends. And feel free to contact me at any point through FADGI, or just email me, or you can tweet at me. And I'm happy to respond. And many thanks for having me and FADGI here, and it's always a pleasure to come to No Time to Wait. Thanks, everybody.
Kate, may I be the first to congratulate you on this momentous occasion.
Wow, yeah.
I do hope you coordinated with Laura so that we can have peanut butter and chocolate snacks at the break.
I should have done that.
You know.
Are Reese's peanut butter cups a thing? Okay, all right, yeah, so you all know, yeah.
Hello, I would like to ask you, you got in good direction with getting UL for the MKCF with everyone, but do you think that is useful to also standardize FFV1 in TIN-A group, like a standard, video codec standard? and MKV as a 41FS group, like container standard. Thank you.
Oh, right. So I think the question is, would it be useful to have FFV1 defined through SMPTE as well as IATF? I don't, so the answer is, I think it's already standard with a, so there's a big discussion with some of my other colleagues about standardization with a capital S through SMPTE, which is a like peer-reviewed official thing, through something else like IETF, also strongly structured and peer-reviewed. And so there is a thought like something is only standardized if it goes through SMPTE for video or AES for audio, as opposed to some of these alternative paths to standardization. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that there would be additional value added to have this process go through SMPTE again. I think it's already well standardized through IETF. Everything is public there. I think the standard is well structured. I think it's well defined. So I don't know that there would be a strong value add to have it go through SMPTE again. I think it's fine just where it is. And I think that it has really been, in some cases, a model for collaboration and cooperation within the community, because it's been super transparent. So to participate in the SMPTE standards community, you have to be a member of the SMPTE standards community, which has barriers to it, right? You have to be able to pay to participate in that. And a lot of the 31FS stuff happens a little bit behind the scenes, right? I'm a member of 31FS. And you know, that process is slow. It produces quality work, but it's slow moving. It's a little bit cumbersome. So I don't know that there would be, I don't see a value for it to go through 31FS to come out as an ST SMPTE standard. I think the RFC through IETF accomplishes its goals and does it well, and it's a well-defined standard.
I think we should have an award at No Time to Wait for the best spitter of acronyms in 1 minute. Okay, I think you'd be ranking at the top. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm looking for Paul Duchesne. It's the second time, Carl. I'm really sorry. Next round, you're the first. We have coming up, yes, take your place, talking about FIAFcore.
Okay, good morning. I was here today to talk to you about FIAFcore. Well, I'm here today to present FIAFcore, which is a linked open data ontology for film archives, but also to generally talk about the ongoing work which is being undertaken by the FIAF Linked Open Data Task Force. So I thought I would start by just going through some history first. To begin with, linked open data is actually quite an old concept. It originated from Sir Tim Berners-Lee up there in the late 90s, and this occurred to him. This idea came to him only about 10 years after he had in fact invented the World Wide Web in the late 80s. So his observation was that the web was, and still is, full of lots of interesting information, which is unfortunately dispersed, and it's presented without any formal structures. So there is nothing tying all of this knowledge together, which means that it is not holistically queryable. So as a basic example of this, I was going to do a quick tour of information pertaining to the Australian film Picnic Hanging Rock, which is always my go-to example. And what you will see here is probably quite unsurprising if you have ever used the internet before. So let's have a look at what I've got here. So firstly, we have the Oz Movies site, which has some very interesting information around the production and the distribution of the film. And this is sourced from various books and newspapers. We have the Australian Censorship Board, information on the original classification of the film. We have the Australian Film Awards, which has some awards won, or actually, unfortunately not won. It looks like Picnic Hanging Rock actually lost out that year, but nominations in any case. And then we have this site, moviecensorship.com, which has, it's not really censorship, I suppose, but it actually has a very detailed breakdown between the original release cut and the director's cut, which is actually now the more commonly seen version of the film. So this is what I mean by dispersed. This is all terribly interesting information pertaining to the same film, but you actually have to seek out each piece of data kind of individually. The same is, of course, true for archival collections online. So here we're going to look at the BFI's page for the film, which has some filmographic information, some holdings information. I think there's periodicals which reference the film further down. The Swedish film database, which has some very specific information about when the film was screened, when it was broadcast on Swedish television, and of course the NFSA in Australia's, again, some filmographic information and extensive physical holdings of the film. So again, a researcher or an archivist could consult all of these resources individually, but this is quite time consuming and doesn't scale. So FIAF has about 173 members and affiliates. So would you really search all of their different collections? Many of them aren't online, just to look for source materials for a restoration project. And what if you wanted to ask a data question like how many Australian films exist only in non-Australian archival collections? This seems like something that would be relevant to a curator in an Australian archive. Where would you start kind of framing this question? So I think the problem is that a lot of the information that you have seen so far is presented in the same manner in which humans communicate, which is that it is often full of ambiguities, and we decode it via the context or kind of guesswork. And I was just I had a kind of a fun example of this. So your friend says to you, my favorite film is The Last Laugh, and for my birthday, I want a DVD of The Last Laugh. This seems like a reasonable request, but you get to the DVD store, if it still exists, and you realize that you don't actually know specifically what they mean. Do they mean this film? This film's called The Last Laugh. Or do they mean this film is also called The Last Laugh? You know, which film are they talking about? If you get the wrong one, I guarantee they will be disappointed. So what would have been very useful would be if your friend had actually asked this question, or told you this, and my favorite film is https www.wikidata.org/wiki/. This removes the ambiguity of what is actually being requested here, although your friend does sound a bit weird. So I'm using Wikidata identifiers here intentionally because Wikidata is already an excellent example of how this disambiguation can work for institutions. If you visit the Wikidata page for Picnic Hanging Rock, you can find a whole stream of internal IDs for a number of different platforms and archives who have already proactively added their identifiers. And I think just, obviously you can't capture it because this page goes on for ages. But I think here we can see there's a Cinémathèque Québec was their ID for this film. We have the I think it's a Czech film database. There's also the Danish National Filmography sitting there. So this is really doing the work in distinguishing that this film that I'm talking about is the same film that you were talking about. Just to extend this. So I'll go back here. So if we would actually look closely at the BFI and the NFSA's collection information, we may notice there's even differences in the data. So here the BFI have listed an actor, they've listed Anne Lambert, and the NFSA have Anne Louise Lambert. So is this the same person or not? Well, we can certainly make an educated guess, but it's not actually explicitly expressed. And so what would be extremely useful in this case would be if both institutions could attach a relevant identifier. So here I've used as an example, the Wikidata identifier would be quite useful. And this would go some way to disambiguating what is meant in both collections and would allow us to begin to think about querying holistically, can you show me all films in both collections that feature this individual? Now, so Wikidata would only get you so far though. It would work fine for things like films and individuals, directors, actors. However, a lot of data that archives are willing to share, as we just saw, is simply too granular for Wikidata. So I'm thinking about things like physical holdings, you know, film items that are in vaults. You are not going to get away with actually creating Wikidata IDs for every single one. A Wikidata admin will stop you from doing that. So this then points to the need for a dedicated resource. So And this is, I suppose, where the FIAF Linked Open Data Task Force came in, with the idea of actually doing the groundwork and building a knowledge graph which could collect, harmonize, and make data from interesting institutions available to the community as a resource. So, last year we ran a prototype project to test out this theory, to actually put it into practice, and it was centered on the film works of F.W. Murnau, and we approached 8 different contributing institutions to contribute data. So there's the 8 there. And to keep the barrier of involvement low, we didn't stipulate any requirements for submitting data, so we got them in all sorts of different file formats, and I spent a month harmonizing and working these contributions into a form where they could be put into a single triple store and queried holistically. So I've already talked a bit about the need for shared identifiers when working in the linked open data space. The first complexity of the project was obviously to identify where works, so films and agents were overlapping, but there were also a lot of structural complexities with the project, especially around the manifestation level. So this is a lot of cataloging jargon here, but so the issue was that if you're talking about Nosferatu, the film, if I'm talking about Nosferatu, the film from 1922, and you were talking about Nosferatu, the film from 1922, it is likely that we are talking about the same thing, and we can apply a single identifier to it. If I'm talking about a VHS copy of Nosferatu, which is sitting on my shelf, and you are talking about a VHS copy of Nosferatu, which is sitting on your shelf, these are distinct physical things. They can each have their own identifier, that's fine. The problem is the level in between here, this manifestation level, which is an identifier that you're looking to apply for a distinct realization, release, exhibition, or distribution event. And that can be surprisingly difficult to determine based just on kind of collection information or detecting overlap. So, so this was harmonizing kind of the structure that was going on. There was also a lot of done work with harmonizing the vocabularies, and by this I mean a vocabulary, so an institution will have a set range of possible values for a specific field. And I've just got 2 of my favorite examples here. One was around country. So for instance, USA is fairly unambiguous. If I say USA, you say United States of America, we can be fairly happy that we're talking about the same thing. One specific case that I found where there was discrepancy was where some institutions will give different governments of Germany different identifiers and refer to them as distinct countries, whereas others will just group them as, Germany. For linked open data, this actually isn't a huge issue because we can actually just say that these are all types of Germany and then cluster them under a different kind of identifier and harmonize that way. A more difficult issue though was where there was actually different kind of equivalence in technical terms. So from this prototype, some institutions would group their kind of production component of film with the videotape format. So for them, that was a single vocabulary. For others, they would group the gauge with the videotape format. That was a single vocabulary. And so harmonizing that was quite a bit more difficult because I actually had to grab different data from different kind of sections. Anyway, on to the results. So I did do a series of Jupyter notebooks, which were targeted at showing how you could query this kind of collected data. Here we have a breakdown of what each institution held against this filmmaker, broken down by media types. This is just allowing you to query all the data together. I also wanted to demonstrate the ability to query community data. So the BFI did not, I don't believe, contribute any birth information. So here I was showing where you could have their identifier and then you could pull birth information from this kind of community data, and kind of demonstrate how you could have this as a resource to be used on demand. A number of the institutions also provided print length. I had to do the conversion between meters and feet, but then I could actually line up lengths of different components, and this struck me as something that would be very useful for a restoration project, say, where you actually want to see, is this component longer than the component that I have? Lastly, I actually put together this kind of small interactive D3 kind of way of navigating all the different items. So, having finished up this project, the next obvious step was to scale up. And so we're now working on a much bigger prototype. We've gone from 20 works to about 200,000 works sourced from 4, kind of large film institutions. And that's what I'm currently working on late into the morning, a fair bit. So one of the main requirements for this project was the construction of a formal ontology. This is where we get to FIAFcore. So here it is here. So working off the FIAF Moving Image Cataloging Manual, we've built a draft ontology with the intention that it can be used by film archives to conform their data to produce linked open data as kind of the scaffolding that they can use for this process. This is how the ontology looks, kind of viewed as obviously a graph structure. We also have draft documentation up at fiafcore.org and would really welcome any feedback. It's currently, I think it's in 4 different languages, I think, as well. And lastly, we've just put up a FIAF GitHub page as well, because there wasn't one before. So there we've actually got the AL files and links and different resources sitting there. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I was just going to throw up my email address. Please feel free to get in touch if you have any questions or observations, or just want to discuss further. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Paul. I did not expect to live to see the day that FIAF would have its own GitHub repo. So, we're gonna skip the questions for now. I'm sorry, Paul will be here during the break, and of course there's Twitter, and our docs, because our next session will be with online presenters. Waiting for us in the Zoom waiting room are Fred Sanderson, Annabelle Shaw, and Ariadna Matas from the Europeana copyright community. And they will be talking about why we should care about rights metadata. Let's see if we can get them in the huddle. That's me right there. Annabelle, Ariadna, Fred. Hi. Yeah. So Ariadna, you will be sharing your screen with the slides, I'm assuming? Yes, amazing. You're all still muted because that's what Zoom does to you. Ariadna, can you say a few words to see if we have sound?
Hello, can you hear me?
That's laptop sound.
Did they say that you hear me? Yes.
Well, we can hear you over the laptop right now, but not in the room yet, so that's something we'll need to...
rights information. And our point of view is that this requires involvement and inputs from across the organization and across the processes that you have, not just your sort of quote unquote legal staff. So we're going to be talking about that through some examples and through some sort of practical and sort of policy approaches as well. So if you do the next slide, please. So just quickly who we are and why we're talking about this. So my colleagues Annie and Ariadna and myself are from the Europeana Network Association copyright community. So we're a group of professionals who are interested in copyright and digital cultural heritage. It's a wide and large community, so if you're not aware of us or you'd like to join us or hear more about us, please just look us up and feel free to join and have a look at what the events and activities that we put on. Our work plan, we have a work plan for each year as part of the community steering group, and part of our plan for this year is promoting the use of standardized rights information across European institutions. So particularly supporting what's called the Europeana accuracy strategy, which again is going back to this point about having really accurate rights information. So that's something that we'll highlight, particularly through the examples at the end of our talk today and why that's so important. But yeah, really stressing the importance of standardized rights information is key for this year for us. And so this work, what we're talking about right here, is really integral to that. And then just briefly, as I said, yes, my colleagues today are from the steering group, myself, I'm from the National Library of Scotland, my colleague Annie, who's going to speak to you next, from the British Film Institute, and my colleague Ariadna from the Europeana Foundation itself. So with that, I'll hand over to the next slide and Annie.
Hi, thank you, Fred. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. So I'm going to go straight into exactly what we mean by rights information. And I'm sorry, this is like text heavy and I won't read out the whole thing, but suffice to say that what we're talking about is some sort of key headers for types of information, which is ultimately the copyright status of a work is one of the key things that everyone would need to know about whether your work is in copyright, out of copyright, or you do not know. To work this out, there are various bits of information one needs to try and capture and keep hold of around particular death dates of authors. Key thing, given that copyright is generally calculated by 70 years after the death of an author. Also knowing about publication and release, as that can also determine copyright status and the countries of origin. That's sort of one layer of copyright information, rights information, followed by ownership. So who is the person or organization that can actually control those rights? And it might be a single person organization, might be your own institution or an unknown. And getting to know that is quite often taking information from documents, such as donor and rights holder agreements that you might have, but also requires that kind of research into organizational and personal histories about how long people have lived for, who their heirs were, or how organizations may have been bankrupt, become defunct, and then who would have taken over their assets. Next slide, please. Thank you. So sort of continuing on from that, you then have probably the more sort of outward-looking rights information, which is how you can label the kinds of uses you can make use of the works and collections. So this is about access, use, and reuse, and how you might label things to show that they are available for educational uses or commercial or non-commercial, and there might be other restrictions in play as well. Alongside any kind of structured data you might have about collecting for rights information and use and access information, organizations should also have policies for use and reuse that sort of sit alongside any kind of data processes that you have. Given that copyright is quite a grey area in lots of ways and quite complex, so having guidance for everyone to sort of understand what all these terms mean is very useful. Alongside that, obviously, in terms of information, we're talking about interoperable human and machine readable information. So rights statements and Creative Commons. I'm not going to talk any more about that right now because I know we've got slides coming later which go into a bit more about that, but they're just two examples of rights information that can be shared out there. Next slide, please. So why is it important? This is slightly, should be longer, this slide, really, because it is important, but I keep sort of repeating this thing of knowing what you and your users can and cannot do with every object. That's what rights information ultimately is all about. And how your collection knowledge or knowledge of your collections really needs to bring together the metadata that you have on technical descriptive metadata plus rights metadata. Because having the rights metadata as part of this bigger sort of ecosystem then enables your organization to have greater access, visibility, and reuse of your collections. Next slide, please. Benefits, again, knowing what you and your users can do, that's a huge benefit. Adopting data standards for rights then brings transparency, trust, and clarity for any user to understand what they can and cannot do. But I also think building in processes to capture rights information in your collections helps with the sort of longer term planning around your collection. So if you know a collection is going to be coming out of copyright in a few years, then that may well make a change on how you're planning to do things with that collection, that you might just wait a bit until it is out of copyright and easier to then share. Agility as well. A lot of the time you're going back and looking at information again and then again and again to try and find out who might own rights or hold rights. So if you have structured rights data in your systems, then it makes it a lot easier to be able to find that information and react to organizational priorities or business needs and requests that come in. So just as a sort of general thing of calling out, would be just understanding how organizations approach rights management and metadata. And I think we'd be really interested to hear about people's examples. Next slide. Challenges. So there are a lot of challenges. So there are the data challenges. See, there are lots of different, the resource and expertise needed to create the data in the first place, translating copyright rules into the structured data. So what kind of fields do you need to capture that are then going to help you determine copyright status and ownership of a work? So I mentioned a few of those at the top about, lots of death dates that you need to know. How do you codify contracts and agreements, again, into structured data? That can be quite complex. And of course, for audiovisual works, generally they are notoriously complex just because they have many layers of different rights within the whole work, which itself has rights. And I think also there are organizational challenges around advocating for greater investment and resource to develop rights information generally, and how you can bring together colleagues, particularly from rights and data, which is kind of what we're doing today. Next slide, I think. That's it for me. Over to you, Fred.
Yeah, thanks, Annie. So I think that hopefully that's helpful in terms of why the challenges and opportunities and the benefits and so on. And so before we go on to talk about a few different examples from our own organizations that kind of highlight things like you were saying, rights statements and Creative Commons license sort of approaches, we kind of wanted to highlight some work we've done as a copyright community that hopefully can help you on this work and how to achieve and start to achieve this sort of work in your organizations. So we've developed what we call the copyright management guidelines within the copyright community this year. So we published these as a first iteration this year. And if we just go to the next slide, this is a brief introduction to what the guidelines are about. It's a fairly short document following a hopefully nice and easily accessible structured sort of plan to follow. And the idea of these guidelines is to work towards what we've called the ultimate goal there, and working through from the green at the bottom phases, which will then ultimately get you to this goal, which we say is to harmonize the approaches to copyright across your organization. So this isn't sort of limited to copyright statement accuracy that we're talking about today. This is, thinking about the full range of copyright matters that might affect your organization and its organizational work, from shops to metadata to sort of corporate documentation and whatever else it might be. But understanding that all of that comes together and that you need a harmonized approach to those. And so we've set out in this document a sort of starter guide to getting this done, whether you're the sort of quote unquote copyright person in your organization or not. So if we can just go to the next slide, we can see a bit of how that guide is laid out. And in particular, some of the fields that are really hopefully quite helpful when we talk about copyright right statement accuracy and getting accurate rights information. So sort of phase one of the guide. I'm not going to go through all the phases, but just as an example, phase one of the guide is about building your organization's foundation. So starting right at the acquisition of content, for example, the first line there, when you acquire content, as far as possible, obtaining copyright information at that point. In many ways, that's going to be the most accurate information you've got at that point. It's the only information, so obtaining whatever you can. And what we've done is, under each of these objectives, so acquisitions and documenting your collections and so on, we've kind of set out to describe the sort of steps and the people and the documents that you might want to get involved, how to start the conversation, so that if you are not the copyright person, or if you are the copyright person in your organization and you need the support and buy-in of your peers and your colleagues and your managers, hopefully this is a sort of way into that. So just as a highlight, what we talked about here is, who to involve at the acquisition stage, and who to involve at the stage when you're documenting use of your collections and your materials. So again, this goes to the point that this isn't just about the sort of quote-unquote legal team. There's a lot of people across organizations and across sectors that they can have a really big input into accurate rights information. So if you just go to the next slide, Ariadna, just highlighting again the same point, that what you want to document at each of these stages is really quite important. Ownership of all forms of copyright in the collection material, as far as known, and as well as gaps, for example, and that can be done by anyone who's really involved in that acquisition process, whatever your organizational setup is. And I guess the key thing to highlight there is that whilst we talk about roles like curators, legal advisors, documenting teams, licensing teams, and so on, I know that many organizations will not have those teams and those forums, and will have probably many fewer staff working who will wear lots of different hats, for example, and that's absolutely fine. This is just really trying to highlight the different sort of range of types of inputs, I guess, you'd want into these processes. So the different kind of hats, obviously, you'd want to be wearing and thinking about, the steps towards achieving a kind of record of accurate copyright information. So that's really kind of a bit of the abstract, and that's a guide that hopefully will be helpful to you. You can look it up on the Europeana copyright community website, just Google for it, the copyright management guidelines. But hopefully now we're going to move on to a few examples and kind of show you how this actually works in practice, really.
Great, so I'll take it over from here, and we'll start with the first example on how we manage rights information on Europeana. But I have to say we're in the most comfortable position where we receive from the data providers, so all of the institutions that do all the rights research, management, etc., the information already wrapped up in gift paper in the form of a standardized piece of information that is very clear and straightforward for everyone to understand. So the moment a user comes into Europeana, they would see an item page like the one you see on the screen, with the digital object at the top, the metadata below, and just in between they have a standard piece of rights information, like rights statements or Creative Commons public domain tools or licenses. As Annie was saying earlier, that if the user clicks on it, it would take the user to the complete rights information of the standard that they see on the screen. For us, in the context of Europeana, using standardized rights information is extremely important. I cannot stress enough how important that is. It does simplify very complex rights information, so it's our safest bet if our goal is to facilitate and encourage the reuse of the data available on Europeana. So it does provide a lot of clarity for the user, and specifically, it's important for everyone, any type of institution, but when you think of the context in which Europeana operates, which is online, multilingual, and cross-national, and therefore also cross-jurisdictional, we really need a type of standard that can operate across all of these challenges, let's say, excuse me. And also, as Annie pointed out, they are both human and machine readable, which is also essential for an online context. When data providers, so cultural heritage institutions, submit data to Europeana, they would provide the rights information through mostly two metadata fields, one that is mandatory and that will fit into that little box that you saw just below the digital object, and one that is non-mandatory, through which data providers can provide additional precision or information that they believe should be the user should be aware of. So the standard just below the digital object, so the one that is mandatory to provide when submitting data to Europeana, should be one of the 14 options that you see highlighted in gray. So we support the use of any of the 6 Creative Commons licenses, any of the 2 Creative Commons public domain tools, and 6 out of the 12 rights statements by the Rights Statements Consortium. Generally with the idea, although this probably needs to be reviewed, but with the idea that this range of statements would provide sufficient like they would cover all of the possibilities that a cultural heritage institution might assess the digital object is subject to. So we would generally encourage using as much as possible Creative Commons licenses or tools because they are the ones that effectively facilitate reuse the most. But when that is not possible, which is often the case for audiovisual material because the rights holder is unknown or the rights are too complex to clear and the organization doesn't have sufficient permission, rights statements can also be very handy. So I'll hand it over to Fred now.
So yeah, I'll give a very quick example, and unfortunately it's not an audiovisual example, but I liked it because it was involved Europeana, and it's a very recent item, and I'd actually just noticed an issue with it. I just realized I can't actually see the bottom of the image, so the point I was going to make isn't there. That might have been my fault in making the slides. Is there any way to make the image slightly smaller?
Do you think if I...
there we go. Now I can see it. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just make it, yeah.
Sorry, not great, but I'll just move the image up. And
yeah. Great, that's perfect. Thanks. Yeah, so you'll just ignore the boxes. But yes, so this was a, as I say, not an audiovisual item, but I kind of wanted to highlight these differences between accurate metadata rights information and where we as organizations have to think about all these other things. So this is a digitized item from the National Library of Scotland collections that we published this year. And where there was a box on the right there, the sort of big square box, you can see where we've put that is our rights metadata information being displayed. So that's in the actual metadata records, and that's displayed through this viewer here. And it's saying there's no known copyrights. So that is taking one of the rights statements from rightstatements.org. It's actually one of the ones that isn't accepted by Europeana, but it is one of the standardized rights statements nevertheless. So it is a standard, it is an agreed standard. And it's explaining that there's no known copyright in that work. And for more information, to visit our copyright page, and you can see that information repeated in the attribution box below, and then their attribution pop-up to the left. So there's sort of 3 points where it's telling you the same piece of information, but that's all just generated from our metadata. And that's quite a new approach for us to have these actual rights statements in there. And you can see the legacy issues that we have, because underneath where it says universal viewer, there's then this zoomable image on this page may be used with the Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 international license. And that isn't true, because we've just said the item is probably not in copyright, it's certainly not our copyright, so we shouldn't be licensing it. And this is a hangover from when we took a different approach to copyright, and we wrote this statement on our website. So rather than putting it into our metadata, we had inaccurate rights information on our website as part of our web page. And I only just realized the other week that this was the case on this particular item, for example, that we were still displaying that old information alongside the new information, because the new information was being derived from metadata, and the old statement wasn't coming from a metadata perspective. So this goes back to that original point about working together as an organization and having this harmonized approach. We've done one thing really advanced on the metadata side, and then we have forgotten about the sort of web view and what that would impact on rights information. So it's kind of just to demonstrate that, we're standing here talking about this, and we, at least from my organization perspective, have tidying up to do. So with that, I'll pass over to Annie.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, so very quickly, this is another example. This is an audiovisual work. And really what I'm trying to demonstrate here is this is actually a work that is in the BFI National Archive. And I haven't actually got my red boxes, but if you see down at the lower left, it will say copyright notice, Crown copyright managed by the BFI. This actually is from the Welcome Collection website. And because BFI doesn't capture rights information formally as part of archive collections generally. So this is just an example of this thing of the benefits of rights information, of enabling people to know what they can and cannot do with things, is I had to research this title for a project. I actually found this information on the Wellcome website, not BFI, that then confirmed to me what I thought was true, that it was a Crown copyright title and therefore is managed by us. But Wellcome obviously do have these processes in place to capture rights information and then publish under Creative Commons. And Crown copyright is a bit of a weird one in terms of UK, so not everyone has that, but I'm not going to go into that now. But this is just one example of a kind of the benefits of publishing works with associated rights metadata. Just makes everyone's life a lot easier. So thank you very much. I think then is that the end?
That's the end. Wonderful.
That is the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us from afar, Annabelle, Fred, and Ariadna. Do we have questions from the audience? Nope, everybody's thinking about all the cleaning up they're going to have to do when they get back home under metadata. Thank you so much. For us, it's time to have a break. We're going to be very disciplined. We have 15 minutes, which is not a lot of time to go to the loo, grab your coffee, drink your coffee, think about this, talk to the people you want to talk to, and then come back and take your seat. So be disciplined about this. We will ring. Are there drinks? Do we gather at the back? Coffee, tea, sweets, peanut, chocolate. Wonderful. See you in 15 minutes.
His GoPro is gone. Okay. Or we can just switch to possibly. So I do some more cleanup here.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. We have an exciting Next to the Morning program. First up are Joanna White and John Daniel from the BFI, and they will be talking about preserving off-air TV using open source tools. Please take your seats because we are commencing as of now. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Daniel, Digital Preservation Engineer at the BFI, the British Film Institute. Along with my colleague, Joanna White, we're going to talk to you today about the BFI's off-air TV recording system. The BFI National Archive began recording off-air TV to 1-inch tape in 1985. Selected programs were captured to tape by teams shown here who worked in shifts around the clock. Any sudden schedule changes or national events resulted in a flurry of last-minute recording activity on site. By 2008, we were recording directly to DV Store, allowing a more leisurely review periods. Today, the BFI is the body designated by Ofcom, the UK communications regulator, as the National Television Archive, under provisions of the Broadcasting Act 1990. This designation allows us to record, preserve, and make available TV off-air under Section 75, Recordings for Archival Purposes, of the Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988, and later Copyrights and Rights Performance Regulations 2014 under Research, Education, Libraries and Archives. In 2015, off-air TV recording became an automated process, and this was made possible by BBC Redux. The BBC agreed to provide the BFI National Archive with a fork of their Redux off-air capture solution from their Research and Development Department. Created in 2007, by the time it reached the BFI, it was 8 years old. The BBC's Redux filled a whole room. The BFI worked with BBC developers to integrate it, with our digital preservation infrastructure, with the goal of storing MPEG TS files on LTO data tape and IBM TS1150 data tape in our Spectralogic tape libraries. Built on open source technology, Redux was written using Perl and C to run from open source Linux operating systems, and was highly celebrated for its innovative design and use of open source tools. With hardware development, ours just filled one rack. Since 2015, the BFI has captured and preserved 1.2 million programs. That's 953,000 hours or 39,000 days of television. If you fancy a challenge, you could spend the next 108 years catching up on all the off-air TV recordings from the last 7 years. This material included live television, sporting events, breaking news, and advertisements. The BBC stopped using Redux in May of this year. It's now end of life, and for a few years the BFI have experienced unreliability with our recordings. Increasingly, programs can be recorded to incorrect data paths anywhere between 1850 and 2034, instead of the actual recordings, which makes it possible to automate ingest. Head of Data and Digital Preservation, Stephen McConaughey, launched our R&D project to replace Redux with an open source Python alternative that we can maintain and enhance ourselves. Stephen, Joanna and myself, aided by digital capabilities engineer Brian Fattorini, began researching hardware, streaming technology and open source tooling that would allow us to successfully build a replacement. I should emphasize that although there's lots of research for such a project, a good deal of our drive and direction was provided with a need to replicate Redux with the aim of avoiding too much disruption to our ingest workflows. This month I'm delighted to say that we launched Stora, System for Television Off-Air Recording and Archiving. 36,000 kilometres above the equator at 28.2 degrees east is a cluster of satellites called Astra. They broadcast some 470 services, mostly direct-to-home channels to Europe, and yes, we still are in Europe geographically. The frequency range is 10.7 to 12.7 gigahertz of the KU band as two bands. These are received by our dishes. They're a bit larger than the domestic types, to add some resilience. Only one of these is actually used for Stora. At the focal point of each dish is a low noise block, or LNB. We use a particular type called a Quattro LNB. This differs from domestic types on outputting 4 kinds of signal. The 4 kinds are low band horizontal, low band vertical, high band horizontal, and high band vertical. It converts these signal into a lower frequency that can be easily sent down 4 cables. Apart from polarization, many other methods are used to optimize data throughput from the satellite transponders to the receiver. And because there is so little interference in the sky, methods such as QPSK and QAM can be used. The result is that a good quality HDTV channel needs only 5 megabits per second. We chose receiver cards made by TBS TV. These have been dependable on previous projects. TBS have a range of PCI cards for satellite, cable and terrestrial reception. We use the open source drivers that are linked from their website. This TBS 6909X card has 8 receivers on it, but only 4 input connectors. Each pair of receivers shares a connector. And so they must also share band, polarization and signal type. We decided to route all our satellite feeds through patch fields to make the maintenance and fault finding easier. You can see there's a multi-switch on the shelf below. We also use F-connector to BNC adapters where possible, so we can use BNC cables. Being bayonet fixing, these are much quicker to swap. A multi-switch is used to select band and polarization requested by each receiver by a standard voltage and tone system. Polarization is selected by voltage change. Low or high band are selected by a 22 kHz tone. We use 3 receiver cards in Stora, so there's a possibility of receiving 24 different multiplexes. However, that is limited by the receiver connector sharing mentioned earlier. To record approximately 20 channel streams simultaneously to disk in a real-time system, the number of IOPS exceeds the capacity of conventional HDDs and some SSDs. We therefore went for the fastest available, NVMe. We also chose 3.5-inch form factor to allow hot swapping from the front of the server in case of drive failure. Our initial Stora system is built on an HP DL380 Gen 9 server. We configured the server to have 2 sets of RAID drives. The system drives are regular spinning drives, data drives are NVMe SSDs. To allow us to run 3.5-inch form factor NVMe SSDs, we needed an NVMe enablement kit from HP. It includes the PCI interface card, drive frame and cables. We needed a second riser card to accommodate all the PCI cards, I beg your pardon. The server must have a 2U chassis to accommodate all this, and also the receiver cards. We discovered that hardware RAID is not supported with NVMe enablement card, but Linux can create a software RAID using multiple disk and device administration resource. Each receiver card can demodulate a multiple program transport stream. We use a proprietary application built by CESPO, incidentally called Astra, to demux the MPTS to a single program transport stream, or streams. Here we have chosen 2 channels from the multi-program transport stream, and we use Astra to each produce program streams. We use a unicast RTP stream to record and a unicast UDP stream for event information table retrieval. The RTP stream is more robust. The UTP stream is chosen because it's compatible with Joanna's event information table retrieval software. All streams are local unicast and with individual port numbers. We did run some HLS streams for monitoring purposes during development. Astra is the only proprietary app we use. There may be open source alternatives, but we had experience with this software and the license cost just €220 a year. In fact, we use it for a backup system for Redux. We developed a backup system recording entire multi-program transport streams to disk with mux, date, time file names. These are put onto LTO tape manually. The story capture hardware and recording methods were developed from this old rudimentary system. In particular, we have to thank the developers of VLC who made it possible to dump a multiple program transport stream to disk. This is an example of a setup page for streams on Astra. The lower part of the page you can see the source receiver selection and the output stream setup. This is the Sesbo Astra dashboard. On the left are the receivers showing frequency and signal quality. To the right are the selected channels and their data bitrate. The first Stora hardware was a development project, so we kept costs low by using a used server. It has now matured into a finished dependable system, so we're now building a second Stora with slightly higher specification and all new parts to use as our primary system. Our original Stora will be used as a backup system. I'd like to hand over to Joanna, who will describe the Sora software. It's all free from now on.
Thank you, John. Hello, I'm Joanna White, Collections and Information Developer at the British Film Institute. I'm so delighted to be here, I have to say. This is the best conference in the world. I just have to get that off my chest. So before I show you the code, I'd like to illustrate what the scripts need to achieve. I feel that's the easiest way to start. So Stora records 17 channels each day. They're a mix of high definition and standard definition streams, some broadcasting 24 hours a day, and others, such as children's television, have a shorter broadcasting time. One full day of off-air recording can capture 500 programs to file. The examples here have been prepared for ingest to our collection management system and have been numbered according to their item record number. These 500 files use up roughly 850 gigabits of storage space, so that's approximately 300 terabytes of data recorded and ingested each year. It currently takes approximately 5 days from program capture to the files to progress to our LTO tape libraries. So each recording is formatted with a date and channel path, which you can see at the top. The program folders are named with the broadcast start time, which is the unique event ID in the middle, and the duration at the end. So our highlighted program, for example, started at 9:05 AM on the 10th of October and lasted 30 minutes. All times are coordinated Universal Time, UTC, so it's 1 hour out for us. It actually aired at 10:05 in the UK. So within each of the program folders are 3 files created by the Stora scripts. First is the info.csv, which you see at the bottom. This file contains program information, including channel, title, description, broadcast date, start time, and duration. Next is the TS file itself. Using VLC again to play it, you can see the subtitles track in real time as text overlay. And you can check the event information table program data. It's really nicely visualized in VLC with the now and next metadata for the file itself. Finally, we also make a subtitles file which contains the extracted transcript of all spoken word from the program. This data is stored in its own subtitle stream, DVB, teletext, or one of each. Making sure we don't lose any of this stream data that we've just demonstrated is critical to our preservation goal. So let's talk about the code. The code scripts can be broken into 3 groups roughly. We have schedule management, the creation and updating of EPG schedules necessary for recording some of the scripts. We have the stream recording, scripts to capture the actual TS files and manage the potential failure of the recordings. And we have the ingest preparation, which sees creation of additional files required for ingest. So the schedule management scripts are responsible for downloading the electronic program guide, or EPG, you'll hear me say. And that's metadata, creating the schedules required for the recording scripts and also maintaining as up-to-date a schedule as possible by making edits in response to stream duration changes. So fetch store a schedule is a Python script, you can see, because it's got the .py on the end. Every day it fetches the EPG metadata for each of the channels for the next 4 days from the PATV metadata's REST API. Each time it runs, it checks if an existing schedule made in one of the previous 4 days is different to the new one, and it updates it if it needs to. It uses the Python requests library to call the API's URL. Did that update? No, I've skipped too far ahead. That's it, no it did, sorry. It uses a request library on the API's URL shown at the bottom half here. Passes the BFI's unique key as a header and requests each channel's schedule for the next 4 days. It then takes the data in its original form as a JSON file, which is shown on the left, extracts the title, start time and duration, and creates the schedule for all the day's programs as a list of dictionaries on the right. And this is the dictionary that we use in the recording scripts. Stream schedule check scripts. So these two scripts essentially complete the same function, and that's to check the stream data for changes to program durations when compared to the channel schedule. So where these scripts differ is how they access the program data. The example on the left shows the metadata being retrieved using media info and the TS file version. So yeah, it actually gets the data from the TS file itself. And the example on the right is using software DVB-T, which is DVB-T-EE, to access the event information table in the user datagram protocol, or the UDP stream that John introduced earlier. So the DVB-T library relies on VLC libraries, and it doesn't work, unfortunately, with the real-time transport protocol streams, so hence we need the separate UDP stream. And here are the examples of the data that it retrieves. So the script trims each of these data blocks and accurately returns the now and next data that we need for the program start times, durations, and titles. So here's a log message for a change to BBC News HD schedule. At the top you can see a 180-minute news programme that was shortened to 150 minutes, and a new 30-minute programme about the escalating war in the Ukraine was added. The lower images show the BBC News HD schedule before and after the update. So the script needs to ensure schedule adjustments don't overwrite programs still due to be recorded, or don't leave any gaps in the schedule. At the moment, only Channel 4, More 4 and Film 4 use the media info method to check the event information table because their UDB data isn't very reliable. So for the same reason that we have two schedule updating scripts, we also have two different recording approaches. 14 of our 17 channels are recorded using the event information table now and next data fetched from the UDP stream, and 3 recorded using the EPG schedule recording scripts, again, as we just said, Channel 4, More 4 and Film 4. We also have shell scripts that manage restart of the Python scripts should one of them fail. So, thank you. Running status recorder. This script receives a channel name passed as an argument on launch. It then uses this channel name to retrieve both UDP and RTP stream details from config files. The script uses DVB-T, as we said earlier, to repeatedly download the event information table from the UDP stream to monitor the running status field. So when a new event ID appears for a program along with running status 4, then the new VLC recording launches using the RTP stream. It creates the correct folder name for the program based on the start time and the duration from the EIT data. Then it starts recording the TS file. So these logs show a new event ID being received at 8 PM and added to the current event list of a previous recorded programs. This first action is to stop the running of the VLC recording, then it initializes the new recording path and begins a new VLC recording into the folder path. And these are the shortcode functions responsible for initiating these actions. So the VLC instance being launched in the record stream function at the bottom is using the demux dump command, developed by John, actually, the command, but also helped by the Discord community, VLC community, to help me convert it into this command that we're using. So the script has no reliance on the EPG channel schedules, as we said, but I felt it's worth keeping the schedules up to date for all the channels, because if the channel 4 schedules can, data can change, then any one of them could at any time. So the other recording script, EPG Channel Recorder, uses the EPG schedules by loading the data and starting, stopping based on schedule timings. So this script is launched before midnight every day, but can be reloaded at any time during the day. So that I had to create a time calc function that checked when the launch was and made sure that the date was correct for the day. The loaded schedule is converted into the script to a dictionary called recordings, and this contains the RTB address, channel name, start date, duration, end time, program name, and the RTP stream ID, or SID. So it loops continually through the recordings dictionary, looking for items that have passed their start time, but have not yet finished their broadcast. So any that have passed their end time are removed from the dictionary so that there's not repeated checks. For each loop through the recording dictionary, this function checks the modification time of the schedule to see if it's changed. If a change is detected because the schedule is reloaded into the script and the recording dictionary times are updated, so that extends the recording at that moment. So the shell restart scripts, they're necessary for any script failures to any one of the channels. So this example for BBC News HD checks every minute that the Python code hasn't failed by using pgrep, where it just looks for the name of the script and the channel. If no processes are returned, then the script relaunches the Python, at the same time puts an empty restart text file in the recording path, which is at the bottom there. And my plan is to use that date time in our SID database so that we can update viewers that there may be a slight break in the stream. Okay, for stream failures, open source software Nagios is used. So these have been created by Brian Fattorini, and they specifically monitor if a stream's video is not being written to disk. When the stream error is fixed, the scripts will immediately begin recording again. And our final line of defense, should we suffer a localized power outage in our Berkhamsted premises, is a backup system running from Gaydon, which will capture exactly what we capture with the store of scripts. So the last few scripts, which we'll rush through, organized data so it can be ingested into our collections management system. They generate the info CSV file and the subtitles file. This is the getStreamInfo script, which uses Python subprocess module to make a media info call to retrieve the file's TS running time metadata. The start time's compared to the program's folder start. Thank you. If it matches, the script reformats the metadata for CSV using the title, description, start time, and duration, and saves it alongside the TS file named info.csv. And the subtitles. We use CC Extractor for this, again launched from subprocess call in Python. It's quite a simple script. It identifies programs that have been completed, it checks if the subtitles already exist, if not, and then it creates it. It also outputs it to WebVTT format, which you can see here very quickly. So that's a quick look at the scripts, and here are all the open source projects that we've used to build this project. Linux and its myriad of tools, obviously, so just one symbol for that. Python, VLC, Media Info, libdvbt, FFmpeg, CC Extractor, and Nagios. We are incredibly grateful to everybody who puts time into these projects. Thank you. I also like to thank one more person, JWhite88, who posted on Active State Code 7 years ago a Python 2 script, which actually works for RTP stream recording. And this was a major influence for our script writing. And yeah, I think it's a wonderful example of how being open and sharing your code can benefit people long into the future. So in line with the conference's focus on transparency, teaching, and trust, I'm thrilled to say our code base is now open source, and you can find it on our GitHub. The repository contains all the scripts, information about dependencies, and our Linux operations environments. The last few months of UK television have suffered increasing schedule instability, with political and royal events dominating live broadcasts. It's been a really fascinating time to test Stora. We can't assume society will function according to predictable patterns anymore, certainly in the UK. And so there's never been a more important time to accurately document televised social history. So we are incredibly grateful again to the open source community for providing the wonderful tools necessary to build this code base at this very important time in history. Okay, thank you.
John and Joanna, thank you so much. This is wonderful. There is no time for questions, but your homework assignment is in the repo. We'll have an overview tomorrow, so we can ask a critical code review. I'm sure you can catch these lovely people during the break. We will be switching laptops and going straight into a little-known person called Dave Rice, who will be talking something video.
You can ham it up. I need another second to switch.
We also need to do the Zoom screen share, yeah?
That's a good point. You're right. Hi everybody, I'm Dave Rice. I'm going to present about deck control, the process of trying to make video playback machines do what we want and what we can learn from communicating with them. So I've given a lot of presentations about digitization before, and normally I focus on, like when I'm setting up a digitization station, I get the back of the deck and I try to find the highest quality video and audio output I can get, and I connect it into like a video capture card and record it into a computer. With a deck like this, I would generally take the SDI signal out. The SDI signal would contain video, audio, caption data, time code, and I would record that into a computer and feel good about my work as a audiovisual preservationist. So often, like when you want to attach a deck to a computer, like eventually when you're building up the system, you start to have more decks and more computers. So where I work at the City University of New York, we generally have like a set of like 4 different Mac Minis that could connect to potentially a dozen different decks, because sometimes it's VHS day and sometimes it's U-matic day. So we have like a patch bay where we connect like the deck we want to a computer. So rather than just have an SDI connection from the deck to the computer directly, it'll go to a router, and then from the router to a computer. And from the router, we can kind of route the signal from a particular deck-computer combination. So once I have the tape in, I get on the computer, and then I do this kind of move where I lean across the room and I hit play on the video machine, and I hit record on the software to record the file. I don't necessarily have to do these at the same time, but if I hit record too early, I'll be, adding some content that's not necessarily part of the original source, like some extra black frames at the beginning. And if I hit record too late, then I'll miss part of the recording. So coordinating this, hitting play on one deck and record on the other on the software is a significant exercise. So some people, to get around this, they'll use these kinds of cables, like these 9-pin cables that you can connect to a video machine to send commands to it, like to play or stop, rewind, eject. This is kind of like a very pre-remote control interface for working with a video machine. So some software used to interact with this directly, like with Final Cut Pro 7's login capture interface. If you had a capture card that supported these 9-pin cables, you could connect your software to the deck, and if I hit like the play button or the rewind button in my software, it would transfer the controls over to the deck. In modern audiovisual editing applications, they tend not to maintain this type of feature. So even though Final Cut 7 could interface and control a video machine directly, Final Cut X can't. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if Adobe Premiere currently supports deck control or not. So one of the reasons I didn't necessarily use any deck control and instead was doing this move was that if I want a router to customize what deck to computer combination I have, that's going to involve a bunch of SDI cables to transfer the video and the audio. If I then also have to manage a routing of 9-pin deck control cables, it kind of just doubles the mess of cables. So in addition to routing audio and video, I have to synchronize a routing of 9-pin data pin connections, so that I'm not necessarily telling one deck to play while recording data from a different unrelated deck. So if I'm just using audiovisual cables and not deck control, the workflow ends up kind of looking like this, where it's just a linear process where the deck has the frames, it sends them over an audiovisual cable, and the computer just tries to keep up as best it can by recording them to a file. The computer just ends up kind of passively receiving the frames. It might get laggy, it might not be able to keep up with the data rate, so we'd have drop frames. And like in this kind of case, the computer can't ask the deck to stop or slow down. If it's having trouble keeping up, it just has to either fail at the recording or just struggle like we all do. So I started working on this project called DV Rescue recently, which is all about making software to capture data off DV tapes in particular. And DV tapes often have errors that look like this. This is an example of my friend Ben. I was recording a video of him at Dunkin' Donuts, and oh, thank you, I get power, so my computer doesn't die. It goes here. And this is an example of a head clog. Like when part of the reader of the tape is clogged, it'll just repeat data from a prior frame as a way to conceal an error. So often when DV tape glitches, you kind of have this kind of pattern where part of the frame gets stuck, even though the rest of the frame is moving. So when I got further into this project, I realized that when I play the tape another time, the errors might happen at about the same rate, but they happen in different places. So I'm going to play this clip, which is a clip of the same tape being digitized 6 times. And you'll see the sort of glitchiness kind of moves around from one to the other. I mean, it's a bit hard to catch in real-time playback, but you'll see these little errors like popping up on one or the other. So with the DV codec, it has this particular feature that's specific to DV, where inside the codec, it'll make a note of which parts of the frame are read correctly from the tape and which ones aren't. So I made this other copy of the same recording where the parts that are read incorrectly from tape are replaced with yellow. So it's a bit easier to see where the errors are here, because I'm just like disabling what the deck is doing for video error concealment. So you can see in all 6 of these recordings, the errors happen at roughly the same rate, but they're just in different places because the dust bunny rolled over, or there's still the same amount of contaminants in the deck, but they just get jumbled around because I'm fast forwarding and rewinding to do these additional captures. So if I'm trying to preserve this tape, I might say I want to pick one of them to be the master, or I could potentially do an extremely laborious edit to combine them together. But in the DV Rescue project, we worked on this feature called merge. So in DV Rescue, Jérôme made this method so that we can take multiple inputs and send them into DV Rescue. They would all be analyzed individually and merged together to make like a better copy from a bunch of bad copies. So like if frame 1 is perfect, it's just kind of written to the output as is. If it has an error, then that corresponding location is checked in the next copy to see if it's an error there. And if it isn't, then we just take the better copy from the other one. So I've been excited about this feature because it's really cool. This is kind of the resulting summary you get at the end, where DV Rescue will say what it used to sort of reconstruct what would be possible if you're using the best of every copy. So there's like a list here that shows the 6 input files, and they all have, this recording is only about 1,322 frames. And in each recording, the error rate goes from about 6% of the frames have errors to about 11% of the frames have errors, just because this is like a kind of scratchy, dirty part of the tape. Once they're all kind of combined together, the rate goes down to just a single frame having errors. So I wanted to pull up that frame to see what it was, and it's this one. Each one of these copies is misread from the tape. The tape probably has like some physical damage on it. So regardless of trying to read it 6 times, I'm still failing to get a perfect copy. This is what it looks like if I take the blocks that are misread and replace the concealed video with just like yellow. So you can see that there's sort of maybe the lower right one has less errors than the others, but they all still have errors. When these 6 frames are run through the DV merge process, it ends up making a result that looks like this, which looks quite a bit better than any of the individual copies. And when I try to cover the concealed video of yellow, you can kind of see the same. So in the combined copy, it still has a few blocks that are errors, but this is kind of assembled from taking the best of the 6 individual frames and taking the best valid blocks from each one. This is just a trait that's feasible in the design of DV. So I did 6 captures of the tape, which took 6 times the tape duration in order to do that test. So then we were thinking, well, what if we have the computer analyze the DV as it's coming in, and if there's a problem, stop the deck and retry it. So we're just retrying the part that has a known error rather than reading all of the tape, even though only a small percentage of the frames have errors. So this just shows the command line running in process, reading all the frames with the front of a deck. When it finds the error, it reports on it, it backs up the tape and rereads it, merges the results together, and then continues. So this is quite a bit of a change from, sorry, I flipped back so quickly, from this slide. Because often in digitization work, the computer's not doing anything but receiving and writing what it's getting. And we're starting to use a workflow in DV Rescue where the computer, instead of just being a passive recipient of the frame, is kind of controlling the deck and what it sends and asking it to send things again if there's a problem. This is used in a couple other formats like sector DVDs and hard drives. Like if the computer's reading and it sees that there's like a checksum fail, like it'll reread part of it. So like if you use a DVD preservation tool like DVD Disaster, you'll see it in its log, it'll say like when it's rereading sectors multiple times trying to get a successful reading, even though DVDs get super scratched up and they can be hard to get a perfect first pass. Oh, this is like one test, like Jérôme's, this is me cutting out of a chat Jérôme sent me. He was trying to see, is there an end to rereading a tape? So he did a test where I had this tape in my room where I crinkled it up so I'd have a known error in a particular place because he was like remoting into my bedroom computer and trying to read some DV tapes that way for testing the software. And he set the program to reread the tape up to 20 times to see if it could remove all the errors. And even on the 20th pass, it was still finding blocks that came through correctly on the 20th pass, but not passes 1 through 19. This is from a particularly mangled tape that I made. But normally this data is kind of cleaned up after 1 or 2 additional passes. So this is the cabling that's used to connect a DV device to a computer. It's just a FireWire cable, and this transmits both deck control and all the audiovisual data. So it has the DV stream, the audiovisual data, timecode captions, and that metadata on if the read was accurate or if it includes concealment. So that's heading from the deck into the computer, but also deck control commands over the same cable can go from the computer back to the deck. So there's this kind of like two-way communication between the computer and the deck. So the workflow kind of ends up looking like this, where the tape player is like, okay, here's some frames, and the deck is like, okay, these frames, they suck, can you please resend them? And can send a rewind command to the deck to back up, reread, try again. So it ends up being this sort of back and forth communication between the machine to reread the tape as many times as the software would like to in order to assemble a more accurate transfer. So I wanted to think about how can I do this with not DV tapes? With DV, it makes it pretty easy because one, DV gives you the information to know yes or no if the frame is accurate, and if the frame has inaccurate data in it, it tells you exactly where it is. So you can know, okay, I will look in this exact corresponding place in a matching frame of number capture to see if it's accurate there. And also, FireWire has the deck controls inside. With SDI, that's often used for digibeta tape, ASP, other types of broadcast videotape formats. There's not any error data to say if the frame is correct or not. You end up having to use something like a QC tool style approach to analyze and guess if there's a problem there because the color is strange or there's a lot more noise in the frame. So with non-DV, you have to find a different way to find out if you have a head clog or a misread. And also these SDI, which transmits over these BNC cables, doesn't have a way to communicate deck control through it. So we end up having to go to these kinds of 9-pin cables to do it. But one challenge here is if we want a computer to be receiving like content over SDI and ask the deck to resend those frames if they're bad, we have to get the computer to be able to tell the deck we want you to stop, rewind, and then play from there. And I was trying to look around and find a like cheap, accessible option for connecting these 9-pin cables into a computer, and I couldn't find anything that was terribly affordable. So we ended up developing a cable to do it. This is part of the Digital Video Commander project hosted by MePops, and I can show you what it looks like. It's we got like this cable that has 9 wires in it, and then this is like a terminal box that opens up and you can splice the wires inside. So like inside it just kind of looks like the picture in the slide, where I just get a little screwdriver, I plug in my 9 wires, and I do this on both sides and it's set. And then on the other side of the cable is this adapter that goes USB to the 9-pin cable. So when I connect these two together, like this is maybe like $20 worth of cable. Like I can get like a modern iMac or Windows computer to be able to control like a U-matic deck. So it's, I don't know, I always think of this being like several decades of technology being translated from like the most modern computer we have to these, you know, 40-year-old video machines we're attempting to control. But in order to make the cable, we had to map the wires from the computer end to the video deck end, or the innie and outie as we were calling it. This is just like another diagram that's kind of showing the pieces of how we built it. Like at one point in the Digital Video Commander project, we had a big table set up, and we made maybe 2 dozens of these cables, just like sitting around having kind of a craft project of cutting wires and splicing and getting them all together. And we sent out care packages to some archivists with candy inside and the cables and some instructions. So in addition to having an SDI cable to connect from the deck to the computer, we have this chain of cables that brings the deck control to the computer as well. So then in order to get the software to have the computer send these requests to the deck, we ended up working with Heideke, who wrote this. He originally wrote a Sony 9-pin piece of software for Arduino, where he was using like those newer Blackmagic recorders where you put like a solid state card in, and he wanted a computer just to send a command over to say like, okay, hit the record right now, or you know, hit record and stop. So I ended up asking him, can you do this but remove the Arduino dependency? And like that's when we were able to get like this software update with this cable set that worked correctly. So currently, if you run the Sony 9-pin command line tool that's downloadable at the media area site, you just get these basic like fast forward, rewind, play options, but also 5 minutes, cool. But you also get options to ask for the status and the time code. So once I was able to see like the raw status data you'd get back from the deck, it was pretty interesting. This is an example of the kind of binary data you get. You're able to tell if the deck is in local or remote mode. Basically, is it controllable by you or not? Is the cassette in or out of the machine? And then it'll tell you if it's in stop mode or if it's rewinding, fast forwarding. It'll just kind of tell you what directions it's doing. Also in byte 8, it tells you if it's near the end of the tape. Because like when you get to the end of the tape, you get to that like clear piece of plastic, and there's a light that shines through to a sensor, and if that sensor is activated, it will activate the end of tape warning here. So this is going to be a bit difficult to see, but I then started to try to capture tapes while repacking them and capturing the data. So I'm getting like all the binary flags across, and you'll see at one point, like I think this and this one are representing that it's in fast forward mode. Eventually you'll see it like kind of shift over because the deck eventually gets to the end of the tape. Yeah, right here, it'll have the end of tape marker and then it flips into rewind. And now the tape's going backwards, and eventually it hits like the time code range again and gets all the way back to the end of the tape, says it's at the end of the tape at the other end, and then stops. So I was very curious of like what I could learn about a tape by just spamming it with status commands while it's in a rewind and fast forward. And I was doing that while capturing it in rewind and fast forward. So these are some images I took of the tapes where I'm just taking the single central column of pixels from each frame while it's in fast forward mode. So from left to right represents a timeline of the process of fast forwarding a tape to one end and then it bouncing back into rewind and going back to the beginning. So the sort of like green-blue stripe you see on the left and right ends are the color bars at the end of the tape. And the middle is the end of the tape. So I guess the left and right are the beginnings of the tape. The middle represents the end. This is a DigiBeta and a Betacam SX tape being repacked. So fast forwarding all the way and rewinding all the way while capturing all the time-coded data. When I did a Beta SP tape, I also got the audio. The audio sounds kind of crazy because it's in that like high speed, like chipmunk style. But I was very curious about this because with a tape like this, I can see that there are 2 active audio channels, not 4. And I can get that knowledge for the entire tape just by like digitizing it while it's under high speed shuttle. So I sort of realized that there's 2 important scenarios for including deck control in a process. One is during digitization, that it's feasible to capture audio-visual data into a buffer with timecode to identify the frames, analyze them for likely errors, and if there's likely errors, you could potentially have the computer rewind the tape, get a second copy, analyze to see which copy is the best, output that, and keep going. So with deck control being involved in the process, you can have this kind of like double take process to digitization. The other scenario I saw deck controller being useful is before digitization in doing this like repack where you're capturing a tape while it's just rewinding and fast forwarding and rewinding. That's often a technique before digitization because you want to like apply an even tension to the tape before you digitize it, because some of these tapes might have just been sitting on a shelf for decades before being digitized. But also by just spamming it for status requests during the process, you can get information about the timecode ranges on the tape. So you can say, okay, it's a 1-hour tape, but there's only like a 10-minute recording on it. Or like a 10-minute recording and then a timecode break, and then I see like an underlying recording. And with some formats, you get some clues about the presence of like audio channels, closed captioning, that you can just like scrub out of like that high-speed capture from repacking. All right, so that's where I'm at in this research now, but I'm kind of excited to continue, so thanks.
I think the excitement is shared and felt throughout the room. Having said that, do we have questions? Yep. Please state your name and then your question.
Yeah, David Pfluger. Do you see the high-speed capture as an element also worthwhile to put into the archival package?
Maybe. I mean, I think often I'm like repacking the tape anyway, and if I just had some software control the repacking of the process, it might as well digitize from it too, because like by just asking the software, like this theoretical software, to repack the tape, when it's done, it could say, okay, here's how much duration of content you have. Here's like, okay, this is only 8 bits because it's from an SX tape and it has this many audio channels. So I think that it gives you a lot of information to have before you digitize, because sometimes I just feel lost. Like, I don't know if I should capture 2 channels of audio or 4. Like, I would like to know if this tape has captions, and it doesn't look like it at the beginning, but maybe it happens later. But I think like once you have the full digitization, it would supersede this little quick copy. So I'm not sure if, I mean, I found this data really useful before getting ready to digitize the full tape, but I'm not sure if that utility would continue after I actually have the full content of the tape. So.
Okay. I'm going to cut you short. We have a second question here, and that's the last question because then we have to shuttle on to the next speaker.
Hi, Randy Cicchini. You mentioned various different formats. Can you talk about what formats this works with and what it does not?
Well, I mean, I was talking about DV tape in particular and the DV Rescue project for a part of it, and that's where I sort of learned and put into practice this technique to have a computer reread, like control the deck to reread parts, and then I was trying to apply it to other types of tape. So I did a test with Beta SX, DigiBeta, and Beta SP, and I see I get tons of timecode information and like the flags from the deck, but whether I get like any high-speed audio information seems dependent on the format on the deck. So I don't know, I'm just at like the sort of exciting part where I'm like, oh, this sort of research is worthwhile and I should continue.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dave. We have 3 more sessions before we go out for lunch, so please welcome to the stage Radoslav. We have with us Radoslav Markov, also a well-known face in the No Time to Wait community, who will be talking about more videotape capture, this time directly from the source. Take it away.
Hello, I just briefly, because this is work in progress, I just briefly show you the new approach for the captured videotape. I'm sure that in this community it's not necessary to say how much important is restoration of the old audiovisual archive due to the recently events like pandemic and war. There is explosion of the retro channels which need the content. There is a lot of content, yet there is a more and more problem in time with digitization of this content due to the reasons you will see. So the old fashion to do the digitization is using a classical capture card, using analog of quite old VTR. You know that the some standards is not produced since 70s, and it's very hard and complicated to restore them. There was a problem like element aging, especially the capacitors, and obsolescence. It's mean that sometimes you just cannot find the working unit of the VTR. And because engineering of that time is not engineering today, they suffer for a lot of problems, low quality, cross interference, name it as well, crosstalk, luminance, chrominance. Here on the picture is a classical way of capturing. Old capacitors make bad filtering, buzz, 50-60 Hz more array. Also the elements of that time not perfect, also the aging in time, and you begin to have more and more crosstalk. You see it on the left picture, very hard crosstalk, luminance, chrominance, and on the right picture you see the time-based issues. And there is as well the dropouts that classical analog scheme cannot resolve. So definitely there is a need to find a new way to get the picture from the tape. So first attempt, it was 10 years ago, was by commercial Quadriga Video RF. They first get the idea to capture directly from the video heat. It was FPGA based only, standalone, and targeting only the Betacam and Betacam SP. The benefits was it's a quick, it's real time, it's a good quality, and the disadvantage that it is extremely expensive. Only one format, not tunable. It means that you cannot fine-tune parameters in order to read different tapes. And it's a standalone, you need that staying, and that's all. But idea was good. So what we propose further, you see here the videotape recorder where we capture directly from the heat the video signal after the video switcher and preamplifier. It's done with the analog to digital converter that converts analog signal to the USB 3, like a capture device, and you can capture it. It's just like oscilloscope capture. You know, it's just capturing the signal in 16-bit and convert it. What we decide after some checking, it's a 40 megahertz sampling rate in order to cover well the bandwidth of the videotape, which is 6 to 7 megahertz in the best professional cases. And 16-bit in order to have good dynamic range. Why? Because this is better for the dropout compensation, which already decreases a lot if you have 16-bit dynamic range. As well, it's usage of cheap but good analog digital to USB converter, which is dedicated to software-defined radio. They are good because they have low noise, they are cheap, also they have 16-bit and enough bandwidth. Also, sensitivity can be changed. It means that you have voltage controlled amplifier in order to fit exactly, because I observed that some recorders have different levels, different recorders have different levels of the heat output signal, so you definitely need a voltage regulated amplifier. And it can be captured directly from the heat. It's sometimes hard to find the right point. Sometimes if you have the schematic, it's easy to get the capture point. And the best example is some Umatics, where you have so named RF out, which is mostly dedicated to the time-based corrector, but can be used because there is a normalized signal directly from the heat. As well, it's also possible to capture already composite signal and decode them. It means that you bypass some, but it is some compromise, and we'll see why. So after we capture the samples is captured, they are recorded to disk. It means that you do a very simple Linux command, which is dd ef/dev/capture of equal /home/some file, and you do absolutely bit copy capture of the signal that coming from the heat. By the way, after that, this signal can be heavily compressed because it's a signal, and most preferred way is the FLAC because it should be lossless. And you can use that as a digital scan backup of your tape. If something happen in the future, a better signal processing or something, you have your storage, your digital signal storage. How much it happened in 16-bit is kind of 175 gigabytes per hour without compression. It's heavily compressed, so can be 10-20 times compressed. After that, you have already offline proceeding that can be made in any computer. Of course, it's preferred more powerful, not yet GPU acceleration, but it's on the way. Here you have the preamplifier, all that software parts of the things. So I'm talking with analog names, but practically this is the parts of DSP. It's a preamplifier, it's the low and high pass filters. This is FM demodulation for the luminance signal. There is also equalization because it's equalized on recording and should be de-equalized. And then some magic tricks that make so important time-based correction, which is maybe one of the most forced point, because this time-based correction and dropout compensation is made from the original signal, replacing expensive and not available TBCs. As well, it's made on 16-bit, which is give you a much more room and much better signal. And then you have the raw video signal, very raw. It means that just the samples of RGB, it's RGB, not YUV, RGB samples, which then by FFmpeg, classical way, is combined on the video file you want, compressed or uncompressed. Of course, preferably is FFV1, but you can be any. But it means that there is a FFmpeg which combine the absolutely raw signal that out of this. It's interesting that you can change software parameters in the filters and in the FM demodulation in order to catch most of the videotapes. By the way, initial approach was just to emulate analog blocks in VTR. It means that you get the schematic and emulate the box, but it's happened it's not a good idea if you work in digital domain. You have a new digital approach, and this is a classical DSP approaches like fast Fourier transformation, FM demodulation, finite impulse response filters, and things like that's common to the DSP processing. Can be done in Python code or by so named GNU Radio. GNU Radio is system mostly for SDR that contains some blocks which contain some processing, and you can make a chain of them and process your signal as you want. By the way, by Python is very tunable, but a little bit complicated because you need to write program. And in GNU Radio is easy, but you are still limited to the possibilities of this GNU Radio. It's still needed fine-tuning, and what is important, as I said, different system only constants change it, because most of analog formats is the same. It's the so named color under, and it's differ only the frequency of modulation and so named carrier. So changing the some constants, you can process all that what is stated here. Most complicated task, and that was leveling of the signal. Leveling is leveling, I can explain, and the time-based correction. We just get where the start of the end of the synchro pulse is, and then we numbering the samples. It's well more complicated than that, but anyway. And another problem is that I would especially to mention, as everything in our business begin to be interested by deep amateurs that have no knowledge, and there is a risk they to compromise the good idea by doing some quick but full of errors and problems software, and that way to compromise this otherwise very good approach. So we need to stay away of enthusiasts and amateurs. So this is some result. I don't show the, for technical reason, the playback of real video. This is the, well, this is like hello of the TV capture, the table, because you can judge a lot of things on that table. And then still needed to make some fine tuning of what? Better stability and full crosstalk remove. Right now it's trade-off between crosstalk remove and edge quality of the image. Need to do some fine-tuning parameters, user interface, and another thing is to fine-tune the constant for all the analog tapes. Right now it's mostly VHS, Umatic, and maybe Betamax. Near future, it's AI approach. What does mean? It's pick up the signal which is of given frame and match to the already ready frame, and by this training of the convolution network, it can be make decoding much faster and with much less, but it's needed a huge training of the system with ready signals. And further development of this system, this is far featured right now in scientific domain, but still working. It's especially for the sticky sheet, destroyed, or any tape that cannot pass through the video heat. There is two approach for contactless scanning. One is look on the what we want to scan. This is the electron scan beam, and NV mean nitrogen vacancy, quantum magnetometer scan. Shortly what this means, scanning electron beam, you in vacuum unfortunately, but for the very valuable tape, it can be a solution. You scan with electronic beam the track on the tape, and because electronic beam is deflected by Lorentz, you can easily read what the magnetic field of given track is, and then decode to signal that further will be processed in that way. So you can read contactless the tapes that in bad condition and cannot be read by usual tape. What is here is some magic tools that show you if you put on the tape, you can see the track and you can give an idea what kind of track is that, where exactly the video tracks are, which azimuth, etc., etc. So this is the first tool in order before to be scanned. On that, we will release the very soon scientific paper. And second reading way is NV quantum magnetometer. This means nitrogen vacancy. This is small diamond where one of the carbon atoms is replaced with the nitrogen. And by some magic, it's become very, very, very sensitive to magnetic field, extremely sensitive. It means that you can read magnetic tape where the surface is already, for some reason, removed. So what is left, because it's some picor femtotesla sensitivity. It's used widely in the science, but not yet used in the video recording industry. Just to mention, to conclude of that unfortunately, from my own experience, big science not yet entered the audiovisual archiving. And believe me that it would enter, suddenly a lot of problems will be resolved in a magic way. Just need some understanding and some way to translation. Finally, because it's FFmpeg mostly meeting, this is my thoughts about the FFmpeg. First of all is better documentation, but not by the FFmpeg maintainers, but by people that writing the libraries, because FFmpeg maintainers cannot know everything what is in the heat of the library makers. Still good graphic user interface is on to-do list, despite there is a lot of, but still needed. And idea of FFmpeg to become even more flexible is to have one kind of, I cannot explain the exact, what kind of video audio frame server. It means that it sends uncompressed frames somewhere outside. This outside return, but not by pipe like now, just by real audio video server, and then return process it in some magic way, processed video, and then further go to FFmpeg way. And my small contribution, I tried to convince all the manufacturers of the outdated or legacy hardware to open it for usage with FFmpeg or Odin Opera. So what does mean? There is a lot of outdated, let's say, Avid Mojo or Adrenaline things that is perfect for the videotape capture, but it's not more supported, not sold, not nothing. It's just left as is. And if we have software model, we can use them as a capture or a playing device for the videotapes, because it's right now second hand, they cost very small, they still working. And last but not least, this is with in line with the recent European Union directive, which is Green Deal. That means that we should not make the electronic electronic waste, and right to repair is also entered in, which this means that things need to work not for 2 or 3 years, need to work 15, 20 years. So I think that if help the pressure from the community to make pressure. I already tried to pressure these companies, which still not yet do. Some of them say, wow, it's a good idea, maybe we think and we will release the SDK of our device. Another still thinking, and I think that community must so right now a special gift for you, and order a filter that maybe will be introduced in the FFmpeg, which is a speech denoiser enhancing using AI. By training it in a special way, you can denoise or even better to repair the speech that is overmodulated. And it sounds like a studio. This will be available till next Monday. because it stay on my own premises, and you can check it and give me the feedback. And if it's work well, I think that there will be a new a new wave of FFmpeg filters that already extensively use AI outside the very famous and popular NNEDI filter. So that is, if it's work well, maybe I'll try to, and FFmpeg introduce audio video server, maybe will be the next improvement. So I wish to thank you. I hope you understand everything right now. I asking your question as well as your critics, thoughts, observation, and even outright reads.
Of course, everybody here has read the code of conduct and knows that we do not condone outright threats. So,
what?
That according to the code of conduct, you don't threaten each other. But you're open. It's good to know. Thank you, Radoslav. I'm also glad that you mentioned Lawrence, because he's a famous Dutch mathematician whose center is here nearby in Leiden. So.
Oh, in Leiden.
Yeah.
Yes.
20 minutes train ride. We have
5 minutes for
questions. Yes. Just let me come up. Please state your name before asking a question.
Hi, Steve Lum from Matroscan VLC. I think we all appreciated your dislike of amateurs in the field, and so I wanted to see how you plan to get rid of FFmpeg as well, because it's basically an amateur project.
No. It's a long story. I made the presentation last year at IBC about that. Open source is two things. One thing is made by enthusiastic amateur that have not yet girlfriend or boyfriend, and they want to fill their time with writing some open source. In the moment they give a girlfriend or boyfriend, they will abandon that suddenly. And another story of the open source is a serious foundation like FFmpeg, like Academy. Academy is those that give the Oscars, like inventor of something, like for example, inventor of MQSF. They do the same open source, but first of all, they know basics. They know the standards. They know everything before to make this software. For that reason, this open source software is very good. It's stable. It's supported. It's maintained, etc. Unfortunately, those amateurs that also make software, they compromise idea. I say it was long, 20 minutes, so I cannot reproduce right now, but just say that those amateurs that try to make something, they do not respect standard because they don't know, have no access to standards. They don't know basic things on the video and audio processing. So for that reason, they compromise idea of the open source. For that reason, still, of course, I will continue to FFmpeg. I say that I try to make a contribution because FFmpeg already get a critical mass of supporter, which means also the deep professionals begin to, a long time ago, to support the FFmpeg. And de facto, it's already a standard. It means that you cannot be in the audio video business without FFmpeg. So this is not valid for FFmpeg and all the ecosystem around the FFmpeg. This was happened because some people tried to make the similar approach of that, which is 6 years already they tried to make something like that, but unfortunately they are still where they was 6 years before. For that reason, I say that this is the very dangerous for the community to everybody writing open source, etc. So you cannot compare some guy with Academy. Academy is those that give Oscar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Radoslav. I think plenty to talk about at the bar. And I look forward to seeing the results of your AI restorations at the next edition. Right now we are switching to Zoom because we have with us Stefania. We have a presentation prepared by Stefania Oikonomou, who's going to be with us, Katerina, Zourou, and Bente Lilja. And who will be talking about hackathons as open innovation examples for the cultural heritage preservation during conflict. So let's see if this works. Stefania, we have that audio is not in that audio interface. Stefania, give us a moment while we. Yes, I can hear you, but the room can't yet, but they will in about 30 seconds.
I cannot hear you if you're talking.
Yes, this is wonderful. We can hear you, and you can put a few slides. Can you hear me, Stefania?
No, I'm not hearing. Check. Okay, so you can hear me. So I move on with the presentation. Okay, because I can't hear you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Wait a second. Okay, hi everyone. Hello. I assume you can see my screen. Well, I'm Stefania Oikonomou. I'm a political scientist and I work at Web2Learn, an R&D company in Greece. And today with Katerina, Zourou from Web2Learn and Bente Lilja B from BLB, we are going to present hackathons as a manifestation of open innovations for cultural heritage preservation during a conflict. Now, we believe this talk is also a contribution to the No Time to Wait conference because we highlight work that also involves the digital heritage field, the digital humanities field, and we also urgently point to the need of immediate action taking amid disruptive and critical social conditions like war. Next slide. So today we want to critically reflect on participatory and open innovation practices. In our case, we're talking about hackathons that are designed for cultural heritage preservation during an armed conflict. In our case, we are focusing on the current Ukrainian conflict. Now, for today's talk, we have set two objectives. The first one is to map and showcase hackathons for Ukrainian cultural heritage. And the second one is to address some open features that come as a result of the hackathons. Now, before going into details about the hackathons, I would like to say that this presentation is a result of collaborative and collective efforts that date back since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. Now, we became extremely interested in understanding how citizens and citizen engagement can be manifested in the cultural heritage preservation field. So we organized a series of events to get more insights. So on June 2022, we organized a webinar on cultural heritage threats in Ukraine and the role of citizen engagement. And we engaged in discussions with experts from the cultural sector, from Europe and in Ukraine. Then we participated in a hackathon, the EU Space for Ukraine hackathon on July 2022, where we submitted our challenge on Ukrainian cultural heritage threats, and I'll say a few more things on this challenge later on. Then on September 2022, we held an online session at the Europeana conference where we talk about citizen engagement and academia by focusing on drivers of open innovation in cultural heritage preservation during crisis. We talk about Ukraine, but we also talk about Syria and efforts there by experts and citizen communities to help preserve their cultural heritage. Now, with Katerina, Zourou, we have also submitted a paper on citizen engagement in cultural heritage preservation in Ukraine, that it has been accepted at the Euromed conference that takes place in Cyprus in November 2022. And our last action so far will be the release of an open access resource on open innovation in academia society cooperation for Ukrainian cultural heritage. This will be an open access resource that will be released in the context of the EU-funded ECOIN project. Now, having said that, let's focus on hackathons. As you may know, hackathons are 2 or 3 days events that gather people who work together to provide solutions. And hackathons have been extremely popular lately because they also provide solutions to pressing and difficult social situations. We have experienced this during COVID-19 and or during natural disasters. Now, hackathons are usually preferred because they provide quick problem solving. And they also provide a platform where collaboration, open culture, and transparency can thrive. So why hackathons for cultural heritage? Well, hackathons usually adopt an open and participatory-based approach that is very important and critical during difficult social conditions like in warfare. And also hackathons provide room for more social actors to be involved. We can see citizens, amateurs, students, but also experts and professionals in being engaged in hackathons. And in this way, we can say that hackathons can empower people in uptaking action also for the cultural heritage field. Now, in our spotlight, we will see 2 hackathons for Ukraine that were running in this semester. The first one is Hackathon for Ukraine, and the second one is the EU Space for Ukraine hackathon, in which we were directly involved. Now, Hackathon for Ukraine was organized on March 19, 2022 by programmers and students from the Warsaw University of Technology and Imperial College London. Well, the aim here was to provide digital solutions to support Ukrainian citizens. The connection between cultural heritage preservation and this hackathon can be seen as the second winning team developed a damage map that allows citizens in Ukraine to monitor damage in heritage, for example, in public buildings. The other hackathon includes a challenge that uses Earth observations for Ukrainian cultural heritage. It is the EU Space for Ukraine hackathon that was organized by the European Union Agency for the Space Program. And the goal here was for hackathon teams to use Earth observation and space data for humanitarian aid in Ukraine, but also for Ukrainian refugees abroad. So in this hackathon, Katerina, Zourou, Bente, Lilja, Jovanka Kulikowska, and myself, we submitted a challenge on cultural heritage under threat in Ukraine. It was the only challenge of this hackathon that considered cultural heritage as a basic component of humanitarian aid. And our goal was to monitor threats and damages in Ukrainian cultural heritage by using Earth observations. Our challenge was also based on efforts that combine citizens working together with experts on data identification, mapping, analysis, and release of open access results. So we can say that the role of citizen has been fundamental in both data collection in Ukraine and data aggregation and analysis done remotely outside of the country. As far as technology is concerned, various technologies have been used, from sensor-based and sensor-driven data to satellite imagery in an open access form. We use 2 types of open data sources in our challenge. The first category, the first type, is citizen-generated data, and the second one is sensor-based and satellite data. For the first category, we relied on data that citizens themselves uploaded in a platform created by the Ministry of Culture and Information of Ukraine, where citizens uploaded photographs of damaged cultural sites in Ukraine. And for the second type of data, we relied on 2 platforms, Save EcoBot and EcoDojo, who gather official air quality monitoring data from official air quality monitoring stations in Ukraine, but also for satellite data, we relied on the Copernicus service. Now, we have combined these 4 datasets, and we are currently working on a prototype that's under development. Now to some concluding remarks that we would like to mention. There are some open features that we have identified as a consequence of our engagement in hackathons. So we can claim that usually hackathons allow for a provision and the reuse of open data, as we have multiple and various citizen-driven data sets that can be combined with automated ones. In our case, we combine citizen-driven datasets with sensor-based datasets and satellite data. And we can also assume that hackathons allow for interoperability. Also in our case, we had the opportunity to work on common data spaces and to work on common technical standards through open APIs. Lastly, what we believe is the key takeaway of this talk is that more social actors should be engaged in open innovation practices in order to develop products and services for the benefit of cultural heritage, especially when we're talking about cultural heritage under threat as the one currently in Ukraine. Of course, we seek to expand our project idea. So if you think you can contribute to this or you see yourself in this project, feel free to contact us. This is also an overview of ongoing activities. We have a short video, some open access collection of resources, and our presence in the conferences. Thank you very much. Open to questions.
So, Stefania, in order to be able to ask questions, can you hear me now, or are we still without audio input? It looks like the last. Does anyone have an urgent question that we can address, so I can type it in the chat? I see no hands. I'll just type then, because that's what the stage coordinator does. But thank you. We have no further.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Questions. Thanks. Okay. That means that we can transition slowly to our next speaker. Maybe we should wave. I'm not sure if it's alive to the camera, if she has a YouTube stream on. That was quite a switch from streaming decks to social innovation, but we have all the things here at the No Time to Wait conference. For the people that are hesitant to write in the shared collaborative notes document because there's not enough power supplies, that's being worked on. After the launch, we will have power supplies in the room so you can charge your laptops and contribute in Twitter and collaborative notes take and all the things. Next up, we have the last presentation before the break. It's our very own Sound&Vision network, the Dutch Digital Heritage Network's Tamara van Zwol, who will be talking about Preservation Watch and monitoring technological trends in a network of expertise. So once those slides are up, that's for you to enjoy. Nobody minds seeing peanut butter chocolate again.
Thank you so much. My name is Tamara van Zwol and I'm Preservation Manager for the Dutch Digital Heritage Network at Sound&Vision. I will tell you about a monitoring program that we started over a year ago. It's quite a mouthful, as you can see up here. Working towards a supra-organizational preservation watch function within the Dutch Digital Heritage Network. Basically, it's all about monitoring technological trends in a network of expertise. Perhaps supra-organizational sounds a bit scary, but all will be well, don't worry. I already said I work for the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, which is a network of heritage institutes like the National Library, like the National Archives of the Netherlands, but also Sound&Vision and many more. We have a focus on collaboration and shared services, and it's developed and managed by the partners in the network. And the basis for collaboration is written down in a national strategy for digital heritage. Now, part of this network is the active preservation community, which I represent here. And I will tell you today what we mean by a supra-organizational preservation watch, what activities we have undertaken already, and what our future plans are. Well, as you know, preservation of digital information objects can and will be influenced by all types of factors. Advancing technologies, for example, organizational policies, the changing needs of your designated communities, file formats that are getting obsolete, or even climate change. Some of these developments can pose a risk, or perhaps in the best of times prove to be a benefit to the life cycle and preservation of digital information objects. Therefore, it's important to monitor internal and external developments in order to take an appropriate measures in time. And this monitoring function is called Preservation Watch. If you do this monitoring properly, you know what preservation planning and actions you have to undertake. You will be prepared. So what is the problem? How do you keep track of the array of developments and possible risks? Because like you all, you follow all new reports, you go to different conferences worldwide, like this one. You delve into information that might or might not be important for your specific needs. And for organizations with limited resources and who do not have limited resources, it might be a struggle to keep up. Or you might lack some of the specific knowledge that is required. So there is a need for collaboration. So this is part of the answer. This is where the community comes in. A community of heritage organizations where you can find and share practical expertise, where you can signal and observe new developments, where you can do research. And where you can ask experts to address specific topics within the context of Preservation Watch. For these reasons, the Dutch Digital Heritage Network started building a supra-organizational Preservation Watch function in March 2021 by forming a group of experts. This Preservation Watch function is meant as an addition to the watch function organizations install for themselves. It's not meant as a replacement. That is why we say supra-organizational. And it's just monitoring. We're not an advice group for specific questions. Now, Sound&Vision is the coordinating party in this group, working with experts from various Dutch heritage organizations of different sizes and shapes. And that includes archives and libraries, museums, audiovisual and media organizations, and the digital humanities. So we have experts from each target group. So what does this super-organizational preservation watch contain? It's about monitoring technological developments that may have an impact on the sustainability of digital information. It's about weighing risks and opportunities that these developments entail, because some of them might be very present, very pressed, and others might only be important after a few years. So you have to keep track on that and see what the risks are involved. It's about testing new tools and services that may be helpful in ensuring the sustainability of digital information. And it's about documenting and sharing, of course, the results of all these actions. In our definition of Preservation Watch, as you've seen before, we talk about monitoring all kinds of developments, technological, organizational, political, social developments, and even the wishes and needs from designated communities. And though it's our goal to extend the number of topics we monitor for this definition, in the current setup of Preservation Watch, we focus only on technological topics. The idea is to start small while setting up the groundworks for this monitoring and of course gaining experience, because we only started, well, now more than a year, but we're still gaining experience. Within the scope of technological topics, the emphasis will be on topics that are, judging from the signals from the network, considered to be the most urgent, like file formats and preservation tools, metadata models, schemes and standards, and storage techniques. And to cover these topics, the current Preservation Watch group has been divided into 3 subgroups that each focus on one of these topics. For each topic, the expert group works with a stock agenda of developments that needs to be kept up to date. On the one hand, each subject is about monitoring existing products, services, developments that change, become outdated or obsolete, and therefore pose possible risks, like, for example, the file format Adobe Flash, which is not supported anymore. On the other hand, it's about identifying new products, new developments that may have potential for the heritage sector or have a risk as well, like DNA as a storage techniques. We don't yet know which side the coin will fall. Now, there are 3 groups, and I will show you what every group is doing at the moment. The group on file formats and preservation tools has narrowed down their research topics to the limitations of preservation tools, file formats that are on the brink of becoming obsolete, and workflows for migration and conversion strategies. A project has been formulated to expand on a study which uses the bus diffusion model to predict the life cycle of a file format. The goal is to automate the analyzation process of different file formats. In addition, the study will explore the effects of different applications on a file format's life cycle. Also, this year the group will publish about several conversion and migration projects that have taken place in the members' archival and museums institutions. And we'll also publish information about cinematographic file formats. That's a hard word for me. The second group, on metadata, focuses on learning about and getting to know the differences between several metadata models. The group currently explores the possibilities of linked open data. We've seen a presentation in the morning about this topic. And also what linked open data implies for archival institutions. Another topic this group studies is what the group calls technological innovations. The group focuses on technology and bias. For example, the automatic detection and repair of unconscious bias in collection metadata, and the dangers of using artificial intelligence to create metadata, one of the dangers being the unintended creation of biased metadata. The group also planned on writing about the impact the new Dutch archival law on digital archiving. But since the implementation of that law has been postponed 2 years later than now, the group has temporarily dropped this subject. And finally, the group on storage techniques. They will delve into different methods of storing data. There are currently some innovative techniques being developed for storing data. For example, there are techniques that have come up with DNA, glass, or other new ways to store information. These techniques claim that a lot of information can be stored compactly. To evaluate these new techniques for heritage institutions, the group wants to use digital preservation storage criteria. In addition, the group also wants to evaluate some of the existing techniques like tape and file, and emerging techniques like long-term object storage and optical storage techniques against these criteria, so that a comparison can be made between existing, emerging, and future storage techniques. In doing so, at the same time, the evaluation criteria can also be examined to see if they're satisfactory or if there are any missing criteria. It's the group's aim to publish these results this year. And even though we've narrowed down our focus for 2022 to the previously mentioned topics, the 3 topics are still quite extensive. We thought we started small, but it's not so small after all. Therefore, The expert group will be supported by external experts. We call them watchers. These watchers can provide the necessary monitoring actions to enable the expert group to focus on weighing risk factors and share the most important risks and developments for the heritage community within the network. Now, we have found watchers already for the groups on file formats and metadata, and we're still interviewing people for the watcher position for storage techniques, but we hope that will come through. And it's our aim for the watchers to start and publish their results in the third and fourth quarter of this year. Now about communication, because we're a network. So where do we store and show the results? There is a platform in the Netherlands, it's called KIA, Kennis- en Informatiearchieven, which is translated knowledge and information for archives. So most archivists know it and use it. It has different groups where you can post blogs, agenda items, even job entries. And one of them is about preservation. Archivists are able to write blogs on that group. Now we made a specific knowledge index on Preservation Watch, which combines all the blogs that are published, because the KIA platform is very good and information giving, but to search it, if you don't know where to look, it might be a bit tough. So that's why there's an index where you can just link directly to the right blogs. Now, as you can see, this is the knowledge index that's there. There are the three groups again, the file formats, the metadata, and the storage techniques. And underneath, you can find the most recent blogs that are published. So we'll be adding more blogs and information here in the future. Now, what about our future plans? We would like to continue our monitoring research and blog about it a lot, because we feel we only started now, and of course the watchers are now busy and researching and writing. So that's very, very nice. We'd really set it up. So we'd like to continue this next year. The expert group uses Trello. I'm sure everybody knows it, where you can make boards to manage your projects, and here we publish new ideas within the group, concept versions of research. The weighing risks are there before we publish anything on the KIA platform. And we really want to involve the community more and ask for their feedback. Are these the topics that they're really interested in, or do we miss out some topics that they might be interested in? And perhaps they follow, because we are network, they go to conferences like these, read reports, do their own research, which they find interesting for our group to share broadly in the network. So we really want to involve them more. That will be my presentation. We have a new coordinator for the Preservation Watch group. It's Kiki Lennaerts, and she's here today because she's presenting later on. So if you want to know more, it's best just to let her know, give her an email, and or ask about me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tamara. So that means that we can't ask questions now, because we should ask Kiki, or can we ask you questions? Oh, okay, wonderful.
Both ways, both ways.
Okay, so here's a question from the audience. Please state your name first.
Hi, I'm Laura. I work at Memo. I was wondering, do you have a sustainable way to keep the documentation? Because the KIA platform will also disappear after a while. Is there a way to keep the documentation sustainable, or is it duurzaam?
Yeah, I understand.
In a way?
I understand what you mean. You mean the blogs, the content.
Are you preserving your preservation research?
Good question.
So meta.
Of course, Sound&Vision is the coordinating party, and also the institution. So we have, well, I'm not sure how sustainable Google Drive is really, to be honest. But oh yes, you look very, very apprehensive about that. But we do keep the blogs there as well, because KIA will change, and perhaps someday it won't be there anymore. And you want to migrate as well, so we're keeping the information there. And we chose this Kia platform also because it was already there and it had some functions that we found very interesting, like the indexing part. And it was for free, so we didn't have to build anything because, well, you know, everything you build dies someday. So yeah, but it's a good question. We keep it in the Google Drive with everything else from Sound&Vision.
Okay. Other questions? Ooh, yep.
David Pfluger. Does it purely focus on digital preservation?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, it does. Yes, certainly.
Okay. Will you be sharing the Trello board with us, or is it a secret?
I have to look it up.
Okay.
I can share it later on.
That makes sense.
If
okay.
you want.
Well, if you're looking for more topics for the Preservation Watch, I would say let's make use of the glorious time we will be having for lunch, because that is coming up. And all of these people, I'm sure, have quite a few topics on their mind. So we are going to break at this moment. Thank you again, Tamara, for the presentation. Thank you for the thank you to the audience and for your questions and your time and your interest, and the people online and the people supporting the conference. My time as a stage coordinator is up. Thank you for being with me and us. Somebody else will take over in the afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Lunch. Enjoy. And we'll be back here at 2 p.m. sharp. Don't miss it.
I'll take over, so I'll meet you there.
seconds of being like, I wonder where the presentation is.
Oh, that's, oh, I remember I saw it before, so I knew it was there. And otherwise.
Do you need me to get anyone to talk to you before?
Yeah, we do have some checks to make, especially with Oomen.
Yeah.
That's the one. It's the most because it has 4 videos. And roundtable is
Let me see if she's awake.
yeah, she said 6:35. No, I'm not sure what that is in Brazilian time.
For Valeria, it's even worse because she's in Seattle.
Oh, in Seattle? Oh.
So I don't know, 9 hours, maybe 10 or...
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna put everything
So we
for
have
the afternoon.
15 minutes of break to prepare for her.
Yeah, that's true. We do, and I said to her. I've also got one video. Marjolein Steeman.
I saw Bruna trying to connect to the Zoom. Like,
yeah,
it was like, Bruna wants to get in.
Yeah, she is in there.
Okay.
I said she could come.
Very good.
Yeah, if you're doing things,
Oh,
keep going.
okay,
We're
okay.
just
Yeah,
testing
you're testing something. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
second configuration. Great. So mine went straight into mirroring actually as well. So you need to just set up your displays to have the left-right thing. But if you don't power down, I think when you come tomorrow it'll be the same because I did this yesterday and I set up. So I did it in the displays in the system preferences. That's such a great way of getting to places. Why do I never do that? Bottom back, here we go. And then, yeah, it's internal. Yeah, what's going on? It's been a bit of fun there, isn't it? Is the connection a bit nicky? Let me hold this. Yeah, so you can turn off that mirroring. I think it's in the bottom there. There you go, yeah. That's it. Perfect.
So what happened now? Then you have two.
Yeah, now it's flipped you, so you've got the wrong one. It's all behind you. Oh, I had to do this earlier. It's hard work. So maybe if we go back, oh, we'll just close that. Done. There you go. So you can change. Yeah, if you right-click the one on the right, I think you can make that the main display. There you go. Now you can look back at this again. Oh no, it's done it for you. It's just. Oh, that's strange, isn't it? Okay. You want the main display on the right, but you need to get it on your computer. That's it, yeah. And then you need to reset the main display for the right one, I think. Oh, I'm pleased we've tested this. It's worth doing, isn't it?
What did you say?
You want the main display on that one, yeah, on the right one, I think. And maybe it will. No. Oh, okay, this is going to take a little bit. Yeah. Maybe in the display settings it might have something on it. No, we went in there already, didn't we? Are there more options in the drop down when you right click it? Maybe there's some more. Maybe that's. Put the main display back on the one on the right for a second, and then I'll unplug you and plug you in again and see if that resets it. It might have got a bit confused. There we go. That's back on your screen now. Look on the right. So let's see if we plug it in. It might. Oh, sod it. It's done it again. How strange.
I wonder how I would do if I would do it live here. If I would type.
Yeah, you need to see it. Yeah, this.
So maybe I want to have visual.
Maybe try universal control. See if there's something in there that gives you some. I've never had this. This is very strange.
Actually.
Maybe, yeah, maybe there's something else in there. I think we just have to go through the settings and see what we can do. Okay, look top, there you go. That's your, yeah, that needs to be your home main display. There you go, perfect. And then the other one is the extended display. That's down. I bet if you go back to the other now you can switch it. Perfect. So, I think you just need to drag your screens back over this side. Yeah, you just drag those windows here, and you'll have your setting. So drag and drop them again. Yes, we're there.
I wonder how I would do if I want to do live demo and type here. But I would want.
That's going to be, yeah, I understand what you were saying.
I wonder if I should do visual. Maybe I want to have it.
Yeah.
So I can just show this exact same.
That's a very good idea.
And I can have notes. I don't have many notes.
So, today we're.
I was just checking
okay.
if it works. Sorry, I should have.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, sorry to distract. exactly on that. Go down that. It's mirrored. That's it. So put in there. Okay, I'll stop interfering. I'll let you set yourself up. Yeah, that's a very good.
But so the Zoom thing is for the online people.
Yeah. So
okay, so now I understand. So this is only for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just have to set the
First
share
that
screen.
you use the Zoom somewhere else, and that one was the one that.
No. Okay. You just have to set up your screen. Well, that's how I was doing it. But for you, you'll just share your main screen, I think, and everything you do on
but
there.
That's good. Then I can just show this in like full screen. I don't know. I guess I have to repeat.
You can. Does it control?
I think you can do this. I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah. It's quite. Oh yeah, that and it goes down. It doesn't go up. So your slides, do you have notes written out? Are they printable?
I can write them.
Okay.
I don't have any notes. I will probably. Maybe some. I usually do half.
Yeah.
I usually look here when I talk.
Yeah, I know. That's I mean. That looks perfect. And you said a good question might be, a basic starter might be, how does somebody, somebody who wants to use this, what is a good way to get involved or to get or to start using it? Is that good?
Also about maybe how to help out to add new formats. Someone wants to write
a new format.
New format. But I have a feeling that some of the things that
some of the attendees.
There's no MXF encoder, for example. I started working on one, but it's complicated formats.
Yeah.
But it's perfectly possible to do. So they just run a scene once, and then.
Yeah, and then it's done. It's there for everybody.
Maybe the question is how do you? Because I skipped a lot of how this is implemented.
Met de Virtual Research Environment gebruik je eenvoudig verschillende preserveringstools. In deze tutorial zal ik je uitleggen wat de VRE precies is.
Je weet het niet, je weet het niet. Ja, het is heel moeilijk. Jij bent ook hierbij betrokken geweest, toch? Dus als je heel veel vragen, dan weet jij het waarschijnlijk.
Dan weet ik het waarschijnlijk, ja. Nee, dat klopt. Ja. Oké, nou prima, dus dat werkt. Nou, mooi. Cool. Gaan we die even. Zo. Dus jij bent de eerste straks. Ja. En dan komt het helemaal uit. Want ik dacht, ik geef ze een nummertje. Ja, dat gaat het zo even. Oké. Ja, ga jij lekker. Ja, ik kom er zo aan.
Take their time. We have no deadline.
It will be on time.
I know some people be like, when do you want these uploaded? It's up to you how much risk you want to take.
We're still working on it because I didn't see it, so I was like, is it coming?
Kieran
still working on it.
People like here though.
No, Kieran is all right. No, it's Joe and Killian.
Okay.
But
oh yeah, I remember
Killian
Killian
and
mentioning that he's nervous.
Right, and they're doing pre-record, and it will be 2 videos, or 2 in 1. I'm not sure. I will see it anyway. And Bruna asked if she had to pre-record, but I think she does it, so that will be fine.
Yeah, Killian says, hi Dave, really excited and nervous. Thanks for everything. Myself and Joe Murphy will be doing presentation online.
Yeah.
Joe is already recorded, so FYI.
Yeah, true.
Oh, it's sheep. Okay. Maybe I say he's here.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so you feel clear about lunch?
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab some lunch now.
Yeah. And then Jérôme has
super presenter.
a soda with the. Do you know who wants to change the laptop? Because we have a.
I don't think there are changes. I didn't hear about
part
changes.
of the stream. We used the Zoom link.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what is if we're on the Zoom here?
Yeah. And then we share the presentation.
We share to the computer here. So that's why the no time to wait is this computer.
Yeah.
So then it uses the screen share to send to the stream.
Okay.
So
do we still have to share the presentation in here, like mine?
No, we just go down here to. We say share screen, and then say entire screen. That's how we do it if it's a.
Oh, okay, a normal presentation.
Yeah. So if a normal presentation comes up, they just want to open up this and play their slides.
Yeah.
But we can't have to go in here.
So if you email it to me or whatever.
Oh, this is just.
share screen?
No, because they just.
And they know the so for example the first one, that's about
Sure.
VRE.
Let's see now.
Yeah.
Because we share the screen, they see it. Oh, actually, we are just sharing the.
But do they know which one they have to share?
Are you going to do not disturb mode as well?
It's a full screen.
Okay.
So they don't have to load their.
Okay, so just for my information, I'm not really technical, sorry. I'll just open up, for example, the first presentation.
I can lock it as well.
So I'm in the afternoon. This one. I just numbered them. That's easy. So it started with this one, and not only this one. Yeah. And this is all I need to do.
Yes.
So we don't have to share it again in. They do that. I don't have to do anything then.
Yeah,
say.
this is a little behind, so you see me picking the presentation right now, and then we'll open.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
this is
they
all.
can just do their own. But if somebody is going to do online presentation, and then we have to go over to Zoom.
Yeah.
Then we will be showing them, so they will see it. But then when another person comes back who's here present, we have to share screen Zoom again.
Yeah. Okay.
So if somebody is presenting from the room, in Zoom we just have to share the screen first.
Okay.
So I can help with that during the transition.
Yeah, if you can help me with the transition, that would be great. That I won't forget it.
Yeah, because it's more important for you to focus on.
I'd like to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd like to that more. Yeah,
so
then just that would be. Oh, that would be wonderful. Yes, because if I have to do that two things, it might. Yeah, sure.
Word works with, I think.
Okay, but I think. Would you like to test some things?
I just wanted to see what it's like to be up. And
yeah. Oh yes.
Because
of course.
I want to see if I can balance this somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm going to be reading.
Yeah.
We don't need Audacity open. Troy is here.
Oh no, you're right. It goes. Word is gonna launch it.
Get away. If you Gina to me, if you just open my word. But who might use here?
Yeah. I'm going to use. I don't want to do it.
Maybe I can just say that.
It's fine. Yeah.
So Kieran, here you can help yourself. Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to say that Zoom is sharing the screen because the streaming computer is then subsequently sharing the screen to the remote presenters. Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah.
So that's why we're keeping. So that's why you're still in a Zoom session, even though it's just with this computer.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about it. You just hear.
Just ignore.
Just ignore, and they will take care of everything.
Are there no captions?
I thought YouTube was started automatically capturing their streams, but obviously, like, it's not on the current one.
Yeah.
I have to go through and see if I missed like some opt-in.
Maybe it just doesn't work for live stream. Oh, here's
I thought it did.
Yeah.
But you can see, like, here's the stream right now, and that's. I mean, it's a bit of a delay, but you just see what's on your screen.
Yeah.
And then there's a camera insert. The camera just has to be like reset, but.
Yeah, you can just.
So what's the best way to go full screen?
So like that, yeah.
Or just download it and open it up in a PDF reader.
Yeah, that might be better.
Lock. Okay, is it okay to have it in a tab?
Yeah, it's your sure.
And then is this full screen?
It's just adjusting to the. You can make it bigger, but I'm not sure that's not the same thing as.
Is it F12 maybe? We can also do Canva.
Yes, we have a link that we sent to the email that might be the best.
Yeah.
Do you know which of these is full screen? Is there anything but full? Oh, is it this guy?
Yeah, that one. But it's
Does
not.
that work?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not perfect.
No, well.
But
it's
better.
I mean, you can read it quite well.
it'll work, I think.
Yeah.
So
And you can. Yes, this one. You can just
blah, blah,
do
blah.
it like this, or you can just. You'd like to have it in your hand.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I quite understand.
Blah blah blah. I was trying to see what other people were doing.
I just printed it out because then.
That's such a good idea.
And one of my colleagues said, "Oh, you have to do it in a big, large
font."
Font because last with iPress I was like this, and it was like,
this is what I'm
ooh.
working with. I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I just printed it out, but this is also fine because you can just scroll, which is great.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be fine like this. So I think the main thing we need to start out now.
Okay. You be all right here because then I'm gonna grab a sandwich as well and then come back.
Go for it, yeah.
Enjoy.
Sure.
See you.
Yes. See you
later.
Enjoy your stuff.
Okay, so you sent it to me?
Yes, and then I think I clicked it on files for you, so I was thinking, we could have it open in files.
Okay, so where would it be?
It's called Presentation for NUTTW.
No, it's not here. You try it again? Okay, here's what you do. Save a copy. I've been having trouble saving it to OneDrive. Or not. The main thing is that we just want to get it on that. Boom. Yeah. Okay, so do you want to just take a look and see what hold the mic?
Ross, I'm like laughing reading this description.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Let's talk about language.
Is this relating to an FFmpeg comment?
Well, it's possible that we won't be able to do No Time to Wait next year because all of us are getting booked.
I had a good chat with Carol about it.
Before we begin, my name is
okay.
Niamh Murphy. I'm a digital collections officer at the Irish. I wish I could just do it in this room as it currently is right now.
Just totally empty? Just for
Empty.
Dave?
Yeah, just for Dave. Nice to meet you too.
It's really nice that it keeps doing the wrong one. Okay, 1090, that's my check. 1090 works. Grand job. Yeah. Get out of this maybe? Oh, so it's your first time.
But we need the details.
Yeah, but for now, just add me, for instance, and then we can change it, right?
Right?
BOCY.
Oh.
And I think it's going to be Spanish to English, although I don't know.
Yeah, it's,
right?
it doesn't matter.
This microphone's on, though. No, you can't hear me? What? Hello? Hello, I'm talking in the microphone. Hi. Testing. But you can't hear me through the headphones? Oh, you know, maybe in the software it's not set to monitor.
Oh, now okay.
Yeah?
So.
Yeah, well, it's because it's set to 400%. I don't know, we're not blasting somebody. But, oh.
So it's the YouTube stream.
Yeah, we're hearing the stream, not the, okay. It's funny. Where was it? There's some option I was seeing about monitoring.
Not yet.
Well, I don't know. Obviously, we can use the advanced audio properties to boost the Rode mic.
Well, you have to get also filters.
Okay, so just try to start now.
So yeah.
Okay. Do you have to run to the bathroom? And then I'm going to get Matthias, who's helping with the afternoon.
Yes. Okay, Marin, can I ask you to come forward, please? The first session today will be on the VRE by Marin Rappard. She is a preservation advisor for the National Archives of the Netherlands, introducing a virtual research environment with digital preservation tools, with a tutorial video even. You have prepared this with your colleague, Remco van Veenendaal. Would you like to add to this introduction?
Yes. Okay, hi everybody. I guess being a millennial means having your notes on an iPad instead of on paper. Yeah, it's a bit, it's fine. So it's really good to be here. I actually studied audiovisual preservation years back, but have since moved into regular old preservation, so it's nice to be back on homeland for a bit. So yeah, I'm an advisor with the, preservation advisor with the National Archives of the Netherlands. We're a team of 4 actually, and we take care of our preservation policies. I deal in particular with our file format policy. I'm updating that at the moment. Yeah, so we do a bunch of things. We do preservation watch, planning and action, certification, just a whole range of activities. Oh yeah, this is my first time presenting at a conference, so please be gentle. So I thought I'd start with an origin story. Oh yeah, by the way, it's my pleasure to introduce the virtual research environment. So how did this start? In 2019, the Dutch National Digital Heritage Network conducted a survey on digital tools in the Netherlands as part of the project Preservation Tools. The survey was carried out among 27 Dutch heritage organizations that had reported to have a digital repository, which is why they were chosen to participate. The survey focused on understanding how those institutions use automation for processing digital collections at the level of pre-ingest and ingest. It did this by looking at the current state of tool usage, but also at possible future needs, the development of workflows, the use of standards, and the influence of the quality of acquired collections on pre-ingest workflows. From the research, it became clear that these heritage organizations face challenges at different levels. Many of them are still developing and implementing their digital preservation systems. Some are ready and willing to improve the systems and workflows they have in place to process bigger and more complex collections faster, but at the moment only a few can implement advanced improvements such as chain automation and quality control. Several institutions recognize the need for pre-ingest in their workflows and report that automating parts of pre-ingest and ingest is relevant to them. That is the case not only for institutions with large and/or complex collections, but also for small institutions that do not have the manpower to process even relatively small collections without the help of preservation tools. It is also clear that digital collections are changing both in scope and in the level of complexity. To answer to some of those growing needs, which were also reported on an international scale through a survey that was conducted by the Open Preservation Foundation, or OPF for short. So the Dutch Digital Heritage Network commissioned the OPF to create a virtual machine that is easy to install and has the most popular open source tools inside of it in 2020. Is the zoom out now? Did we lose everyone?
No, we still are there. We just don't have the camera now until we get Laura to log in.
Do we continue? Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, so the Dutch Digital Heritage Network commissioned the OPF to create a virtual machine that is easy to install and has the most popular open source tools inside of it in 2020. And now in 2022, heritage institutions can actually use the virtual virtual research environment, that would be cool, to experiment with and test preservation tools without having to discover, install, and configure each of these on their own. And now that the product has been developed and is in use, operational management will be taken over by the National Archives of the Netherlands, and the OPF will be still taking care of the technical management. So why would you use the virtual research environment? Well, I've already touched on some of those points, but I will give an overview here. So to properly add digital objects or collections to a digital archive or repository, they'll have to meet certain requirements. The process of preparing, checking the files is what we do in pre-ingest and ingest phase, which includes checking for viruses, checking the metadata, but also, of course, checking file formats, their versions, and whether we can find and extract additional technical metadata. That process is probably well known to you as steps of validation, identification, metadata extraction. To automate those processes, heritage institutions use preservation tools, which help the digital archivist to get insight into the quality and content of digital collections. Based on that, they can decide which actions are needed for long-term preservation. However, there are hundreds of tools available to choose from. So for beginning users, how do you choose which one to use? And how do you use them? When you install the VRE, the most popular tool is already for you to use inside the environment. So now even novice users can test and experiment with the tools without having to install each of them separately. But what is the VRE? So it's easy to install. It's an open source application. What it really is a pre-configured virtual machine environment with an installed set of digital preservation tools for use directly from your desktop. So your desktop being the host and the VRE being the guest. It works in conjunction with other open source applications, including Oracle VirtualBox, which provide basis for cross-platform virtualization and makes use of GNOME, which provides a default desktop environment that I will show you in a bit. For more in-depth technical information and everything that's behind the tool and guides for installing and using the VRE, both the Open Preserve GitHub and the Dutch Digital Heritage Network websites have detailed guides, which I will provide links to later. So what tools are included in the VRE? First off, we have Droid, which is a very well-known file format identification tool, which has been developed and maintained by the National Archives of the UK. It performs automated batch identification of file formats, and it uses internal signatures to identify and report the specific format versions of digital files. Those signatures are stored in an XML signature file generated from information recorded in the Pronom technical registry. Next we have Jove, which is a tool that can be used for identification, but also for validation and characterization of formats. Also included is Apache Tika, if I pronounce that correctly, which is a characterization and text extraction tool developed and maintained by the Apache Software Foundation. It can detect and extract metadata and text from over 1,000 different file types. VeriPDF is included to validate and characterize your PDFA objects. Handbrake is installed, converting videos from nearly any format to a selection of modern, widely supported codecs. Media info is present, which is a display of relevant technical and tag data for video and audio files, probably of use to this community. And Inkscape and GIMP are also included because both are open source image manipulation software that are bundled as a part of the Debian Plus homepage. Also of interest to the audiovisual preservation community probably is that they are currently working on including MediaConch in the toolset, which has a variety of useful functions for this community. But new tools can be added, so you can add things on the GitHub either in questions or in a request, so definitely don't hesitate to do that. So yeah, my lovely colleagues have actually recorded a video. The whole video is 8 minutes long, so I won't show you that. But I will show you the demo just so you can see what the environment looks like and how just some simple examples of how it can be used. Let's see.
Hoe werkt de VRE nu in de praktijk? Dat laten we je zien aan de hand van een paar voorbeelden. De bestanden van deze voorbeelden vind je ook via de link. Ik begin met het programma Droid. In Droid voeg ik de bestanden toe die ik wil gaan analyseren. In dit geval identificeren, want Droid is speciaal bedoeld voor het identificeren van bestandsformaten. Kies de map met bestanden en laat Droid die inlezen via de knop Add. Als deze bestanden zijn ingelezen, druk je op de knop Start en Droid gaat ze analyseren en proberen te identificeren. In Droid kun je vervolgens in de tabel zien dat hij allerlei informatie over het bestandsformaat van deze bestanden heeft gevonden. Meer uitleg hierover vind je in de handleiding van Droid. Een tweede voorbeeld is de tool Jove, de JSTOR Harvard Object Validation Environment. Aan de naam hoor je al dat het een validatietool is. Droid voor identificatie, Jove voor validatie. Oftewel zijn ze correct opgeslagen. Start de tool. Als je al weet wat voor bestandsformaat een bestand heeft, kies in Jove dan de bijbehorende module. Vervolgens kies ik via File, Open het bestand dat ik wil valideren of ik sleep het bestand op de grafische gebruikersinterface. Jove laat je nu zien of het bestand valide is of dat er foutmeldingen zijn. Hierover vind je meer uitleg op de website van Jove. Dit waren natuurlijk 2 eenvoudige voorbeelden, maar voor de digitale archivaris zijn deze tools echt onmisbaar. Ga er vooral zelf mee aan de slag. En heb je nog vragen? Neem dan contact op met het netwerk Digitaal Erfgoed.
Yes, thank you, Remco. Let's see. Where's the presentation? Is it hidden here? Yeah. How do I go? No. Let's see. So yeah, if you don't want audiovisual guidance, this video also explains you all how to actually install it. But if you want text-based instructions, you can find a Dutch one at the top link and an English one on the GitHub. They have user manuals, but also installation guides. So that concludes my talk. We are very open to feedback and suggestions and questions. Now that the product is finished, we actually want to do a rebranding and a renaming. So if anyone has any original catchy ideas for a title, that would be great. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marin. Thank you. We have some time for a question. Is there anyone with a question for Marin? I think it was very clear. You can see the whole video and just put the subtitles in English if you need them. So, thank you so much. Next, we have Kieran Niamh. They will discuss the language bias in cultural heritage environments. I'll just put this on for you. Perhaps you would like to introduce yourselves and the presentation. Okay.
So, hello everyone. Thank you for having us. Let's talk about language bias. But before that, my name is Niamh Murphy. I'm the Digital Collections Officer with the Irish Film Institute. And in terms of language bias, I'm going to be talking about an English language default and showcase how and where this particular form of bias can manifest within relative environments where we all work. And this is Kieran O'Leary. He's the Digital Preservation Manager with the National Library of Ireland. And he's going to be discussing the perceived limitations and also provide practical examples for mitigation. So let's begin with the environment. An investigation into cultural heritage and museums whether that be within classification systems or collections, professional demographics, or technology. And so with that, it is unsurprising that language bias sustains within this environment. And it is an issue that is often perpetuated without detection, but there are ample opportunities for mitigation. And so the first step is just to address the issue. And so you can't really see it, but for the purpose of this talk, language bias refers to an English language default, which impacts billions of people across the globe and is also present across countless platforms. So one may question the visibility of an English default. So let's look at a number of areas wherein the default resides and which directly relate to the preservation of AV material and the work that we all do on a day-to-day basis. So the areas I'll be looking at are code hosting platforms, programming languages, digital preservation software, and the cultural heritage community. So let's begin with code hosting platforms. And let's take, for example, GitHub. We all know and love, but the digital preservation community, as well as the AV preservation community, have a significant presence on this site, actively creating and collaborating in order to build better environments and tools with which we all work. One may ask, how does language default relate to this platform? And so this platform, which is presented as universal, diverse, and inclusive, and arguably necessary, is maintained in the English language. And what's more, as of 2016, GitHub no longer supports languages other than English. Before this, the platform supported a number of languages, which you can see on screen, and there was even claims that more were to come. But instead, there was a monumental regression, and English was made the default language. One might ask, how is this possible? Sorry, I moved on. How is this possible that such bias exists without high-level intervention on a platform which asserts its position of diversity and inclusivity? The conclusion that I have come to is that language default resides so insidiously within this environment that it endures with little question. And another aspect which feeds into this issue is the false notion of neutrality that often surrounds technology, which leads us into our next slide. Programming languages, as with other technologies, are often perceived to be neutral, but this is a false notion. Most programming languages are in fact English-based, and according to the HOPL, over a third of all programming languages were developed in countries where English is the primary language, and these programming languages are English-based. This figure does not include programming languages that were developed in non-English speaking countries or non-dominant English speaking countries, but use English language to appeal to an international audience. And a notable linguist, her name is Gretchen McCulloch, she states that coding is for everyone as long as you speak English. So whether that be native English speaking or with access to the kind of education that produces fluent second language English in non-English dominant areas. She makes the point that while many programs and platforms offer translations or are available in different languages, the tools that make us the creators and not just the consumers are not. Which leads us to digital preservation software. The software that we use interacts with diacritics and syllabary outside of the Roman alphabet to varying extents. While researching for my master's thesis, I investigated the ways in which different software processed or failed to process languages outside of the English language. Some process the elements flawlessly, some with errors, and some will fail to process the material altogether. There is also another category of software which offers to clean or sometimes strip file names and folder names of diacritics, of accent marks, anglicizing them and altering their meaning, which thusly damages the integrity of the material. And I understand that while this software has been developed to meet a perceived need of the community, the ideology that it is based upon is outdated. And so that leads us to the cultural heritage community. As of late, there are more discussions taking place online within the cultural heritage community about this very topic, with specific attention to naming conventions and the inclusion of diacritics. It is increasingly apparent that the cultural heritage community are engaging with and attempting to address this issue. What's more, I suggest that the members of this community and adjacent communities are at the forefront in confronting this issue. And going forward, as a community, it is imperative that we counter ideologies and systems which advance a default that perpetuates an unearned advantage to native English speakers. In order to truly advocate for diversity and inclusion, to communicate and collaborate meaningfully, the English default must be addressed. And with that, I'm going to hand you to Kieran.
Thanks, Niamh. Okay, so my name is Kieran O'Leary. I'm the Digital Preservation Manager with the National Library of Ireland. So following on from what Niamh said, I'd like to look at some examples which align quite nicely with Elvia Arroyo Ramirez's amazing 2016 article, Invisible Defaults and Perceived Limitations, Processing the Juan Gelman Files. I encourage everybody to read that. We don't have time to go into it right now. I only have 7 minutes. So you could say that Niamh's section dealt with invisible defaults to a certain degree, and mine is maybe more about perceived limitations. So the Irish language contains many diacritics, often referred to as FODAs. I imagine that everything I say here will resonate with anyone working with diacritics, and as in Elvia's article, we've either maybe seen or even adopted policies and practices about file names that may say something along the lines of A to Z, 0 to 9 underscores are best practice. And as someone who has written a lot of open source tools, I can say that these characters and file names, and even embedded in files, they can cause tools to break and display issues can arise, but I'd argue that this is a perceived limitation. And in those instances, like, I was very much the problem, because I just, yeah. So today I'd like to look at some examples of diacritics and file names, but also one other example of looking within the file themselves, how they can kind of pose an issue, but also how they can be fixed. So in this example, like, we got some files recently in the NLI which had some Irish language characters in them, which when processed on our forensic workstation caused issues with a number of tools. EXIF tool in particular on Windows had issues with these characters and wouldn't even open the file. Although this is flagged and has been flagged for some time on the EXIF tool FAQ and the forum as being much more of an issue with how Windows does not use UTF-8 as the default encoding for the Windows command line. I think that PowerShell doesn't deal too much better with them either, to be honest. Okay, so, but this issue actually even extends to how Windows extracts files with its built-in unzipping tool. Depending on how the file names are encoded, you can kind of see it up the top there. Something's gone horribly wrong. That should just be like an A accent and I accent, where I don't know what that is. So, however, using something like 7-zip preserves the characters as they should be, and they display correctly in Windows Explorer at the very least. However, they end up being quite distorted when you drag and drop them into the terminal. Now, earlier in my career, I often struggled to diagnose these issues, and even if I diagnosed them, I wasn't confident enough or didn't have the time and knowledge to actually figure out some sort of solution. However, this had a fairly straightforward solution. The donors used a Mac, and through some testing, it was clear that Macs behave differently than Windows when it came to diacritics. So you can test this yourselves by creating a file name with a diacritic on a Mac. Then you might have to zip it first, actually. Then But if you copy and paste that file name into one of the many Unicode lookup tools that are out there, like in this instance, you can actually see that the character is composed of, well, it's two separate characters. The diacritic is separate, but it's supposed to display merged when everything works well. This method of encoding tends to get a little bit distorted on Windows, but it turns out that Windows natively creates file names in a completely different way. So specifically, the character and the diacritic are combined, and this tends to be significantly more compatible with tools. And for example, once I replaced the diacritic with one that was created on Windows, everything was fine with ExifTool. It was happy days. And you can see here that we are not seeing that kind of combined acute. It's all self-contained within the one character. So that was the solution here. We ran it by the donor. We got their permission, which they were more than happy to provide. We ended up with the exact same outcome. It looks the same. We have something way more compatible that didn't do anything with our pre-ingest systems or anything. And as long as the tools support UTF-8, there shouldn't be any reason to like remove the diacritic or something. And another recent example that my colleague Ginny Byrne, our systems librarian, raised with me involved some CSV spreadsheets. I know it's an AV conference, but look, we all deal with spreadsheets. So she generated some reports with a tool called Business Objects and noticed some significant issues. You can see here that column Tobin on the bottom and Breed Grania are both represented incorrectly. And we can follow this pretty similar process as before to diagnose each issue separately, because they're actually two completely separate issues, but it just looks like there's a lot of garbled stuff happening here. So at the bottom, the column Tobin one was interesting, because if you just loaded it in a regular text editor, you can see that he looks fine, right? You can see it at the very bottom there, Tobin, column. So, and when you looked it up in the Unicode lookup tool, it was those combined characters were used. So the issue here, there was nothing wrong with the characters themselves. It was ExifTool does not open CSV files as UTF-8 by default. It uses, I think, like Windows 1252 or 1251 or something. So instead, if you like imported it as like data as text or something like that and specify UTF-8, all is well, or even better, use LibreOffice Calc, because it's way better at displaying CSV overall, lets you choose and preview your encoding. So in that issue, like, you didn't need to change anything or do anything. It's like Excel was the problem. But with the top one, it was a whole different issue. If we look at it in the lookup tool, you can see that it is not a combined acute accent. It's just an acute accent. In the grand scheme of things, it's a backtick. And somewhere upstream, somewhere along the way, these were sort of sanitized or something, I guess you could say. So I wasn't able to solve this issue myself. I don't know anything about business objects. But Ginny Byrne got in touch with Seamus Masterson in our IT department. He was able to figure out there was just a missing environment variable that was needed for business objects to force UTF-8. Once that was done, everything was hunky-dory. Like, it was really important for us because supporting the Irish language, even in these like quite technical, nitty-gritty scenarios, they're really important to our institution. So to wrap up, these are just two examples. I could probably talk for an hour about a whole bunch of other ones. Like, you could say, like, you could just strip everything and turn them into a UUID or something and store the file name somewhere else, but not everyone is going to have the time or the infrastructure to add those kinds of things and then automate the reconstruction of them for access. But anyway, I'm hoping that like, it shows there's a similar method of troubleshooting issues, potentially fixing them, and you know, all that stuff, it kind of takes a bit of like familiarity with the tools and troubleshooting them. It takes time and experience, and resources of institutions need to be kind of applied to this stuff as well to give you the time to figure it out. Before I read Elvia Arroyo Ramirez's piece, I hadn't fully questioned the whole A to Z 0 to 9 underscore thing, but I'm glad that, anyway, to go straight to the final sentence, I think it's just important for us to share these kinds of things, share the solutions for the people who don't have the time and effort, or they don't have the time to look into this stuff, so we can make a serious dent in the perceived limitations. Cheers, thanks.
Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you. Yes. You already said and emailed me there would not be time for questions. Yeah. You just perfected it absolutely. But if there are
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready for you to start. I'll turn my camera off.
Yeah, okay, I will share my screen.
Thank you.
So can you see my presentation?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so I will start then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bruna. I am a PhD candidate at TU Delft, and I will present to you, speaking of archives, the case of António Menéres' photo archive, an interactive and visual approach to sharing its contents and meanings with the community. Sharing a bit about myself, I studied architecture at the Faculty of Architecture of University of Porto, and I completed my master's degree in 2018. In my dissertation, I focused on the intersections between traditional architecture, modern architecture, and sustainable design and building strategies. Since 2019, I hold a scholarship by FCT, Fundação para a Ciência e a Tecnologia, as a PhD student at the Delft University of Technology, at the Faculty of Architecture and the Built Environment, and I am part of the UNESCO Chair in Heritage and Reshaping of Urban Conservation for Sustainability, or as we call it, Heritage and Values. In 2021, I became the scientific coordinator of the photo archive of António Menéres, alongside with Pedro Borges de Araújo. The classification and the decoding work of this archive, initiated by myself, particularly stands for clarifying its meanings and for offering alternative approaches to architectural archives, content, interpretation, and the challenges implied in doing so. So, as I mentioned, I've been working in the organization and classification process of this archive since 2018. By the time I was writing my master's thesis in Porto, and I interviewed António Menéres for the first time because I wanted to learn more about his involvement in the survey on Portuguese regional architecture, and I wanted to collect information on how modern and vernacular architecture shared characteristics that could be interpreted as sustainable. And although this archive is not the core of my PhD topic, there's some parallel lines that I must mention. The first one lies on the fact that during the 20th century, several modern architects went on to the field to study vernacular as a source of inspiration, but also as a source of functionality, and in other words, as a source of modernity itself. And in Portugal, the same happened, and António Menéres was part of an incredibly significant survey that was conducted between 55 and 61. And in this survey, 18 architects traveled the country with the mission of photographing vernacular architecture, holding a secret agenda of proving that the idea of a single Portuguese architectural type was a fraud. So within these 6 teams, António Menéres was part of Team 1, focusing on the Minho region in the north of the country. And the examples that emerged from this survey and the way it was conducted made it incredibly notorious in Portugal and abroad. And what resulted of it, which was a book called Arquitetura Popular em Portugal, was highly influential for the future of Portuguese architecture. So, going back to António Menéres and how all of this is related, if I use a very simple timeline, the survey started in 1955, and after this long process that lasted for 6 years in theory, we end up with the publication of the book that I mentioned, called in English, Popular Architecture in Portugal. It is clever to conclude that this survey was the trigger, and it was indeed, that led António Menéres into the lifelong adventure of photographing an entire country for over 7 decades to come. But as a matter of fact, the process for him started even before the survey took place. More precisely in 1953, when he took a family trip with his parents to Trás-os-Montes, also in the north of the country, so that the family could visit her parents. And so the photos that got him a spot in the survey were taken by him at this point in his life. When I started mapping the contents of the archive was when I was able to actually see how the two, the Portuguese survey and the personal archive of AM, as I call him, António Menéres, were closely connected to each other. I started classifying the archive by mapping every photo of the archive, having two big questions in my mind. First of all, when were they taken and where were they taken? And the when and where were very important because this is a very active, so to speak, archive. So it is always in use. And as a consequence, a lot of negatives and slides were not in the correct place. Some had been used in lectures over the years, some others in exhibitions, etc. So just by having the materials available, I would not be able to map everything correctly. And for what we can find in the archive, these 60 years of continuous work have resulted in an astonishing variety of materials. As an architecture professor, he built classroom notes where we can see which photos were used in a certain lecture at a certain date, sometimes with more detailed information on the typologies to focus on. He also dedicated 2 photo exhibitions where he shared his own survey, that's how I call it sometimes, the archive, with the community. So the catalogs of the exhibitions hold information written by himself that of course should be undercrossed with the classification work. Eventually, I found that somewhere along the way he had created his own code for identifying his slides, which became very handy in terms of understanding that those letters and those numbers actually meant specific places, a sequence and a date, and making some sense out of the dispersed materials. Of course, this was very helpful in mapping the evolution of his activity, also from the geographical perspective. So if we look at it from the geographical perspective, in the beginning of his working life, he kept pretty much in the northern part of Portugal. Probably he didn't have money for more travels. But as time progressed, it is possible to see how he started going down onto the southern areas of Portugal, picking different places and regions, sometimes using a funny technique, which was he would go on vacation with his family and then disappear for a few hours to check and photograph vernacular settlements and buildings. By the 80s, something interesting adds to this. By then, he could afford buying colored negatives, which meant he could focus not only on the buildings, the people, the daily life, but also on the impact of color in vernacular architecture. And although it seems here that in the 80s he photographed less than before, when we talk about color slides, we sometimes refer to dossiers with 300 photos each. I said it right, 300. And this discovery process goes on and on because from the 90s onwards, he also starts using reversible negatives, which have not yet been completely mapped by me because, well, I face time constraints as well. So far, I have registered 446 entries, only taking into account the continental area of Portugal. So I am excluding 19 trips to Brazil, Russia, the ex-Portuguese colonies in India and Macau and Greece and the Azores and the Madeira Islands. And to this, another challenge can be added, which is time. So far from these 446 entries that I have registered, only around 15% of them have been digitized and classified to what I would consider an acceptable degree of detail. So when working with archives and with such specific materials, places and periods in time, time itself plays a significant role in how successful our work and interpretation might become. And we can't be sure about what's going to happen in the future. The fact is that in most of my archival endeavors, I've kept a question in my mind that no one could answer. Apart from the when and the where, the hardest one was why. Okay, this is the why. Why is this project as it is? Why was this photo taken? Why this building and not the other one? Why is it relevant? Why was it built like this, etc.? It goes on. And this simple question becomes particularly relevant in a time when we are trying to decide what's the best road to travel, to make our existence on Earth more sustainable. In a time when decision makers are keen to being more engaged with the communities and providing spot-on solutions to real problems. And so archives hold valuable information that play a significant role in achieving transparency, accountability, participation. So they should be open, available, and they should be looked as more dynamic than they still are at the present time. So another challenge came to my mind after having everything organized, collected, and interpreted, which is not. What is the use of this information? What is the future of all this knowledge? How can we overcome the limits of an archival drawer? And this is when the challenges became the possibilities and the final idealistic question arose. What if archives could speak? The author of this archive is still alive, although he is already 92 years old. Of course, he plans to live until his 120s, but we can't be sure if that's going to be possible. So I was worried about the whys of this archive and how we would be able to collect them, considering the technical limitations of a 92-year-old man and the fact that he might not live long enough to be able to write his own story. I'm not being dramatic, this is a reality. So my main concern was turned into my motto. Let's speak of archives then. This is where, once again, my PhD research crosses my role as the archive's scientific coordinator. And oral history comes to play a crucial part here. I was able to convince António Menéres to being interviewed by myself and to get aboard a series of oral history conversations where we would discuss where the photos were taken, what was the focus of each photo, and why was that relevant. On my side, taking what I've done up until this point, the remaining question was, what's next? What can we do with so much potential information? How can we decode it? How can we interpret it? So instead of jumping into risky interpretations that could be wrong, I didn't see what he saw. I can't go back. Most of these buildings don't exist anymore. I could be recording his own memories and testimonies and save it so that future generations can have the same privilege as I did of listening to the architect himself talking about his own work. And once the dots started to be connected, I confirmed that in 1953, these photos taken in Trás-os-Montes were his passport for participating in the survey in Portuguese regional architecture. I also found that while the survey was still being conducted, he had some parallel visits to the same places. Intriguingly, that he would frequently carry two cameras, one for the survey and another for his own. So also, I found out that some interesting people, such as the Pritzker architect Cisa Vieira, was his travel companion in some of these travels. Cisa is in this picture, as you can see. So it is also not a surprise that later he would have donated some of his personal photos to be integrated into the book of the survey. Another unexpected piece of information comes as a complement to a critique that António Menéres himself addresses to his own participation on the survey in the 50s. Some typologies ended up being left out or less covered because they did not know about them. And they didn't have time left to go back and to make those photos anymore. So when the survey was finished, he received a research grant from Fundação Gulbenkian to go back and photograph more architectural typologies and make a report about them. Later, Pedro Borges de Araújo, as a former colleague of AM, shared a plan of a project that was designed in António Menéres' studio in 1962. So the archive was always present in the studio's daily life. In this case, he annotated the position of the photos he took from the same houses so that the team could see the specific photos and take them as an inspiration for the design process. Another case is the case of Vilarinho da Furna, which he photographed in 1965. By then, the villagers already knew that the village was going to disappear somewhere in the 70s. Some people had already abandoned their houses because the government was going to build a dam, and therefore this village was going to get flooded. This is particularly special because nowadays, only in times of extreme lack of water, the water levels go down sufficiently so that we can see what's left of it. So, in an effort to make other people see what I see, I've been trying to contribute as much and as fast as possible to provide solutions for the issues that I have encountered in archives myself in general so far. We've been served enough in terms of digitization of data, storage, and shareability when possible and when institutions decide to make information available. So shareability combined with a big set of ifs. But we've also been served a big deal of uncertainty. We'll still have no clue what's the meaning behind most of the archival materials available, and this is very risky. So my concern thus is what does not happen with everything in between, how information gets shared at the final stage of this process, and what happens as a consequence of that. Particularly because then we might be wasting valuable opportunities to engage in enriching joint discussions. Of course, I know I am in a position to say this because in this case, the architect is alive and we can use his memories to help decode the meanings of the archive. But even in other situations where only family members and friends are available, there's knowledge that could and should be collected and it simply gets lost. So my contribution to this discussion has to be focused on these missing steps of the archival classification, which according to my own experience could be tackled through the digitization phase as it is at the moment, but adding the collection of testimonies either from primary or secondary involved actors, the transcription of these testimonies, the analysis, the codification of these testimonies, the identification of patterns, connections, and networks, and then the shareability of the interconnected data. This would provide a much more solid ground for an enriched and enriching usage of these materials by the public and the beneficial and useful participation of this knowledge in public life. So once again, in a parallel with my PhD, I've been focusing my efforts in understanding what's been photographed and why, meaning what does it add to the cultural significance of vernacular heritage and how can we use it? And of course, as I stated before, the more we discuss the photos of António Menéres, the more we see that it is deeply rooted in the evolution of Portuguese architecture in the 20th century. So the people involved in contributing to that evolution and the events that took place. And so by looking at it in such a way, two outputs came to my mind. One being the network in which this archive is included. And for this, network visualization softwares have been a huge help. And the other one, apart from finding a way to connect all the data, is finding a way to share it as visually as possible with the community, promoting a reflection, a discussion, and an interpretation based on the original oral data shared by the archive's author. In the beginning, I referred to the modernist architect's travels as a way to gain knowledge on vernacular settlements. And of course, after so many conversations, the more we get to know AM's work, the more we have to agree that it has similar character to those other travels or surveys or endeavors, whatever we would like to call them. So throughout these decades, António Menéres not only took pictures, but did it surrounded by family, friends, colleagues, peers. He participated in congresses. He took action as an advocate for heritage and built an archive that is way more than just a set of photos. So it reflects a tight network filled with lots and lots of information. So, well, we can go further and further with this. what I am doing on the present time is I am still collecting the architect's testimonies while attributing the geo-coordinates of each negative or slide entity. In an ideal situation, the future steps to be made are to expand into a dynamic and engaging system where people can use interactive maps that hold all this information, and also where people are able to share their own pieces of information to continue enriching the decoding of this. Of course, I am still pretty much involved in making visualizations possible through the collection of all kinds of information and building a proper data set, which is also what we usually don't have in this context. And I am not yet into the part where I publicly share the archive and the collected data. So for now, it still comes as a good intention, but eventually we will get there. Having that said, I also looked at this conference as an opportunity to listen to more experienced people and to hearing other people's thoughts on these matters. So I am pretty much available and interested in receiving comments, feedback, and replying to any questions you might have. So with this, I finish my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention and for the opportunity you gave me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We still have some question time. Are there any questions from the audience? No one has questions. I have one question for you, Bruna. I was just wondering, this is one very beautiful example. What would be your advice if other people would like to do something similar with an artist that had made heritage available for very, very many years? What would be your best advice for them?
First of all, to be very transparent in terms of what the intention behind it and what we all could gain from it. Taking my experience, what I know for sure is that these older guys, these old people, they are very, very, very interested in sharing their experiences and all the knowledge that they have gathered throughout the years. So sometimes younger people find it hard to sit down and to listen to a 3-hour conversation or which is usually what I have to do. I have to sit down and talk for 3 hours with them. Yeah. But you always end up learning so much. And there's always a connection between lots of information and different contexts. So first of all, to be transparent and to do it as fast as possible and in a very natural way, because they really just want to share what they know.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, there's one question, just a moment.
David Pfluger. How do you record what you hear exactly? Do you videotape these sessions, and then how do you get it to paper, or what's the path from there? Because there's still a lot of labor from your memory or the videotape into an actual documentation.
Yeah, I don't know if I got it correctly, but you are asking how do I process the information after I collect it? Okay, so I usually videotape and voice record all the meetings. And also, I always keep track of the photos we are discussing. And for that, I've used Zoom because I can make a double recording of the meeting. After that, I do transcribe all the entire recording. And that's important because, of course, there's a lot of information that I won't be able to remember. So I do transcribe it. And I also perform content analysis. And for that, I've been using Atlas TI, which is a content analysis software. So I use qualitative methods to make my analysis. So prior to jumping into my conclusions and to my own analysis, so I try to avoid the cherry picking risk by analyzing everything that they said, using the transcripts and the softwares for content analysis.
Okay.
And yeah.
Sorry, we're a bit out of time, but if you, I'm sure your presentation will be shared and also with your contact details, so people can ask you. Thank you so much once again. Can I have a hand of applause, please? Yes, I would like to ask to the stage Jérôme, please. And your secret presenter. I just think about a sort of masked person coming in here with this.
Okay. No mask, sorry. Just no video online. So, where is the Zoom? Yeah. Hello.
Hi, I'm here.
So we will start with Liz, and then I will present the technical part.
Okay, great. Let me start at the beginning. And wait a second. So let's hope after years of this, I finally do it correctly. Nope.
This is fine.
I know, but I don't see my notes. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about this well enough. I'm usually doing, all right. Well, okay, good. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to let you see my notes. I'm sorry, just so that I don't take up too much of your time. Okay. So, good. Many of you know me. My name is Liz, and thanks to Jérôme for letting me take a few minutes to talk about this project.
Do you want me to share the screen, your slides?
What?
We don't have your slides.
Yeah, that would be. You don't?
No, we don't.
You do? Okay, then it would be much better. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God. I'm not used to not having two screens anymore.
So I will load the slides.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah. No.
Just a second, Liz. We're loading your slides for you.
No problem.
Introduce the project.
So, for the beginning, we will talk about leaving a proprietary software. So the issue is, at the beginning, we have several files, and we are not able to play them in a very standard software, even like Windows Media Player or any web browser and so on. Yes, this one, Intro, yes. Yeah. We try to understand the reason, and yeah, it was totally impossible. It was a NSV. NSV is very well known and so on, but it was just the format. Okay, Liz, we have your slides, so let's let you.
Great. So good then. Yeah, let's move to the disclaimer. So that's slide 2. Okay.
Oh, no.
Oops. There we go. Good. Okay, so as I was saying, yeah, thanks to Jérôme for letting me talk about this project as well. But I'm here in a very unofficial capacity, hence just the first name and the mystery presenter status. And I want to reiterate that I'm not representing my institution or its opinions. And I'm also going to speak a little more vaguely than I might otherwise. And I want to try and focus on some more general points rather than aspects particular to my institutional setting. Next slide. So I first attended No Time to Wait 2 in Vienna, Austria in 2017. Vienna is my hometown, and I only found out about the conference a day or two before. So it was really a matter of luck that I was able to attend. I don't have an AV background. I studied archival science in a traditional historian archivist master's program. And my first No Time to Wait, there was a lot I did not understand or could not fully follow. But I gained some background knowledge and I became a little bit braver in exploring the command line, if nothing else. And I'd like to take this opportunity to shout out Ashley Bluer's presentation in Vienna and her excellent blog and guides, which I refer to regularly. Next slide. So, again, as I mentioned, no AV background, but I nevertheless became the primary person responsible for the AV collections in the archives of my work. And I first became aware that we had these odd NSV files, which will subsequently be referred to as Stardiva files, when a colleague who left for another institution alerted me to them. These files recorded meetings and usually consist of a static video and multiple audio channels representing different simultaneous translations. They also contained meeting agendas and speaker lists, which were very useful to us because when we would receive a request for these videos from the archives, often people wanted to see a specific speech from a specific speaker. So these files, they could not be opened or played by conventional players. And even the software that created them offered no method to export all audio channels and the metadata associated with the files, like in a single package. While the video content is not particularly interesting, these files are nevertheless considered of value for the organization and they have a permanent retention. So based on this, it was clear that they should be migrated, and I'm happy to discuss why not emulation in the QA if someone wants to come for me. But despite their complexity, because they claim to be NSV files, I thought it would be relatively easy to migrate them, especially armed with some FF improviser scripts. However, after my initial tests and some pleas I sent out on Twitter, which some of you responded to, it was clear that these files would be more complex and challenging to migrate than expected. Next slide, please. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Oh my God, I was speaking on that slide. Continue one further. This is the problem. Switching screen. Oh, no. Hold on. Sorry. Where am I? No, please go back one more. Go back to the slide 5. Okay. Good. Okay. Sorry. So, as I said, in 2019, I tried to transcode them using some scripts from FM Improviser, but I soon realized this was way out of my league, among other reasons because the audio codecs wasn't recognized. When No Time to Wait 4 took place in Budapest, Hungary in December 2019, it was just a few months after my first transcoding attempts, and I saw that as an opportunity to liaise with people who are knowledgeable and gain access to further information. I did not find an immediate solution, and frankly, I wasn't expecting to, but it helped me to know better what I was looking for in a potential solution. For example, something that would package everything in a Matroska wrapper. And I also learned what providers like Media Area are offering. So learning that other institutions were sponsoring feature development that might meet a specific need, but would also be available to the wider community, showed a potential way forward for me. And I just want to say, we benefit personally and professionally from free open source software, but we all know that it's not free as in beer. So it's important to support like FOSS projects when the opportunity arises. So next slide. So soon after I returned from No Time to Wait 4, I began surveying the digital holdings of the archives, and including creating a digital asset registry, which was more or less modeled on the information asset registries outlined by the UK National Archives. The Stardiva files were included sort of as one asset in the registry. And once the registry was completed, I performed a risk assessment, giving the assets a risk score based on the following areas of risk. So risk to being able to find, to open, to work with, to understand, risks to their persistence, and risks to trust. And the Star Diva files were flagged based on the risks, especially to persistence and the ability to open. And I recommended taking action on them based on their institutional value. So once that was established, whenever there was an opportunity to nominate a project for funding, I suggested a project to convert the files, and using the risk analysis as a justification. So in the scheme of things, this took a long time, right? I first identified the issue back in 2019, and it took years, but the project finally received funding in the fourth quarter of 2021. And as Jérôme will tell you much more about, it was carried out in the first half of 2022. So, last slide. Yes, okay, great. No Time to Wait Effect Part 3, Paying It Forward. Thanks to knowledge I gained from previous No Time to Wait conferences, I was able to make sure that we put out a statement of work that aimed to target open solutions. And I think it's important to emphasize also that we didn't have a specific solution or service provider in mind, and that wouldn't have been allowed, right? But we worked to frame things in a way that encouraged open solutions and discouraged proprietary ones. Some of the language included phrases like well-documented and commonly used file formats and codexes, use free open source software wherever possible, and provide documentation of scripts and customizations. This language aimed to make sure that we did not get stuck with a black box again, but rather the opposite. I'll be honest and admit, I still don't know a lot about AV preservation and transcoding, but having the documentation means that someone else who knows more could better follow what we did in the future. So I'm going to stop my part of the presentation here and hand over to Jérôme, but as I said, please feel free to ask me also questions at the end. And I mean, thanks a million times to Jérôme and Media Area for this wonderful work that we were able to do with them. I mean, that they did, right? They did the work. We were able to support it. I'm very glad about that.
I would like to share the screen. I am already sharing. Okay, fine. Okay. So the main issue, we will talk about the technical part now. So a lot of NSV files is created by the proprietary software from StarDiva. So the content was playable only on Windows by a modified version on VLC and metadata just by one tool, their tool. So we say, oh, VLC is copyleft, so it is very useful. You know, in theory, you have a source code available because in open source you have copy free. You are not. It is not mandatory to keep the open source version, but VLC is copyleft. It is mandatory to provide the source when you modify that. But it is the theory. In practice, no source code. So you have a modified version of VLC without source code. So it is open source, but without respecting the license. And the metadata, we are in the client was interested in the metadata because it is about the location, the date, the time, how who is speaking, and so on. But there is only their tool which is able to read the metadata, and it was impossible to automate. There is no export, so you are totally locked. You have the information, but locked. So for the tools themselves, we were not able to do anything, so we try with the files. It is NSV. NSV was very well known 20 years ago now. it is no more used, but for them it was used. And NSV is has an open documentation, so it would be great, we check that, but actually no. Because the way they use the NSV, it is a bit weird. NSV can only do one video, one audio, but we expect 8 audio tracks. We have 8 different interpretations. NSV has a specification how to store metadata, but it was not used there. The metadata is opaque in these files. So there is a standard way to do metadata. They don't use them, they hide everything. So it was not so easy to just extract the information. So we decided to go to the reverse engineering. It is very slow to develop, there is no guarantee of results, but we have no other choice. The tools, we cannot use them. The files directly, it is not possible to just look at the specification because they don't use the standard way to use to do in NSV. So we look in the files, it is a bit, we can understand, okay, it is AVC for video, it is AAC for audio, oh, it seems easy. But no, it was not so easy because it is hacked. Like NSV, it is used in a specific way. AVC for video and AAC for audio was also used in a very specific way. And for the metadata, it was just very opaque parts. So it was difficult, but we did the reverse engineering. For AVC, for the video, it was not too complicated. We were able to debug it, to fix a bit, because they record at 23 frames per second, but the hardware was doing, I put 25 frames per second in the bitstream. So there are some synchronization issues sometimes when we demux. Also, their tool is recording with a keyframe. The first frame we have to decode every 10 seconds. And sometimes they just start in the middle, so we lose some content. But okay, it is life, we do without that. For the audio, it was weird. It is supposed to be 8 tracks, but actually it was AAC with 8 channels. So, okay, it is weird, because it is like left, right, center, back, and so on, and then they use this AAC, but they do 8 mono content. And it was also in a different way to store, and FFmpeg fails to decode them. We didn't use only FFmpeg, we also use FAD. FAD is another decoder, it is a free audio AAC decoder. We need to modify a bit the bitstream, so we had the solution either to modify FAD, because it is open source, or to modify a bit the bitstream. We took the easy way, we modified a bit the bitstream, it was just 1 byte. So now we knew a bit how it is. We got a different solution. We could improve FFmpeg for the playback, but with 8-channel audio, and we want to have 8 tracks, it will be very hacky to put that in FFmpeg, and in players not based on FFmpeg, it will be not playable. So we got another solution. We decode the AAC, we do some adaptation, and we split 8 channels to 8 tracks, and we re-encode. And for that, after that, we mix everything in Matroska and AVC, not modified, slightly modified, and 8 AAC content. So this is the choice we did. We do everything like that. We also detect the silent tracks because there was no metadata saying, yes, you have 8 channels, 8 tracks for that, but maybe you have only 1 or 2 interpretations for a specific day. There was no metadata, so we had to create this metadata. For the metadata, it was very opaque, so we did a lot of reverse engineering. We faced the bug of the tools, so when we were not understanding why the opaque metadata, we can find how they store the metadata. And for one file, it was not working. We manually check the file with their tools. It was not working, so a bit weird. But we finally succeeded to extract the speaker, the timestamp, and so on, and we converted them to Matroska chapters. So it is an example about what we succeeded to find. There is a lot of things when we do the trace like that. It was not, we didn't succeed to understand all the bytes, but we were interested in specific content, like the speaker names, the timestamps, and so on. So we were happy to be able to find what we were looking for. So maybe there is other content, but it was decided that it is not so important, so we stopped to try the reverse engineering. So I will talk a bit about the time we spent on that. 80% of the files, it was very easy to reverse engineer, but other files, it was a bit more complicated. So we had to process the files several times, and sometimes it takes a week to process everything because we didn't get a very powerful computer for that and so on. And we spent a lot of time to repeat the process, to modify a bit on our algorithm. So reverse engineering, it is a solution, but it is a slow one. With that, we also learned that in practice, you think that your files are perfect, but yes, 99% of the files are usually perfect, but you can have some problems. In practice, in this repository, we found 1% of the file with bad content. It was not so problematic. It was just 0.01% of some missing things. But when you try to decode that, there is a problem when you have an invalid packet or just a correct audio packet. You have to understand to know where is the problem, so you can document a bit where are the issue in your files. And at the end, we also detected that some content were totally impossible to decode. So you were thinking that you have a file, you think it is, you have the content, and you store it. And then when you try to play it, you see that, oh, no, you don't have the content. So now it is easier. We cannot retrieve everything, but we know what is available and what is not available. For information, all the list of the tools we use Media Info, but we adapted it for reading the metadata, for doing the reverse engineering. We use FAD, we use FFmpeg, we use also the FDK, so the Fraunhofer SDK for AAC, for encoding. We use MKV Toolnix for the mixing, and for the chapters and so on. And we created the LeafSD project, which is a dedicated command line for automation, so all the glue between all the different tools. So, a summary, but you want to take a photo? A summary about that is, don't think that because you have the files, you store them, oh, it is great, it is perfect. No, your files are not perfect until you are sure that you tested every frame. So it is not only just, oh, I see that it is AVC, it is AAC, oh, I can decode them. Yes, but you need to check the whole files, else you are not sure about the quality of the files. Sometimes you have just a few seconds of content missing. And for that, you need to automate and to check every bit and every second, every frame of the content you have. If you don't do that, you don't know what you have in reality. And yeah, everything, we use open source tools, and LeafSD, the glue between all the tools, is also open source. So we did that for the people, and now it is there. It is also open source. We share our experience. So if you want to check that, it is on our website, LeafSD. There is a GitHub also, and so on, so everything is open. That's all for me. If you have questions.
Thank you so much, Jérôme. And our secret presenter. Thank you. We have time for one question.
Hi, my name is Zsuzsa. I'm from the Open Society Archives Budapest. I would like to ask you, what were these NSV files containing? So what were the files about?
In practice, I didn't have access to so many files because it is content with some rights on that. So I used to send my code, and the content was on site, and I never had access to that, so I don't know in practice. So I have some part, yes, I know, but very few seconds in practice. So it is also respecting that we can accept it. Sometimes it is just we don't have access to the file, so it is more difficult. We send code, it is tested, and we have the results, and we need to we have some metadata. So I know the metadata, but I will not say what it is. I have some speaker names.
Very mysterious.
But in practice, we respect when it is not possible to have the content. We find a solution to manage that. So I will not answer, and actually, for a lot of things, I don't know.
Thank you so much. There, very quick.
Very quick. So some parts are open source, but for the cost, it is not open source.
Yeah. If you've got more questions for Jérôme, please, you'll be here today, tomorrow, I think, as well.
I am there today,
so
this evening,
please,
tomorrow.
If you want to know more about the costs, or there's something, other secret, mysterious things that you don't want to tell here, it's there.
Thank you, Liz, still there, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jérôme.
Thanks.
We're now going to see a video made by Killian Downing and Joseph Murphy about digitizing the Charles G. Haughey, I hope I say it right, AV collection at Dublin City University Library, Ireland.
Hi everyone. My name is Killian Downing. I'm an archivist at Dublin City University Library, and I am presenting with Joseph Murphy, the Managing Director of Specialist AV, an audiovisual digitisation company based in Dublin, Ireland. Together we'll be speaking about digitising audiovisual material from the Charles J. Haughey collection and how the library is developing a technical infrastructure to manage and provide access to our research collections. First of all, let me introduce you to the Dublin City University Library, which is a single consolidated library service based across 3 locations in Dublin: the O'Reilly Library on the Glasnevin campus, the Cregan Library on the St. Patrick's campus, and the recently refurbished Woodlock Hall on the All Hallows campus. The Charles J. Haughey collection is being preserved, catalogued and digitised in the library, and this collection includes historic correspondence, writings, speeches, and photographs, audio, video, and objects and artifacts, all relating to Charles J. Haughey, a Fianna Fáil politician and Taoiseach of Ireland. Haughey was active over 4 decades and an elected representative in Dáil Éireann in various North Dublin constituencies for 35 unbroken years, in ministerial office for 14, and he was Taoiseach for 7 years. Providing access to this digitized audiovisual material, we've used Google Arts and Culture, an online platform which provides access to digital cultural heritage. It was selected after a scoping exercise recognizing it has both strengths in its usability, but also weaknesses highlighted by research by Melissa Terrace, measuring bias in digitized content held within Google Arts and Culture datasets, which indicated imbalance and bias in representation. I'm going to play a short clip from one of these digitized Haughey videotapes, which includes a segment from RT Radio Telefi Sharon, a news report and party political broadcast, including a leaders' debate between Charles J. Haughey and Dr. Gareth Fitzgerald from RT's Today Tonight program. So I'm just going to skip to this here.
Gunshot wounds after Gardaí filed an armed robbery in Dublin.
Videotape.
4 other men are being questioned.
Fine Gael's security proposals continue to provoke controversy.
I'm going to skip ahead
former attorneys
to
general
the
have
televised leaders debate. Gareth Fitzgerald. and Charlie Haughey. And also on this video in question, there was advertisements recorded.
And we want to get down that burden, and the only way you can get it down and at the same time eliminate.
Before the girls arrive, just take a look at this. The new Sony C6 video. So compact, so simple. Even Noreen could use it. And even on Stuart's salary, she could afford it. You just pop a cassette in the front, and with the time switch, you can record while you're out. And of course, being a Betamax machine, you've got thousands of films to choose from. Indeed, as Garrod's chairman remarked only the other night over the chocolate souffle, having a Sony C6 is like owning your own cinema. Oh, good heavens, that will be the girls now. Oh, well, I suppose I just have to leave it where it is.
So the Haughey audiovisual material consists of 100 audio and videotapes, which were sent off-site under a service level agreement with Joe Murphy, and we received back 2 terabytes of MKV masters, proxies, checksums, and metadata of 66 videotapes and 26 audio tapes. Joe transferred the digital surrogates over a hard drive, and also retained a backup on LTO, linear tape. My colleague Orla Connaughton, who's now working in the Irish Film Institute Film Archive, helped to catalogue the tapes, and a special shout out to Kieran O'Leary, who went above and beyond to give me guidance using QC tools and to validate checksums. Issues that arose during the digitization project included kind of speed playback issues, errors when transcoding to MP4, which were all rectified with re-transcoding, and then minor metadata issues. Here's Joe to talk about the digitization workflow in more detail.
Yes, my name is Joseph Murphy from a company called Specialist AV Limited. We're based here in Dublin, in Ireland, and we specialise in digital archiving for a number of different clients. Irish Film Institute, U2, University of Limerick, and a number of broadcasters, RTE, TG Car, and a number of other independent producers and production companies. We just worked alongside Killian on the Charles Haughey collection, which was a number of VHS videotapes and audio cassettes. So we just basically catalogued the videotapes when we received them, checked all the videotapes for condition and so on. We had to do a little bit of baking for a couple of tapes for moisture, sticky tape syndrome, as people might know it as. But then we just proceeded to digitize the videotapes and the audio cassettes. With the videotape workflow, we basically captured them as an uncompressed digital file, and then we transcode to what's called an MKV file. And then we do a checksum, a log. We then obviously store the files to hard drive, which we delivered them to DCU. And then Killian done the QC on the actual files. And the same with the audio cassettes. Again, digitizing them to WAV files, doing a checksum, and then storing on a hard drive and back to Killian. We've done a number of different projects with colleges, University of Limerick in particular. And also we do a lot of digitization for the Irish Film Institute. We're working on a big project at the moment called a Margot Harkin archive, which is a lot of footage from 1-inch U-matic, VHS, Digibeta, Beta SP, DV, High 8, audio cassette, DAT tape. So we do a wide range of formats, and we do all sorts of formats depending on what the client's needs are. But generally for the colleges, the IFI and so on, we always use the MKV/FFE1 workflow, which has been a big learning process for ourselves, with the help of a gentleman called Kieran O'Leary, who's in the IFI, or who was in the IFI. But we worked on a number of projects, Ballymun Television, with Kieran and a couple of the girls from the IFI, which helped us enormously with a learning curve for the whole FFE1/MKV workflow. And we've continued that on now onto the Margot Harkin project with the IFI. With the Charles Haughey video collection, it was, as I say, from the outset, it was mainly all VHS videos and audio cassettes. We repaired a couple of broken VHS tapes, which is probably par for the course now at this stage. But on a general, the quality of the images were okay, some better than others, depending. Some of the material was taken directly from television, and others were taken directly from post-production houses. So the difference in quality was quite fast. But overall, the project went quite well, I think, in conjunction with Killian and the DCU. And we completed it a couple of months ago, I think it was, and then Killian catalogued back in DCU, and I think it's now ready for an exhibition.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, so Atom was selected as the most sustainable and scalable option to catalog and manage DCU research collections, also providing access to the diverse digitized collections, including photographs, audiovisual material, and born digital data. It also importantly allows digital preservation integration capabilities with Archivematica, for example. And even though Atom is an open source application, it's actually hosted by Archivem for DCU as a software as a service, joining a growing number of Atom users in Ireland, where there now exists an active Irish Atom user group. So these are some of the DCU library systems and software reflecting a current but iterative and developmental approach to library and collection management services. And while most of the access examples here will be related to discovery integrations, Omeka will be related to exhibiting and curating digital collections. Behind Atom and Omeka, we have digital storage replicated in 4 areas: on-premise in DCU, hosted on Archivem servers, and then also backed up on 4 different brand hard drives, which we monitor by integrity checking, fully expecting some to fail in the short to medium term. Finally, we also have a copy of our preservation master data preserved in the digital repository of Ireland. And at this moment in time, we're also working towards a longer term trusted digital storage in the form of a Dell EMC Unity NAS, which sounds like something from Hank Scorpio's Globex Corporation. But we've been working closely with the IT and DCU, and as a result of kind of ongoing kind of cooperation, they really do recognize our specialized needs and are supporting us with a kind of a proof of concept to establish dedicated trusted storage. It really can't be underestimated how much work is required for the preparation, organization, and administration of material selected for digitization, especially audiovisual material. Having dedicated file and folder naming conventions is imperative for consistency, accuracy, and efficient collections management over time. In March 2021, the Special Collections and Archives Directorate signed off on its first digitization policy in conjunction with our collection development policy and DCU Library's overall strategy. On the right of the slide is the contents of our first digitization policy, and having an iterative periodically reviewed policy massively supports our accuracy, consistency, and kind of cooperation in digitization work, whether on-site or off-site. Lessons learned. So having a detailed kind of documentation around technical metadata via the brilliant media info resource, as well as vendor documentation and AV RFPs like VARF. Really don't be afraid to reach out and ask questions. And I did that very thing with Kieran O'Leary, who went above and beyond to oblige me and kind of guide me on better practice in this area. And really at DCU Library at this point in time, we wouldn't have the technical capabilities to digitize in-house ourselves. So this is why we reached out to kind of industry experts. And there is such a brilliant community in Ireland and internationally that supports each other in terms of trying to avoid making the same mistakes twice. So I would say always cooperate and collaborate and document your decisions. And a special thank you to the team involved, the Special Collections and Archives Directors, including Liam O'Dwyer, Orla Connaughton, Kieran O'Leary, of course, and Joe Murphy, who's been brilliant in the course of this digitization project. Thank you very much, and I'll be tuning in now for any questions.
Thank you so much. There you are. in real life, Kilian. It's time, but if there is a pressing question, there's time for one question. Anyone? In the back, just a moment.
Thank you, Kilian. It's Randy Giacchini. Kilian and I are both in the European Climate Action Group, so I'm taking this moment to go completely off topic and ask you if you want to say anything to this community about our work and the climate.
Oh dear. Just a moment.
Absolutely. Just to check, first of all, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Did you get the question?
I did indeed. And hello to everyone, and hello to Randy. And yeah, it's a really important question because I suppose what we've been wanting to ask is through, I suppose, the history of digitization. It's always so project based, where the money and the funding is transient. And we were always concerned about the persistent access to kind of digitized content, but also how it's being kind of sustainably managed over time. And it's been often, I suppose, the case when people move on to a new job, or they retire, or they just move around. Servers are left with huge amounts of data and kind of digitized content. And what we're considering is how to approach a kind of a survey of the Europeana network with other kind of expert partners like NEMO and the Climate Action Group. And it's basically to find a way to measure digital information management practices so that we can begin to understand, maybe like to quantify the data kind of bergs, you know the term, where rationalization is needed. And I think before we can begin to kind of think about the question, we need evidence. And so with Randy and with the climate action community, we're beginning to think about not just our own kind of individual sobriety, but the digital sobriety of the whole sector, and how we can kind of work together to better understand that.
Okay, thank you so much, Kilian. It's an important issue for us all. I mean, everybody feels it. And there are specific conferences as well this year about, I think one in Singapore, about sustainability and climate. So thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we've earned it. We've got, I think, 10 minutes left. So please be here in 10 minutes. Go grab a coffee, a tea, go to wherever you have to go, and come back for the last part of today's session. Thank you so much. think everyone's back right now. I hope you had a good break. We're gonna have something very special for you. For this coming hour will be a round table, and it will be in Spanish, so be prepared. I hope you prepared your Spanish language lessons. No, it's going to be interpreted in English. We just tested it, so I hope it will be okay. So you mainly hear the interpretation, and the discussion will be in Spanish, and there will be a few videos in between, so...
Hello, hello.
You'll be spoiled today. Okay.
We can start?
Yes, Valeria, please. Will you
Thumbs
start
Okay.
with your presentation, the roundtable discussion? Thank you.
Give me 2 seconds to let the panelists know. Before everything, hello, I'm Lorena Ramirez Lopez. I'll be interpreting from Spanish to English, and I hope this goes well. I just signaled to Valeria to start.
Bueno, hola a todos, bienvenidos a la mesa Lo Prometido es Deuda, Cinemateca Nacional ya para Perú y Argentina.
National Cinema Now for
Valeria Davila, soy una artista.
name is Valeria Davila. I'm an architect, and I'll be the moderator.
Agradecerle a Violeta Núñez por estar acá,
Thank
a
you
Ariadna Matas
for being here.
participar de esta conversación,
And
y
Maria
a
for
que tenía otro compromiso enviando sus respuestas
conversation
privadas,
by sending
a Lorena Ramírez López por traducirlo
commitment,
y a quienes
and
nos
as well as
acompañan desde la ASA y desde el resto del mundo de manera remota.
and those who are joining us from the
Sorry, Lorena, I'm just gonna say something. We can't hear you quite properly. We hear parts of your voice, but not the whole sentences. Can you?
Yeah, Valeria and Violetta, would you mind doing your dialogue in English, and then we'll try the interpretation with the videos that we'll be showing?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. For me, that's fine. I can talk in English.
Okay, let me give me just a second. Okay, so can I start again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the roundtable. A Promise is a Promise, National Cinematheque Now for Peru and Argentina. My name is Valeria Davila. I am an audiovisual archivist from Argentina, and I will be moderating the roundtable today. Thank you so much, Violeta, for being here, and Mariana for sending her pre-recorded answers, and for Lorena, who is translating us today, and all the attendees joining us from the Netherlands and from the rest of the world remotely. So before we get started, I'd like to explain a little bit why it is important to have this conversation today and at this symposium. It is public knowledge what happened to the Brazilian Cinematheque during the pandemic. I mean, the closure and dismissal of its entire staff, but perhaps less known is the serious situation of the National Cinematheque in Peru and Argentina. Each of these countries, Peru, Argentina, and Brazil, represents, in a way, a different stage in the process of creating a cinematheque. Peru is in its initial stage, advocating for the creation of the cinematheque by law. Brazil has been enjoying of its cinematheque for 76 years now, and Argentina is somewhere in between, with a cinematheque that exists in law but has not yet materialized in reality. So it is critical to discuss the urgency of national cinematheques in Latin America and the consequences of not having them, especially today as we celebrate the World Day for Audiovisual Heritage, and also in this conference that is very appropriately called No Time to Wait, because our audiovisual memory has already been lost and we cannot keep waiting for its preservation. So there is much to discuss about this, and it's difficult to know where to start. So we've organized the conversation around the 3 themes of the symposium this year, which are transparency, teaching, and trust. But before we start, we need some introductions. So I will introduce Mariana. She is the coordinator of the National Institute of Cinema and Audiovisual Arts of Argentina, and she's currently the organizing delegate for the Argentinian Cinematheque. Now, Violeta, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me, for this invitation. I do cinema research history, no critic. And I used to be a professor, also teaching cinema in my country. And right now I am supporting the group that our dream is create the National Cinematheque, because in Peru it's a private cinematheque that is running right now by the Catholic University. More than 30 years ago they started. But our fight, our dream is that the government, the Peruvian government, support the open, create open and finance, no? Give all the sources and the resources to the National Cinematheque.
Thank you, Violeta, very much for your introduction. So maybe now we can dive into the discussion. Our first topic then is transparency. So although this is not unique of our nations, something that Peru, Brazil, and Argentina share is the key role that audiovisual professionals not only play in advocating for our cinematheques, but also a lot of times in bringing clarity to opaque situations. For instance, when there is silence from the public officials or the official institutions. This was evident, at least to me, with the Cinemateca Brasilera, where not only the richest, but the most reliable information came from the collective of ex-workers through social networks, and something similar happens in Argentina and Peru, where the community, in days like this, uses the hashtag Cinemateca Nacional Ya, which is National Cinematheque Now, to claim for another year that goes by without the Cinematheque. So with this idea of bringing transparency, I wanted to invite you, my panelists, to share a little bit more about the situation in Argentina and Peru, what has been done so far and what remains to be done. So here we will start with Mariana's response, which is video number 1. If we can play that, please, Tamara.
Pensemos que en el año ya 1900 alguien pensó que era importante preservar lo que se producía desde la cinematografía. En 1935 se crea diferentes cinematecas.
Hello, sorry. Can you start over and there's a black box in the middle?
Se perdió. Es incapaz. Pensemos que en el año ya 1900.
So we thought someone had thought that it was important to preserve what was cinematography. In 1935, different cinematheques were created, and here we are in 2022, and Argentina doesn't have one. What was lost? It's incalculable. It's invaluable. A lot of materials were lost in the beginning of the century because of fire.
Porque no estaba en sus pensamientos, digo, cuando quebraron en los años 30, no estaba en sus pensamientos este espíritu de
There wasn't.
¿no? Tanto como la cinematografía como la fotografía. Y en el año 40 dice que hay que guardar las voces destacadas de la historia y de la cultura. Pero es como el primer organismo que empieza a pensar en un sentido de preservación, pero no el que hoy conocemos, ¿no? Porque lo piensa desde banco de imágenes y banco de sonidos, no desde el punto de vista de un archivo. Esa institución funciona hasta 1957, luego
about that, but Lorena, the interpreter, her internet is not very stable, so we couldn't hear her. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just seeing. Lorena, are you there? No, she's not responding now. Lorena? No, you're not responding. Can we perhaps, is it possible, Valeria, to continue your conversation or give a sort of an abstract of the video, what's been said? Is that possible for you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, Lorena, you're back. Okay, is it stable again, Lorena?
I have no idea. I did not make my sacrifice to the internet gods. I apologize. So it is very choppy on my end.
I will
Valeria, lo siento mucho.
Yeah. Shall I just try now? Because now you're very clear to us. Shall I go further with the video? And I share the screen again. Is that okay?
It's when you share the screen that everything starts becoming very glitchy on my end.
Okay. Can we do this without the videos, Valeria? Or can you give an abstract?
No, I'm not ready to summarize all that Mariana shared here. So maybe we can go not play any video if we cannot do that, and maybe Violeta I can proceed with asking a question for Violeta then.
I can't. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing that you said, Valeria. Sorry.
Yeah, they're going to proceed and they're going to have the conversation.
Okay, sure. Okay, okay, okay. I'll give you. The floor is yours again, then.
Okay, so Violeta, then. On this day last year, the collective for the Peruvian Cinematheque was presenting the law project for the creation of the National Cinematheque. Mm-hmm. I would like to share an image, if I can. This image, I hope you all can see it. So using this image as a trigger, why is the National Cinematheque so urgent in Peru? And how did you all decide to form this collective? And also, if you can tell us what are we looking at this image, and if you have any updates on this law project that you presented last year.
Okay. Yeah, our situation in Peru is so dramatic because it's not that in Peru there is no money to support a national cinematheque. All the countries in Latin America and the whole America, there is a bunch of money, but the money goes to the pockets of our politicians and not to afford to support to solve people's problems. They don't care about, they are so scared about the work culture, you know, nothing, because that's dangerous for them. So, but our materials, our memories, because that is true that in Peru we didn't have a cinema industry like Mexico or Argentina or Brazil. However, we have a tradition to make newsreels, and we have more or less 200 features that since the cinema get in Peru in 1897, the Peruvian filmmakers did. And because we don't have a support from the government and fight with the distributors and the owners of the cinema theaters, with the filmmakers didn't have support in the early years of the 19th century. They made a bunch, I use this word, a bunch of newsreels. You know, I can say that at least in all 70 years, more or less, they made one newsreel a week, Peruvian, with Peruvian news, you know, from Lima, the capital, and from the rest of the country too, okay? So why we decide, this is the last year we start this, because it's not something new that we are fighting for, create a national cinematheque. As I told you, there is a private one, okay? It's because in Peru there is a government office that for cinema development. But this office doesn't care, and will not care about the film's memory, preservation, nothing. They don't care. That's the truth. The bureaucracy all the time says, no, it can be possible. It can be possible. There is no money. And we know that this is not true. Okay? So every single day we lost materials, not in acetato, nitrate, digitals. No, everything is, we are losing right now every single day. Okay? So we start this one because we understand that a national cinematheque must be in the same label, an institution in the same label, with the same rights, with the same obligation, everything, like the National Library, for example. Not just an office inside the culture organization. No, it must be something solid. So we start the discussion, and we finished that document around September last year, and we start to fight. Because like filmmakers, we have the tradition of fight. Everything that we get from the government is doing Pacific, that's the truth, but fighting every single moment. Actually, today is a demonstration outside the government office, you know, to say Cinemateca Nacional ya. Cinematheque, National Cinematheque, right now. We don't want to. And the problem is there is no will. There is, we fight with the terrible bureaucracy that they telling us, no, there is no money. Actually, right now, in the government office, this office that in Spanish we call DAFO, they said, we are doing, because they offer every year at least 5 scholarships, like support, 5, around $35,000 to restored films. But they don't know They don't have idea. This year, for example, I was member of the jury of that, de ese concurso, okay? And I was so mad because there was no any organization. They don't have any single idea what the preservation means, okay? And there is no a politics, you know, something that, okay, you want to do this, you have to do this, nothing. And when we express our discomfort, you know, when we say, no, stop and let's talk, the government and we, the filmmakers that we want to do that, they turn around and says, we cannot do it, there is not money, there is not this one. So the bureaucracy is our worst enemy, okay? Always, our worst enemy. So even the Peruvian cinema in his history, we get some important prizes around the world, okay? But they don't care. So, but I think the government didn't notice, these bureaucracies didn't notice that we are filmmakers and we are going to fight with our life, if this is necessary, to get the national, because it's not for us, it's for the future, okay? It's not right now. We have to understand that preservation, the same, we have Machu Picchu, we have thousands of rings, we have bases. Well, the cinema, future documentaries, or whatever it is not for us. It's part of our identity, okay? And that must be preserved for the future generations to know how we were and how we are right now. And the people support us because we try to spread what we are going to do today in Lima, and people that even we don't know support us, because when we show some materials that we found, people are so excited, so happy. They start to get memories. Yeah, this was my street, so it's wonderful, but nothing. And all the bureaucracy, when there is a camera in front of them, they talk, yes, we are going to support, we are going to do this, we are la 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 la. Then when the camera turned off, no, we were asking for meetings with them, asking new letters all the time, like, every day. Up to date, nothing. Today, I hope it's going to be a big fight, because we asked to the newspapers, TV, not to come to support us, all right? And we hope at least, because they want to make first the building, then they want to buy the machines that is necessary for the Cinematheque, and then open. So in 10 more years, and our fight is for today. I told them a few days ago, what we need is a little space, a little room, some shelves, and then we start. They don't even know how the legendary Cinematheque starts 70 years ago or 80 years. They don't have anything. No, they want to first build the building and everything. And we, please don't get mad, okay? I don't want to get mad again. But that's our situation. And the pretext is there is no money. There is poor people that the government has to support. And that's not true. Peru is a rich, rich country. But the money goes to the pocket of the politicians and the bureaucracy. That's what I can tell you right now, what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, so much of what you are telling resonates with what is happening in Argentina, and also what I've been talking to Mariana, that our law is very complex. So there's a lot of things that wasn't thought of when they wrote the law, and these kind of legal things are also like stopping, like for example, Mariana and her team to do certain things, and everything is so bureaucratic, the whole process, that it takes years and years, and it's, you know, impossible. But this, well, if I can go on with the next topic of discussion, or if you would like, I can share these fragments of Peruvian cinema.
Of course, I would love it to share with the people who is hearing us the spot we did for the last year when we go to the government office to show what we did. It's really sure. That's my city. The sound. The sound. No sound. Okay. No. Yeah. That was the spot we did last year, because we understand that our fight is not only for the cinema, the movies we did, all right, is commercials, is TV programs, is sound, is everything. Okay, we understand that the preservation could be also posters, flyers, the clothes of the workers in the cinema theaters, everything. Of course, the most important is to start with the films, okay, with the movies, okay, whatever. But we understand that the concept is very wide, it's open. We not only think just movies. And that's why when we decide to do this spot, we says no. We have to show that it's the football players playing. You know, it's all commercials from the TV. You know, all. So we try to put a little bit of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that spot, and I think it was a great idea to show some of these fragments for, you know, for raising conscience about the importance of preserving these materials. And since we don't have, like, I think we have 30 more minutes, this serves well to moving on to our next topic, that is trust. So when I think of this concept, I think that what happened to me when I learned about the Cinemateca Brasileira closing during the pandemic was feeling, you know, such an important and with worldwide recognition institution like the Cinemateca Brasileira closing just like that. It left me with a feeling of fragility, you know, this sense that, okay, even when we already have our cinematheques, they can, you know, disappear just like that. And it's a little bit traumatic, and also things like this, I think, create a sense of distrust, right? And when, you know, when 20 years goes by, like it happens in Peru and Argentina, that we have this project of the Cinemateca, but we don't see that becoming a reality, I feel like it creates a strange mix of hope, because we want to still be hopeful that this is going to happen someday, but at the same time we feel, you know, low morale. We feel like this trust, this belief that this is going to happen someday. So maybe there's no like a straight answer for this, but I'm interested in what do you think about this? How we keep on going with the fight for the Cinematheques that we need so urgently, and how can we restore this trust that is,
Well, it's so frustrating. Okay, that's true. It's so frustrating. But we understand we have to keep in the fight. If we slow down, that's is more frustrated than not keep the fighting, because, but we understand also right now in Peru, you know, because the news, we have a terrible government. We think that it could be worse than with the Fujimori band and everything. This is bad and the other is worse. Okay, but anyhow, you have to keep the fighting. You cannot lose where you wanna reach, like the Che Guevara, hasta la victoria siempre. And it's not easy. Because we are fighting in Peru, the old ones. The new generations, they don't understand so much because they live today. They don't think in the future. We try to push them to understand, okay, in Peru, we need a law, because you cannot destroy the National Library, because it was created the day after we get our independence. The same that the National Archive, National Library, and the government did other for all the government papers, okay? The two of them were created the day after we get independence in 1821 by law. So that's why we fight for a law, because a simple office can disappear. A new bureaucrat came scared because this, we have examples of what happened with Chile Fins and others in Argentina in the dictatorship period, when everything they destroyed, right? Anyhow, they can destroy. We know that, okay? But anyhow, you get like a little bit more of security protection, because if you did something against that, it's a crime. You will be punished by law, okay? So, and we are filmmakers. We never lose that thing in our minds. And to be a filmmaker, you have to have the strength for fight, because be a filmmaker is the craziest thing in the world, okay? Get your movie ready, any type of movie, you have to keep doing. It could be 5 years in some cases. Since you start with the idea until you get the movie, it's 6, 7 years. That happened around the world. We know that. Well, it's the same. Now, we cannot lay down our arms, okay? And we have to fight. And when we learn, and we are looking now, you have to get a politician that he wants to get re-elected for the next period. That is going to help you. Probably he doesn't care, she doesn't care, or whatever, but he needs to be elected the next period. Well, that people is going to support you. And now, right now, we are looking. But in our situation, the political situation in Peru, for the next Congress, nobody is going to be elected again, so nobody wants to support it. It's funny, but that's the truth, you know? And you have to be clear. That's the discussion we got 3 days ago, when our intern discussion with the people, that I told them, no, we have to think in this way. We cannot think in other way, just this way, okay? And the rest is silent. I don't care. If the people feel offensive, it's their problems. Go therapy. We need to save, to rescue everything, our history. Maybe because I write history and I understand that the movie is a document, that can help you for many, many things. I try to fight in that way, right? And today we have many meetings. This is my first meeting with you that I'm happy to talk, Then at 12, at 2, I have other, and at 6, because we try to make, scream, rah, rah, rah. And yeah, that's the only way, And in the filmmakers too, around the world, one thing, the other one, no, you have to say, let's do it together. If you want to do yourself, get out of here. You have to be in one way, so tough, but open to come, to invite more people. So you have to go like two step back, and 3 forward, something like that, because you have to learn to negotiate too. For example, the last administration in the culture office in Peru, it was a boss, the director, not the minister, the second one. He wanted to support us. He wanted and help a lot and do it everything easy for us. Perfect, okay? But he get fired. He was changed. The new one doesn't want to hear, even to hear, okay? All right, you have to find someone that is there, pushing, We thought, because 2 of the people that right now, the directors of this cinema office in the government, in the Peruvian government, supposedly belong to our group, And now they are in the government office, and they are telling us, no, this is not possible. There is no money. And tonight is going to be a big fight, let me tell you. And I am going to make the fight, And I don't care. If you don't scream, nothing is going to happen. But we learn also, because we have tradition to fight for the cinema law. We learn for each congresses, you have to be there, explain. It's time. Takes us a lot of effort, but we do it in Peru. The only way we get our cinema law was in that way, working in that. Of course, take us many years, no 1 month, many years, because it was, each office, knock the doors and explain them. And even some of the congressmen or women says, but are you going to preserve porno? Because in Peru, pornographic, in Peru, we are not doing that. So you even have to explain the nonsense they have in their minds, because it's terrible, but you never has to get up, give it up. You never. Otherwise, let's go to the retirement house, to live happy, you know. And I am not the enthusiastic person. I am a realistic person, you know. And I know that if to the bureaucracy you don't put a camera, nothing is going to happen. That's the truth. That's our experience, you know.
It is. It is, and I know all of the work that you are doing and the collective, it's so important. And I'm eager to see what happens today, so I will contact you later to see how that's going.
Yeah, because, sorry to interrupt you, but it's along the country. It's not just in Lima. It's going to be in Cusco, in Iquitos, that is the jungle for us. In the north of the Peru, there is some filmmakers that it's going, maybe there is not a bunch of them, but at least it's around the country, because this time we get tired. It's now or never. That's it. Otherwise, wait, and you will see what you're going to have.
Yeah, no, this is big, and I'm so glad that you were able to organize this like nationwide. Unfortunately, it's like we have, I think, 10 minutes left for the round table. I don't know if we have any questions for Violeta here from the audience.
Any questions at this point? Just looking around, Valeria, but no, there are no questions at this point. So please make your last statement. You've got one section left, I think, in your presentation.
Okay, yeah, I do have like one more like topic of discussion to close if we have just a little minutes, but so it's the topic of the importance of teaching. Teaching is the other theme of the symposium, because, you know, to sustain the activities of a Cinematheque, we need trained workers that take care of the materials. And it's kind of, you tell me if you think this is a myth or not, that there's this idea that we don't have, you know, a lot of prepared people because like there are not a lot of audiovisual preservation programs to study in our countries. So people who can go and study abroad, and maybe they come back, maybe not. What do you think, what you can share about the landscape in this sense in Peru? Can Peruvian filmmakers and you know, people interested in doing preservation work with audiovisual materials study this, or do they have to learn on the job like it used to be? Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, in Peru, we don't have a school, a program to learn how to make preservation, you know. Some of the old ones, because La Católica, La Filmoteca de la Católica, which is the private institution that is in Peru, they have an agreement with Mexico, Filmoteca, and a few of the people that is working with, they send to learn the proper way to make preservation. But it's not a bunch. There is maybe 3-4 people. There is no more, okay? And some of the young people, there is another 5-7 people that they went to Elias Querejeta School of Preservation, whatever. They make this stage or whatever. Okay, but in my opinion, okay, these new people, they don't have experience. They don't even work one day in a film archive. They know everything in theory, nothing in the ground, which is a big problem, okay? In my opinion, there is people who is study to be a librarian, which in Peru we have that specialty. They have to open this branch. You know, it's different. It's people with more brain that understand what you are preserving materials, okay? But we have to work. Our way is too far, you know? We have a bunch of problems, you know? And we hope little by little we can solve them. We have the hope. If you lose the hope, nothing is going to happen. That's in my experience, you know. Right now, for example, there is more people doing cinema history in Peru. 30 years ago, that when I start, there was nobody. And everybody looked at me like crazy, you know. What are you doing? What for? Why don't you write cinema critic? I said, I don't care. Right now, there is more people that is doing papers, cinema history papers in Peru. So if you do not understand, you don't teach, you don't create the protocols, you know, you don't say, we have to do this way, nothing is going to happen. It takes time. This is a human society, you know, and in the human everyday life, history, it takes time, you know. It's not like you cannot do like this, click, you know, like that, and everything is happening. You are not a genius, you know, to click your eyes and everything happens. No, takes time. And for example, in Argentina, we have to learn how other movements did, the human rights movement in Argentina. Even everything what happened, all the laws for the forgive, everything, they were there, you know, until they get it, what they want, justice. Well, we have to do the same. You know, keep going. Like the drop in the stone. Boom, boom. In one moment, something happened, and you have to be ready. That's my experience. You know, that's my experience. That if you lose, where are you going? Go to the retirement house. That's what I want to say.
Yes. I would keep talking, you know, for hours, but I think we are, that we have to, you know, close the conversation now. But it's been such a pleasure, Violeta, and thank you for, you know, being here with such short notice. I really appreciate your presence here, and having this discussion is so important to our audiovisual heritage. I really wish you the best of luck with everything you are going to do today that is very important. And I'm eager to see what you accomplish.
Thank you so much for having me, for inviting me. Yes, we cross our fingers. We know it's not, today we are not going to solve the problem, but at least we are there, and we hope they give us a room, a little room to start. No wait until they build the building, because they told us that. No, we are going to build a building. Yeah, 10 more years, you know. Nothing is stupid. They don't have brain. Thank you so much. Good luck for everything. And, well, here we are.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for this conversation that we were obliged to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any question? There's still one question left. Oh, yeah. Just one question, ladies.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. My name is Ola Wysocka, ex-Polish Film Archive, and right now Deutsche Kinemathek. I was wondering what general film community can do for you. Do you have some expectation how we could? Is it something we could help? Also next year there will be FIAF Congress. in Mexico, yes, so that it would be closer to you. Is it something which can be done from the broader film community, film archive community?
Did you hear the question?
Can you repeat the question? Because I think the audio wasn't so clear, at least for me. I don't know, Violeta. The question was for Violeta, right?
Yep, for Brazilian archive maybe as well, but mostly for Violeta, yes.
Did you hear it? Okay. Can you just help me out with, because it was a long question, sorry.
No, if it's an expectation from you that the film archive community can do for you to be helpful, share your story, where maybe there is something we can share in social media or whatever simple thing we can do.
Okay. I will just go.
I think the question is, what can the rest of the archive community do?
What can the rest do?
Right? I don't know, Violeta, if there's anything that
I'm
the rest
sorry,
of the community can do.
I didn't hear very good what she says, so I
will type it in. Moment. Can you hear me through the? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. The question was, what can the community do to help you, the audiovisual community, preservation community?
In Peru? Nothing.
Nothing. Oh. Okay.
No, to support everything what we are doing today is money from our pockets.
Okay.
To make the flyers, to do this, is our pockets, And besides that, nothing. And friends that works in the media, TV, radio, whatever, that we can call them and say, come on, please come to support us. They promise us to come. We hope, because we need to be on the red carpet today, and to talk with the police that don't going to punish us, because more something like that. But besides any support, money, nothing at all.
Okay. Thank you so much again.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiki, can you come up the stage, please?
Mi flyer, Valeria, no lo pasaron.
Hello? Yeah. Hi. I'm very glad to not be sitting in a chair anymore. I think we're all kind of at the end of our day. I'm bordering Gen Z, so I'm reading from my iPhone. My name is Kiki Lennaerts. I've recently started working at the Netherlands Institute for Sound&Vision as an advisor in new media preservation. And before that, I was doing an embedded research at Sound&Vision, researching this. This is the result of that research. Okay. I can go one slide back. So, as the material world and the virtual world are becoming increasingly intertwined, artists are reflecting upon these developments using digital similar digital mediums to convey their message. This contemporary reality presents issues for preserving artworks that use these modern technologies to foster immersive experiences, and institutes in charge of the preservation of immersive media are struggling to keep up with the technological developments, which we are discussing here today. They are forced to define their own strategies, and as it is inevitable that immersive media will become obsolete, documentation can function as the final remaining trace of the artwork. The topics of documentation for preservation and the fragility of media formats are not new. The idea is making sense of existing practices and choosing the right strategy for a specific case. The research originated from an exploration of the Preserving Immersive Media Knowledge Base, which was discussed yesterday at the workshop and also presented at No Time to Wait last year. It is a centralized knowledge hub that aims to support individuals and institutions dealing with the task of preserving immersive media. And the knowledge base is the outcome of Tate's Preserving Immersive Media project with funding from the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision. It is a resource created to help share information between members of the digital preservation community who are caring for virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and other similar materials. These are some examples of cases that are included in the knowledge base currently. And clockwise, they are called Zone Interdied by Judd and Wachter. That's an interactive 3D installation. And the right on the top is Passage Park number 7 by Studer and Van den Berg, which is a 360 video. And the bottom one is We Were Looking for Ourselves in Each Other by Melody Misset, which is a virtual reality artwork. So what is the urgency for preserving immersive media? Media scholars and professionals are calling for action in the preservation of our collective digital heritage, especially immersive media, as these objects are extremely ephemeral, and unless immediate steps are taken, valuable content can be lost to future generations. By contributing to the ongoing efforts of preserving immersive media, the research pledges to make holistic documentation an embedded practice. It also supports the safeguarding of valuable digital heritage in an effort to consolidate its societal relevance. In addition, the amount of immersive media content is increasing rapidly, and artists are using digital tools and digital media in non-standardized explorative ways, making them difficult to preserve. This demands heritage organizations to define a preservation practice for those materials at high speed, as the amount of content is increasing rapidly. The research was carried out using a collection of methods to answer the question, how can the Preserving Immersive Media knowledge base support cultural institutions in the process of documenting immersive media? Interviews with professionals and attended seminars functioned to grasp the sentiment in the field, and a combination of desk research and case studies served as methods to define an operable toolbox. The overarching message of the research can be summarized into these 4 points. Approach documentation with the aim to capture the behavior of an immersive media as opposed to single iterations. Collecting a combination of content as documentation to support weight decision maker by stewards in the future. Consolidate the societal relevance of immersive media as heritage for future generations. And lastly, emphasizing documentation as a strategy to preserve immersive media. The main results were these 3 outcomes, and the first being a synthesis of documentation strategies. The second is an advocacy for holistic documentation, and the final one is an implementation of a procedural framework, which I will discuss now. The research presents an overview of widely acknowledged documentation strategies resulting from a esteemed project by several institutions working to preserve media art. I think you might be familiar with some of these. They are Forging the Future, Capturing Unstable Media, Matters in Media, project by Rhizome, and Lima's Future Proof. I will not elaborate on their content, as I hope some of you know those, but you can read about it in the project, but also they are running online as well. The table in which the synthesis is presented provides an overview of the best practices for the documentation of media art, making clear how the various documentation strategies relate to each other. By analyzing a specific immersive media documentation, one can identify which documentation phase and characteristics fit best to further develop the documentation using the tools that are presented in the synthesis. In doing so, the synthesis can guide individuals or institutions in defining a documentation strategy that fits their institutional aim or documentation phase. Column 1 and 5, so documentation phase and characteristics, can be used to select the most suitable documentation tool to complement the current documents in order to form a holistic understanding of the case. In doing so, formulating an increasingly holistic strategy defined specifically for the case that is documented. And from an institutional perspective, column 4 and 5, institutional aim and characteristics can function to define a more general documentation strategy to be in accordance with the mission of the respective institution. For example, if an institution's aim is archiving, you can see in column 4 that capturing unstable media and rhizome fit that description. The institution should then consider whether they want to put more emphasis on illustrating different iterations or standardization. A combination of both tools could also present a relevant strategy to define a documentation practice, but will be more time and resource consuming. And the procedural framework that was used was presented in Annette Decker's chapter, Enjoying the Gap, Comparing Contemporary Documentation in Preserving and Exhibiting Media Art Challenges and Perspective. Decker proposes a nonlinear, three-phase framework divided into process, presentation, and recreation, which was used to test the documentation of the selected cases in order to recommend additional tools and strategies. Decker defines the different stages as follows. Documentation as process, in which documentation is seen as a tool in decision-making processes during the development of the work. Documentation as presentation, or the creation of audio-visual material about the work. And documentation for recreation in the future. The procedural framework fosters a contemporary approach to preservation by focusing less on authenticity and the singular original, examining cases in different stages of their existence, and allows for evaluation of the artwork in different iterations. I'll talk a bit more about... this is the thing with putting videos in your presentation. I will talk some more about one of my case studies, which I wanted to show to kind of like give you a feel of the, so this is a still image of the case. Let me see. The case studies were explored by interviewing the artists and by reviewing the documentation they supplied me with, as well as the other online sources that could provide insights into the documentation. The documentation for this artwork was twofold. It had a public component mainly consisting of photo and video image, and a private documentation consisted of documents and insights into the AI learning for the interactive installation. For now, the artist perceives the documentation as sufficient for the goal of presentation and accessibility. But to foresee alternative ways of presentation or acquisition, the documentation could benefit from an elaboration on the recreation phase, establishing the artist's intent in regard to the preservation guidelines. The former can be achieved by formulating documents in regard to the documentation phase of collection and creation, which you can see down below, which is a screenshot from the synthesis. To complement the existing documentation, Forging the Future offers a fitting strategy to further elaborate on the recreation phase of the artwork. This will foster a focus on the behavior of the artwork as well as the artist's intent by imagining iterations and preservation strategies for the future. The recommendations that the research provided are these 4 bullet points. While a holistic documentation consisting of multiple tools is ideal, the presentation of the synthesis with the strategies alongside each other also allows for a selection of the best suitable strategy if the circumstances do not allow for an in-depth holistic documentation. The research recommends that the documentation is arranged according to Decker's 3-phase 3 phases to take the nature of immersive media into consideration during the documentation process. Third, the importance and value of good documentation should be emphasized, leading to a translation of this into value and budgets and time planning, giving those responsible more time and reward for adequate documentation. Finally, documentation can function to capture the artist's intent and behavior of the artwork in formats that can already be preserved for the long term in storage and archives. To summarize, this research aims to be a call to action as well as a reinforcement for the relevance of documentation for the preservation of immersive media. Currently, there might not yet be universally agreed upon best practices and technological solutions, but we are able to think about what good practices might look like. The challenge of dynamically preserving immersive media is far from solved, but the aim to document holistically can facilitate a shift and support institutions in anticipating obsolescence. Thank you.
Wow. Well done. Thank you so much, Kiki. There's no room for questions now, no time. But if you have a question for Kiki, you'll be here tomorrow as well? Yeah. So please see Kiki if you have some questions about this beautiful research. Thank you so much. Now we're going over to Lisa Parolo and Vittoria Gelati.
Yes, I'm here.
I can hear you. Yes, please come up the stage, please.
This one is yours, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
She has the presentation to just
Sharing it. I will just tell you something about these two ladies. Lisa is CEO of Archive on SRL, and in this role gives advice to film and television production companies, as well as for public and private archives on the legal, administrative and practical management of analog and digital resources. She has written several essays and edited volumes on the history of video art in the 70s and on its conservation issues. And Vittoria, standing here on the stage, is a PhD student in conservation and restoration of new media and digital information at the State Academy of Fine Arts in Stuttgart. And in support of her research, she collaborates with ZKM, the Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe, Germany. She has also recently obtained a position as media art restoration trainee at the Restoration Center of Düsseldorf in Germany.
Hi.
Please.
So I suppose you are not seeing me, as Vittoria told me, but I can see at least Vittoria.
No, we can see you now. But, okay, she has to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. Just a second. It's my first time. I don't know where to open up this.
Condividi. Upright. No,
Okay.
slideshow, sorry.
No, it's not condividi. It's
Upright slideshow. Next to, in alto a destra, slideshow.
in alto a destra. Ah, okay, sorry. Okay, so sorry for this time-consuming thing. Thank you, Tamara, for the introduction. First of all, we would like to thank the organizer for giving us the opportunity to present our project. This is the first time that we share it internationally, and we are very grateful to be able to do so during No Time to Wait conference, together with so many professionals. In our presentation, we would like to talk about the database Vittoria and I developed for KROF, together with the precious technical and not only technical, I would say, support of the memory/video studio team. This project was from the very beginning a true mixture of different skills. Nevertheless, what we started as a fixed-term project for KROF in 2021 has gradually grown into something more, and led us to create Archive, an open source tool for archiving, conservation, and valorization of digital resources. But let's start from the beginning. KROF, it's a non-profit cultural institution based in Milan. In 1987, it was founded by Mario Gorni and Zafferina Castoldi with the aim of promoting artistic research, of archiving and preserving contemporary art materials, and giving access to the acquired heritage. Over the years, KROF and its archive have grown a lot, And now Keroff represents an important reference for artistic film and video production in Italy. In addition to a consistent photographic archive and a library mostly dedicated to contemporary art, Keroff holds a video archive with more than 80,000 titles, including documentation and national and international artworks. The video archive, in particular, is considered one of the most important collection in Italy, and in 2006 was recognized as one of the archive of national importance by the Italian Ministry of Cultural Heritage. Since 1990s, and we are getting the new slide. Since 1990s, the institution has been storing media of all kinds. As a consequence, the video archive includes different analog and digital formats whose contents have been digitized or migrate over time with indefinite and unclear protocols. This led to the presence of different copies, variants, and versions whose authenticity difficult to verify. Moreover, the archive includes contemporary complex artworks characterized by a wide variability given by their multimedia nature and technological format, such as space-based work, complex installation, performances, and multidimensional sculptural elements. When we started the project, Keroff was using a cataloging system, which resulted unsuitable to represent the complexity and variety of forms and meanings of these artworks. And therefore, this catalog system was not functional for the institution's mission. In 2011, the institution started to use a self-made database called Jukebox with very few fields, mainly extracted from a previous database called Bibliobit. Bibliobit, the first one, was too complex, while Jukebox was oversimplified. In terms of compilation, both databases had similar problems. They had no defined standards for the field, which were mostly open and therefore filled out with dissimilar and incomprehensible informations. Moreover, the confusion was also increased by the lack of specific fields for audiovisual metadata, enter wherever possible. Concerning not only Keroff, but the Italian GLAM or GLAM sector in general, a further issue is the national regulation, Opere d'arte contemporanea, which from now on we will call OAC, which every Italian public institution must comply with. The OAC, in fact, proposes a rigid and hierarchical structure which does not allow a correct description of complex and fluid artworks. Moreover, the OAC does not include many fields that will be crucial to describe specifically the analog and digital audiovisual media, part of the artwork. As a consequence, in the years, all the institutions had to deal with unprofessional and unsafe homemade internal working systems, such as Excel spreadsheets, to record important information and data that have no place on the OAC and would therefore be lost. Victoria.
Thank you. Wait a second, go back 1 second.
Oh, sorry?
Go again. Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. I go on from now. After conducting interviews with Keroff's players, no, it's okay. It's okay. We defined together the goals of the project. The aim was to create a new dynamic tool, taking into consideration the Italian standard OAC, of course, but also thinking about interoperability and further extensions. Moreover, it was necessary to allow different levels of access according to the type of users. In order to fulfill these goals, we compared the national standard OAC with international guidelines FIAF's 2015 Moving Image Cataloging Manual and the 2013 Europeana project Digitizing Contemporary Art, from now on DCA. As you can see in the slide, the DCA proposes a description of the work on 3 levels: work and expression, manifestation, and item. The first represents the artwork as an abstract concept that does not change according to the different physical manifestations it may have. Then comes the manifestation, which is, quote, a physical digital representation of an expression of the artwork, and it can be a set of physical things containing multiple expressions of work. End of the quote. At last, there is the item, a single physical example of the manifestation. The FIAF also shares the same conceptual model of the CA, but on 4 levels, adding the variant of the work with the reference to how it was originally conceived and produced. In comparison to the international models, OAC has a hierarchical structure too, but it considers only a main level called scheda madre, which corresponds to the work, and several derived schede figlie, which could correspond to expression, manifestation, and item. Even before identifying the different metadata describing the work, it was therefore necessary to imagine a system that would allow redefining the levels of the OAC in relation to the CA and FIAF. We chose then to outline a relational, non-hierarchical and horizontal model in order to respect the fluid nature of these artworks. This structure, in fact, enables one to easily create, modify, or delete predefined relations between artworks components, as well as between different artworks. As you can see in the scheme, we adopted a one-to-one relationship between the abstract concept of the work, here scheda madre, and the content of the concrete object, here submedium. The submedium is how the work will manifest itself in the item, through a video, a paper, a photo, and hardware, etc. But at this level, it is still conceptual. In the lower level of the structure, there is then the item, which is the actual physical medium. The relation between the submedium and the medium is one to many. In this way, it is possible to keep track of the preservation history of the submedium content. We would point out that so far we have spoken of artworks with their metadata to describe, but we cannot forget that also the documentation of an exhibition or the single video in a complex artwork, for example, has its own metadata. We then decided that the scheda madre should represent not only artworks, but also documentations. For instance, a simple situation would be when the scheda madre represents a single channel video. Then the submedium describes the video manifestation, and the medium represents the physical video. But when the scheda madre described a complex work, such as a multi-channel installation, there will be no submedium related, but other schede madri. This happens because each video that is part of the multi-channel installation is not necessarily made by the same authors of the installation itself. Moreover, each video could also be used in another different installation. We will therefore have as many schede madri as there are components in the installation. Each scheda madre component is then related through defined relations to the first scheda madre, representing the whole multi-channel installation. In this way, each scheda madre component can be easily linked to the multi-channel installation, but also to other components, versions, artworks, and documentations that are represented by schede madri too. In this way, the new structure allows defined and precise, but also easily changeable relationships between the schede madri, whether they are elements of the same complex work or whether they are components, versions, artworks, and documentations.
Yeah, so once the structure was defined, we then decided to add some specific elements and tools that, in our opinion, could be considered a plus of archive. Wherever possible, we mainly adopt the multi-choice fields, which can be always supplemented with a specific access. For the structure, we used the definition, attributes, and terminologies coming from the pre-existing national and international thesauri, but also from experience gained in the field. This enables an easier interoperability and precise description, limiting human mistakes such as typing errors, use of synonyms, non-contextualized information, and different ways of naming the same things. Multiple choice fields are also used for defining the horizontal relationships between schede madri, as well as between the items, medium, and submedium. This allows to automatically define the type of reciprocal relations between two elements. For instance, if a file A is the master of a file B, the system will automatically propose the reciprocal relationship file, as for example, file B is the exhibition copy of A, or file B is the access copy of file A, depending on the cataloger entries. In the same way, an exhibition will be linked to the works it hosted, a conference to the works mentioned, and so on. Moreover, audiovisual files metadata are automatically extracted with MediaConch, MediaInfo, and FFprobe, and then stored in archive. It is also possible to extract videos qualitative data, as for example, saturation, brightness, and to have qualitative checks regarding automatic conversion of files through a comparison between the original and the converted file. We thought it was a great advantage, where possible, to automate specific operation in order to make cataloging more efficient and precise. But above all, in order to store and register all the possible information regarding a file, which could be useful in the future to restore it. We also considered the issue in managing and preserving a digital archive on the long term. As soon as a file enters the database, whether it is an artist copy, a variant, a master, or whatever, archive can automatically locate the file into different storage systems depending on their use. Cold storage for long-term preservation and hot storage for immediate access. Furthermore, in order to verify if a migration, a coding, or any other preservation intervention is needed, archive gives the possibility to set an alarm when a specific period of time has passed. In addition, archive can automatically convert files into streaming, exhibition, and access copies according to protocols that can be set previously following international and future-proof standards. This avoids error and twins in file conversion that risk to burden the preservation system. Moreover, archive allows to compare different digital copies of the same item, and if connected to museums displays, it will directly send the files in the exhibition space, avoiding physical copies. Finally, archive logs a full written record of all the changes made in the database, keeping a track of the updates, the intervention, the conversion, and also the user who have accessed the system. Vittoria.
In addition...
Sorry,
yeah, go
it's my turn. In addition to these very specific characteristics of archive just listed, we also included other features that we believe are important for making it a good and functional database. For example, archive is an open source system. The SQL standards and languages used as a widely known programming language allows free modification and customization of the database structure. The user can thus always develop in-house system at low cost and quickly according to the specific needs. Archive is then accessible to smaller archives and artist studios that might not afford expensive tools. Moreover, the user can choose between a local or a cloud-based solution, easily scalable according to storage space and security needs. To not forget, since the new structure is built from the Italian OAC regulation, and since it also integrates international system, archive is a suitable tool for all public institutions who want to make their digital archive and database interoperable. The all-in-one management allows users to save media in different formats, including application and source codes. Moreover, for greater access and control, and the most target service possible, the system provides 3 different front-end access levels: a lower one for the general public, a medium one for researchers and scholars, and of course the highest for catalogers and staff. Furthermore, the distribution of the digital data in different infrastructures guarantees a high level of security while keeping archive open to the public. All sensitive data are directly contained in the archive database, but are also relocated on another internal and private platform of the institution via a system of communicating APIs.
So what's now? We believe that to further develop this managing tool, it is necessary to apply the possibilities that artificial intelligence, machine learning, and information technology offers for the user interface, back-end, and data entry. In the future, we imagine a system that will automatically analyze the digital contents for preservation needs, and it will apply machine learning models for automatic tags. Archive could also identify context, artistic currents, works, styles, etc., and enable search based on natural language, as we have seen already in projects such as DALL-E 2 from OpenAI. In the era of technical reproducibility, we also imagine that Archive could develop searching by resource as audio, video, image, NFT, etc., in order to differentiate copies, variants, or versions of the same digital content. In the future, we would like to create an even more sophisticated differentiation of the user interface in a way that the data can be aggregated in a meaningful format for the end user. Depending on whether it is an expert researcher, an archivist, or a student, the interface will offer multiple resources and records displayed in modern data visualization systems, such as hierarchical edge bundling, tree of life, etc. Moreover, we would increase the involvement of the public, whether individuals or collectives. We would like to involve there in the production and sharing of original content, like in the documentation of an exhibition through cell phone videos, for example. With an appropriate validation system, crowd-searching projects could actively contribute to the process of recognition and metadating of acquired digital resources. In conclusion, the digital works interchange system could also be certified and guaranteed by a dedicated archive blockchain. The next slide, please.
Sorry.
To conclude, the project will be online soon. In the meantime, you can keep in touch for further developments on the webpage archive.cloud.n, as you can see in the slide. Before concluding, we would like to make you aware that for the future developments, we are seeking collaborations and fundings. If you are interested in coming on board, or if you are developing similar projects and you wish to join forces, please just get in touch. Finally, we would like to also thank Paolo and Federica from Memory/Video Studios, who are listening to this presentation, and thank you all for the attention. Moreover, if many of you are interested, we can also adjust the webinar to deepen the question about archive.
Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. We have some time for a question, or perhaps someone who says, "I want to collaborate." That's what they're asking. Are there any questions? I think it was a very clear and precise, beautiful presentation. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much.
Just getting my information here. I'd like to introduce the next and last presenters for today. It's Dr. Jimmy Jones. He's the archivist for the Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. His research focuses on moving image standards. He also teaches as adjunct lecturer for the School of Information Sciences at the University of Illinois. Jimmy is the co-author of the forthcoming book about the development of digital video standards, including the work done by the Cellar community. Karen Hodgson-Jones is teaching assistant professor of sustainable design and studio art and the program coordinator for the Bachelor of Science in Sustainable Design program in the College of Fine and Applied Arts at the University of Illinois. In the classroom, she teaches object life cycle assessments, critical engagement with historical and contemporary sustainability practices, and sustainable digital art practices for creative coding, video and animation production. In her planning work, she develops evaluative strategies for effective and environmentally sound collection and management of electronic devices and electronic waste. So there it comes the climate action back again. I'd like to, there is a video.
Yeah, I just realized it's a video and not live Zoom.
So okay.
I will get the video.
Oh, yeah.
For Jimmy.
Absolutely.
I am here, but I had a moment of terror, thinking I was going to have to just freestyle this.
That's true. Maybe it's called.
Okay, we have your file. I'm about to play it, Jimmy. And
Okay.
Yeah, how we do it. There he comes, Jimmy. Thank you.
So, today we're going to be talking about the Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning, which is, among other things, a high-throughput production house and broadcast archives. Our profile as a repository most closely matches a broadcast center like a television station because we do a lot of our own video production. And our challenges as a production archives are similar to a broadcaster. Our chief patrons are producers, people who are producing and reusing content. We have to do things very quickly. We have to turn around video collections very quickly in support of events on campus and courses for the campus. We're constantly dealing with changing capture technology. In the earliest days, we were shooting mini DV, and now we're shooting 4K to solid state SD cards. And in my time here as the archivist, I've been here for about 7 years now, and we have looked through all kinds of technologies for media asset management, things that will work at our scale, but don't cost as much as like the big broadcast companies like in the United States, NBC or other television broadcasters. And we really haven't found much that works for us that allows us to store our data locally, not in the cloud, because the file sizes are so big for transfer, and allows us to deal with all the different kinds of file types that we have. As you can see here, this is a one semester course. It's not just time-based media that we're dealing with. Of course, we're dealing with a lot of things like PowerPoint slides for course presentations and event presentations and other kinds of documents as well. So the heterogeneity of the file types is something we have to deal with as well. We also have some legacy materials up in the upper left there, the aforementioned mini DV, and a little bit of analog stuff that we have to digitize as well. So how do we deal with all of this stuff? Knowing that there was no all-in-one solution that we could afford. That's why we've been developing what we call CAW, or the Curricular Asset Warehouse. What the purposes of CAW are to process and serve our production materials to our producers, also to make things findable, of course, so there's the repository side, and also to generate what we call import wizards that allow our users, chiefly our producers, to tag objects as they ingest them off of the SD cards, so that most of that is time-based media. And we also have to comply with different kinds of American laws like FERPA and the TEACH Act, which both put limits on how we can make courseware materials and things like class rosters available, and also copyright law. So we have to have something that knows what we've produced and in what context we've produced. We have 3 kind of domains that CAW straddles. There's the production world, so workflows from camera to edits and beyond. There's also the archival side, that's my domain, that is finding old stuff and adhering to our role as a land-grant state university. So we have a legal encumbrance to preserve things long-term, and also dealing with pedagogy, dealing with instructors who are our chief clients. We are mostly making stuff for classes and events related to instruction. So you can see here there's a basic workflow of production, and then we use different kinds of tools like Box and a tagging tool called Frame.io for our producers to collaborate with each other and with the instructors who are our clients, and then the archive staff that generates metadata and encourages the findability of our stuff. And when we write it off to tape, tells us where we are storing the data long term so that we can retrieve things and reuse them very, very quickly. So here's a guide to how things flow from left to right, from SD card through file servers, spinning disks where the producers are collaborating. We use spinning disk technology there because we have to move data very quickly and collaborate. Many people have to be acting on a project together. Through streaming, where we put edits and stringer edits for our clients to review so we can communicate with them. Through the cost system, creating metadata records, transcoding things as necessary, and packaging up collections for being written off to LTO tape, which is kind of where I live. The guiding principles of the curricular asset warehouse include: we really want to use open software and specifications wherever possible. We don't want any kind of patent encumbrances. Ideally, we don't want to have to pay for updates, with one caveat, that is Adobe Premiere and some other Adobe Creative Cloud tools that we have to pay rental on basically every month. Everything is very production forward. Again, our chief mandate is to serve production. Catalog records are a consequence of ingest. We have a tool called SD Ingest that allows us to make records when the objects are written off of the SD card. We get XML files that are pushed up, they're FIAFcore compliant files that get pushed up into our cataloging system. We don't like using the cloud. We want our data to stay local because we have to be able to access it very quickly, and it's just too time consuming to move gigabytes of data up and down that way. And we want to always support the discovery and stewardship and reuse of our old content. It saves time, it saves resources to not have to shoot things over and over again. And we have to allow for rights management and levels of access based on those aforementioned laws, the Teach Act, FERPA, and copyright. So again, nothing really worked for us to do all of this. We looked at things like collective access, DSpace, and Preservica. We also looked at some production tools like Axel AI and Kino that are used in kind of large broadcast settings. We do use Kino for marking up objects as they're being worked on. But ultimately, none of these tools did everything we wanted to do, hence the CAW system, which also works as a cataloging tool, again, using FIAFcore metadata, and creating different kinds of record types. So we've got collection level records and asset level records. At the time of SD Ingest, the SD Ingest tool creates asset level records for every object that's on the card. And as you can no doubt guess, there's thousands of objects in collections. It's just too much for any human to create records for. So SD Ingest makes asset records for every object, but then also makes a collection level record that our producers and the archival team can add some provenance metadata and descriptive metadata to, content metadata, where we use media info to create the asset records with all of the technical metadata. The collection level records tie it all together. Using these tools, many of these tools are a little bit opaque to me, your humble archivist. I know media info and Adobe Premiere, but some of these other ones I'm not as familiar with. If you have questions about these, please email me and I can put you in contact with Liam, who's our IT genius, who's building the cost system. And another kind of aspirational thing that we are working on with CAW is the ability to act on Adobe Premiere projects en masse. So even things that have already been edited, in some cases years ago, if we ever want to in a large way make changes, like if the Illinois branding dot and bug and opening and closing for videos changes for some reason, Illinois decides to have a very different indicia or identity, we can use the CAW to go through, find all of the places where the files are for these things and change them all together, either on our spinning disks or on our LTO tapes, in order to save what we call monkey work, which is kind of the dumb work that you don't want people to have to bother doing. You want the CAW system to do all of that for you. That's kind of the big kind of next vision for CAW. So that's the curricular asset warehouse. And now I'm going to turn this over to Karen Hodgin-Jones, who's going to talk about her sustainability research with CITL.
So a lot of the tools and resources and processes that Dr. Jones just went through are things that occur also in my teaching space, and are issues that have come up through courses that I've taught where we're investigating e-waste and sustainability of digital art production. And so the case study analysis of CAW is directly related to in the continuation of that research. So looking at CAW as a case study, I'm looking at the kind of traditional 3 pillars of sustainability: environmental impacts, economic benefit, and social equity. And in terms of those 3, the decreased energy use, reused materials, and extended device life cycles that CAW manages to achieve are within the benefits of environmental impact. Economically, the cost to manage this resilient system with maximum economic efficiencies gained by environmentally beneficial conditions are really related to need, that it is because of costs that these things are happening. But choices like cold storage and the cost effectiveness of that also have great environmental benefit. And then of course, equity, as Dr. Jones pointed out, CAW is meant to be open and available and teachable. And so the fact that it is geared toward learners of all levels increases the ability of access to CAW resources and knowledge. Excuse me. Some of the drivers of sustainability, as I mentioned before, cost and project management concerns really led to a lot of the innovation and looking at the history and speaking with the team about the history of choices and the kind of decision trees that went into where they are now in terms of devices, software, and workflows. The subscription software model for Adobe Premiere in particular led to a change where the entire team is now using Windows machines and no longer using Apple products because they found a number of difficulties maintaining version control in Apple's machines and system specifications consistency that they were able to control through Windows machines instead. Part of that also comes from the use of the University of Illinois surplus inventory system. I'll go into how the inventory system works a little more in detail later, but the process of being able to access reusable durable goods from the large scale inventory of the institution, let's call it reuse higher end computers without additional cost to them, without having to make purchases. So this has multiple economic as well as environmental benefits. The team went through a long process of testing the efficiency of different systems. And initially, the goal would have been to have very quick render times and kind of personnel efficiencies. And so they were using gaming graphic cards, but those systems required 500 watt power supplies. And this was a huge increase in energy costs over kind of more conventional Windows machines. So they tested out Windows machines with quadro-line graphics cards instead, and they had the standard kind of power supplies and energy consumption. And there was a dramatic reduction in energy consumption and the cost to run that equipment. Also, the ability and cost to replace and maintain towers and peripherals was much, much lower because there weren't specialized components. And they discovered pretty quickly the quadro-line cards actually had very comparable render speeds to the gaming cards. So there wasn't a benefit in cost, in actual energy, either energy cost or energy use, or in the efficiency of the team in making that change. So they reverted to a much more, a simpler, more reproducible system. The Adobe CC subscription software, this caused this team-wide shift in the way that hardware and software was employed. They switched to only Windows machines, and because they had to reassess how software version control occurs with the subscription model. The subscription model first really revealed the challenges by making After Effects one of the Creative Cloud graphics and motion graphics editing tools, after post-production for video tool. It really made it unworkable for them. After several updates to the subscription, they'd been using this to create various types of motion graphics and other graphics. It was clear that unfinished projects, if they wanted to keep an open project file available, that may be the method by which they would put the block eye that you can see in the top right-hand corner of this card. If they wanted to add this graphic to a video, after only 6 months to a year, that open project file would no longer be compatible with newer versions of Adobe After Effects. And so this led to a realization that this was not actually a tool that was going to work for them. They transitioned to other software, but they were still wanting to use, because of all the benefits that Dr. Jones listed, Adobe Premiere. So they continued working with Adobe Creative Cloud, continued to have the licenses. And they had an interesting event that happened that is probably quite near to some of the concerns of those of you who are archivists. Because they were a service archive, they did have to dedicate one older machine, freeze it in time with an operating system and a version of After Effects that had been used by a class on campus that was still using that particular version for a class demo, which again, this really demonstrates how challenging with a subscription software model it can be to maintain older versions that are updated monthly or sometimes weekly, depending on bug fixes, to really hold something as a point in time so that unfinished projects by artists or archives who want to manage those, who want to demo those, it's really difficult to get back to any of those earlier versions that would be able to open and host those unfinished project files. There's a really interesting finding in CAUT that was one of the big drivers to not just transition away from After Effects as a software tool, but specifically to use Windows machines because of the operating system and subscription software push and pull that was occurring. So the University of Illinois has a purchasing and inventory system, and it requires all durable equipment purchased by campus entities to move into a state surplus, university or state surplus system, to be available for reuse. So computers, servers, modular components can be reused without additional purchase costs to CAW. They just transition the inventory onto their budget. So units can reuse equipment internally, transfer inventory between departments. And this is great because there are a lot of very high-end supercomputing facilities on campus. And this very high-end research, sophisticated research material can be used by other units for years. Most of the CAW production team are currently using 2 to 3 year old computers, and they all are kept in identical system specifications. And then the team overall, beyond the production team, maintains tiers of reuse. And many team members are currently using 8-year-old devices, which is extending the life cycle expectation of a Windows machine to the edge of what is usually the life cycle, or about 3 years beyond. 5 to 8 years is kind of the maximum for usually how long these devices last. In every possible way, this alone improves upon any linear device lifecycle where you would go from extraction, manufacture, purchase, and use in landfill, or possibly recycling in a very, very closed loop, or a very straight line in this case. So because of the single inventory, there's a different kind of recycling structure than one of the favored recycling structures. An essential sustainability practice is to bind manufacturers to the waste that their products produce or become. And this is useful because it compels manufacturers to design for recoverability of materials, for remanufacture or refurbishment. Design to dismantle is actually supported by extended producer responsibility, which is the model on the right. The manufacturer manufactures, we purchase and use it, it is returned to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer is responsible for the recycling. Then that goes back into manufacture and closes the loop. The UIUC inventory surplus system, however, can't use EPR model because we can't return each individual device to the manufacturer. So instead, it's using a different structure of contract recycling. And while extended producer responsibility is a very popular policy mechanism to reduce waste, it has some flaws. It continues to need raw material insertion at the remanufacture or manufacture stage, and it has a number of unmanaged externalities. Often devices are retired well before their mechanical functionality is actually done, and externalities such as older devices that are not manufactured by that particular manufacturer but are in that kind of electronic waste stream aren't necessarily accepted by those recyclers. But with institutional scale contracts for recycling, you can actually move a lot more legacy non-reusable equipment into recycling, or at least divert from landfill after extended reuse. And having these much longer loops where we're extending the life of products by 3 to 5 years is a huge benefit, decreases overall demand and decreases what the net effects are of the environmental impact. And again, CAW is extending their loops to 8+ years in every way they can. So environmental benefits are driven by cost. Access to cheap modular components allowed the team to use devices longer. They employ a remanufacture sustainability practice for devices and servers that can be repaired or reconstructed to suit team needs. The devices are all kept on the same OS and Adobe CC version, and they slow walk those updates to maintain compatibility for active project files. The hot-to-cold production to archival storage system also creates a really substantial environmental benefit. It only employs servers for active files, and LTO tape is for completed projects. So in the initial investigation of CAW, it showed that building out spinning disk capacity for the infrequently accessed project files, it was substantially more energy intense and cost substantially more than tape. So right now, CAW uses LTO7 and has about 250 terabytes of data in storage. It's about 1/6 the cost of keeping that same amount of storage on disk. It has very fast write times. The archivist can easily access and move about 1 terabyte of data back onto spinning disk when needed. The benefits of LTO tapes, it's considered non-toxic waste, and there are a number of extended producer responsibility take-back programs where there's direct reuse, not even reconstructing, but reuse of LTO tapes when they have been used. There are some issues with LTO. Obviously, the drives can fail. It would benefit greatly from more right to repair options so that the drives could run longer. LTO drives are an expense. They're not found in institutional surplus inventory. After LTO 9, it seems they're not maintaining multi-generational backward compatibility. And in the case that there was a need to move a substantial amount of data onto a new version in the future, it would require blind handling to handle copyright, intellectual property, family education rights, and Privacy Act or FERPA and the TEACH Act requirements as well. So the need for small, reliable, fast server array, short-term storage during production, and minimal long-term server storage has been a huge economic but also environmental benefit. The frequency of use of the entire array, it makes the uptime very efficient. There's almost no energy wasted. The capacity is being used, nothing's sitting idle. And the completed production files moving to LTO tape with really rapid data access within 24 hours when needed means there's almost no cost to store other than maintaining the environment. So initial findings working with CAW have shown the efficiencies were mostly cost driven. It could be expanded as a model for greater community benefit. This kind of process of working with the large surplus system has revealed ways that collaboration so that you can create tiered distribution of devices for long-term reuse and bring more legacy devices into recycling by contract recycling may be a better option for a number of groups than relying on, for example, extended producer responsibility model for recycling of electronic devices. This can encourage pretty short loops, but the surplus model encourages lengthening those loops in possibly many, many years. So again, this potential to form collaboratives that would engage in similar device reuse and cost sharing, this could have a major impact on costs for smaller archives, schools, community organizations, a city's library system, et cetera, if this model wound up being as beneficial as it appears to be in this initial case study.
Thank you so much. go. Now, Jimmy, can you hear us?
I am here now.
Ah, there you are. There you are. Oh, there's one question. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. If you're ready for one question, here it comes.
Okay.
Because in my presentation, I saw very quickly I get this problem with the outdated device that still can't be used. My question is, do you know more things that can press the manufacturer to comply with this and to open their already legacy or outdated devices to be used by the community? And I give the following quick example. Avid capture module, for example, still can be used because it's working. Mechanically and electrically it's working, but because there is no released SDK or drivers or something like that, practically it's working but cannot be used by open source community. So because I see you working hard in this direction, could you say something, how can those people will be forced to do that? Thank you.
I heard a little bit, it sounded like, how do we press manufacturers to prepare to deal with obsolete materials? That's a good question. I feel like that's more of a Karen question than a me question. She's on the YouTube chat, and I think there might be a little bit of a lag, so let's see if she's got a response to it. My response is I don't know.
Okay, that's a very honest answer.
Response.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Okay,
but let's see if Karen can weigh in.
Okay, then she will type it in.
Sure.
Okay, I think we're a bit out of questions. Jimmy and Karen, I really want to thank you for taking the time, and hope to see you next year at IPRES, perhaps. The University of Illinois is hosting that.
IPRES will be here.
Yes, IPRES will be there, so perhaps we will all see you there.
The first round of drinks is on me.
Okay, great.
Up to
we'll
3
remember
people.
that.
Up to 3 people.
Okay.
First 3 people.
First free one. Okay. That's a good thing. Thank you so much.
I do want to quickly thank you all for making this such an inclusive conference and offering online options for us. That means a lot to us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. A round of
Thank you.
applause. Thank you. Well, thank you for listening to all the kind speakers. Thanks, speakers, for giving your presentations. We had a very full and interesting day, I believe. And now for the closing remarks, I will give Alessandra the microphone.
Hi, everybody. When you see me, you know you've come full circle. And we're at the end of day one. Thank you so much for these great presentations, thoughtful questions. Thank you to the online people for engaging, asking questions. I don't know if it's good morning or good night to you, but we are now moving on to the Grand Café Victoria in an hour, which is about a 10-minute walk. There is an open bar for 2 hours, 2 hours only. And by open bar, I mean you can get softs, beer, and wine. After that, it's you pay your own, right? So where's Jimmy's purse? All right, so thank you, everybody. Special thanks to Gina and Martin and Walter. A big thank you to Walter, who really saved the day today. Gina and Martin for the design of our program. Gina's been doing this for many, many years. So thank you so much. Also, thanks for everybody who's been contributing to the collaborative notes. Please keep it up. I know sometimes it's annoying. Also, thanks to Jack to be a stealth ninja when it came to sound. I want to thank all our sponsors again and our host. And I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp, please. Thank you so much, and I'll see you at the bar later.